I am going to tell you something that you are not going to believe, at great risk to myself. If I am lucky, then it will go under the radar, but the truth will still be out there. If I'm unlucky, well then, I might not be able to respond here ever again. I work at Area 51. I have done so for many, many years. What I am going to tell you about, it's not a recent occurrence, but it has been on my mind a lot recently. I'm getting older, my bones are becoming weaker, and I've been in poor health for a number of years. I've neglected my family. My wife and I have been sleeping in separate bedrooms for years, and I know that the only reason she hasn't gotten a divorce from me is because of the kids. I really don't have much of a legacy to leave behind. I figured that sharing what I saw, that this way, I can at least leave some sort of a mark on the world, even if just a small one, that I can give back somehow. I will not be going into the long and intricate process of being selected to work in Area 51, as it will take much more time than I actually have. This was decades ago now, and so the process is likely different. My job role is a little hard to explain. In Area 51, I was in charge of monitoring and cataloging things. I must stress that up until this point, I had never seen anything too out of the ordinary. It was almost like a warehouse where anomalies are stored, along with handwritten documents with witness testimonies and other reports. I'd seen strange things before, pieces of metal from downed aircraft that could not be identified. I'd even seen something, this long strip of metal that looked to have something bolted into it. The metal was normal, but whatever was used to bolt the metal in place was not something from Earth. That's about the extent of the strange things that I had seen. Usually just partially recovered things, statements from people about weird phenomena and the like, samples of dirt from old space missions, biological samples that were to be stored in freezers that I didn't even really know what they were. My job was categorizing all of these things, and it was usually incredibly boring. I would spend hours writing down details by hand in order to file them away, filling out paperwork, maybe occasionally retrieving or storing items. I have been in this role for upwards of 40 years. I'd worked there for over 10 when this happened. I was trusted, or at least I think so. Well, one night, a classified shipment arrived, and I knew that something was up because it was not like all of the others. It was in this shipping container, and it was sealed tight. We'd never received a shipment so big. It was really late at night too, way later than when we'd usually have activity. I'm not sure if they intended for me to see it or not at first, but I was there working when it arrived. I swear on my life that when they opened up that container, they had a medical bed with wheels in there. The people opening the container, they had guns at low ready. There were more armed personnel surrounding this thing than I'd ever even seen on duty at the same time. The medical bed, they had something strapped down to it. It was this thing, this incredibly tall thing with limbs that looked like they stretched twice the length of a human's. It was almost a jaundiced yellow color, and I don't know, something in me told me that this thing was sick. Its head was this peculiar shape. It was quite narrow at the front, like the snout of a dog, but it grew wider the further that you went back. It looked like someone with a big dent in their head. And it was injured from what I could tell. There was definitely damage. There were cuts and slashes all over its body. I didn't know at the time whether it was alive or dead. There was blue liquid still pooling up and leaking out of these cuts, and there was a lot of buzz. On its legs, it had what looked like scorch marks, thick black marks where its skin was normally another color. Everyone was surrounding this thing. They were all in protective suits and wearing masks. I was a little freaked out by this, and I went back to my work when I saw them wheel this thing away. It was none of my business. We're under strict NDAs, and prying is a good way to get fired. But it was not long until I was being kicked out of that warehouse while contractors came in. It took a number of weeks, but They converted a part of that warehouse into a kind of a mini medical bay. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be temporary. They stripped down shelves and moved inventory, which I helped them move too. They made space for some medical items, brought in monitors, etc. And they constructed this thing that I'm not sure what it was. It was like a tank. It was this tall thing that had reinforced glass at the front, but that was see-through. And eventually, they filled it with some kind of liquid that I know was not water. I know because I caught the smell of it one time when they were pouring it in, and it had this chemical smell that burned the hairs inside my nose. Some weeks later, I come in to do my job, and there are armed guards stationed right outside the door of the warehouse. They are not letting me in anymore, and I am suddenly required to sit down for a briefing. I was not told very much. I was told that my job was to be completed as usual, but that the temporary section was off limits to me. That extra guards would also be stationed inside in order to monitor the situation. I did not dare ask what was going on or what that thing was. I knew that my job and possibly more would be at risk if I did. They asked me some questions, I guess to make sure if I was mentally fit to go through with things. And I guess they thought I passed their little test because they updated my clearance and let me get to work. They told me that this would only be a temporary change in the routine due to exceptional circumstances. They told me that within a week or two, everything would be resolved and that the warehouse would be reverted. The guards inside there, they were assholes. If I stopped and looked around for even a second, they would be on my case. But since I had to sit down and write so many reports by hand, it was inevitable that I would see and hear things. That thing, that alien or whatever you want to call it, it was in there. It was in that tank, in whatever that liquid was. It was just kind of bobbing up and down. They had hooked something up to its face, and some other tubes were attached to its arms and bodies. There were a lot of armed soldiers in there, so many that it made me nervous. One of them was not so bad. I had known him for a while and greeted him before. He usually searched staff who would enter on a morning, give all the pat-downs and stuff. It seemed kind of weird that he was reassigned here. He told me that he was not supposed to say a single word to me, ever, but I eventually got a trickle of information out of him. He told me not to repeat this, otherwise his life would be over. He told me that the thing was supposed to be shipped to another facility in New Mexico. It was apparently being prepared and would take only a week. This next part, he did not know this to be the truth personally, but he said that the rumor was that there was a wreckage down in North Carolina. People had been seeing lights and hearing noises all week. Said one night that there was a report of unidentified fireworks, and this thing is what they found. Crashed in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere farmland and was hushed up pretty quickly. My gut reaction was to think that he was talking out of his ass, but I could not deny what I could see right in front of me. It almost became normal to me, as horrible as that sounds. I got used to seeing the thing. I had to even write out witness reports from that incident at one point. Before this time, we'd never had anything even close to this. We'd never had a live alien in Area 51. It sounds unbelievable, I know, but this was just the beginning. This is the most believable thing that I can tell you. There is a lot that people are not allowed to know, that just saying out loud, well, it sounds ridiculous. It's by design. The more ridiculous, the less likely you are to be believed. I mean, talking about aliens, it wasn't always ridiculous, but there's been a lot of astroturfing over the years to make talk about them sound more crazy, I guess. This thing was not there for long, but I did have two terrifying moments with this thing. The first was when I was somehow left alone inside, although I wasn't aware of it at the time because I was in a different part of the warehouse. I guess even armed soldiers get lazy and had left to rest or eat or I don't even know. I'd been almost falling asleep a few times, writing and filling something out about people seeing a man with a pig's head out in Maine. It was ridiculous and obviously untrue, but the government takes notes of all of these things. They investigate all of this phenomena as much as they can to keep a record and so they're not caught off guard. Anyway, as I was writing, I all of a sudden started to hear this static sound. At first it was low, but it was not long before it was drowning everything out. And my head was starting to hurt. I was having the migraine from hell, and I felt woozy almost. My head felt like the gravity was turned up suddenly. And I think I could hear something ever so slightly over the static. Like a bubbling sound. You know when water starts to boil. That's what it sounded like, but I could be wrong. And then I felt my eyes get heavy. And then all of a sudden, I am not in that warehouse anymore. I am not writing and sitting in that desk. I am at my house. I can hear my 2 kids shouting and playing downstairs. My wife is calling for me. It is a bright sunny day outside, and she's telling me that breakfast is ready. I seem so at peace. I just felt peace all throughout my body, until I got downstairs at least. When I got down into the kitchen, it was like the world all changed at once. It suddenly wasn't bright and sunny anymore. It was a dark, gloomy day. It was dark outside. My kids were not laughing and arguing about toys. They were screaming in pain. My wife was not calling me for breakfast. She was screaming my name, asking for me to help her. She was being lifted into the air by her throat. My kids were clutching at her leg. I could see blood all over them. And she was being lifted by that thing in the pod. It turns to face me without even dropping my wife. It tilts its head to the side like a dog before making noises. I'm not sure if it was trying to speak or what, but all I could hear was some kind of a gurgling sound. It sounded like someone gargling their spit, but the spit is too thick, and so it sounds even more horrible and guttural. That migraine from before, it shoots into my head suddenly, and I can feel it. My head feels like it is in a vice and slowly being crushed. The thing is walking towards me. The closer it gets to me, the more my head hurts. It stops right in front of me. I am on my knees clutching at my head because it hurts, but nothing helps. The thing looks down at me, and I just hear this sickening crunch. And all of a sudden, I am just showered in blood. My wife does not have a head anymore, and this thing just tosses her lifeless body onto the couch. It kneels down until its horrible face is almost right up against mine. It's making the gurgling sound again, and I can smell something horrible. And all of a sudden, I hear this voice inside my head. It is a deep voice, insanely deep. It sounds like a smoker's voice that has not said a word in years. And in broken English, I just hear, "Door, open." And after that, I was back in the warehouse. I was dripping in sweat, and my heart was going 1,000 miles a minute. In my head, I was thanking God that it was all just a dream, and that none of it was real. But it only took me a few seconds to start panicking again, because I realized I was not sitting at my desk anymore. I was standing right outside this glass tank. I was face to face with this thing. My hand was pressed up against the glass, palm first, and in my other hand, I was holding a small ball-peen hammer. I dropped the hammer to the floor, and I dropped to the ground, and I just started hyperventilating on the floor. I don't know how long I sat there and did it for. I didn't even realize that those own soldiers had come back, and they had to drag me away outside because I would not respond or even stand up. I would not listen to them at all or obey them. I had to undergo a medical examination. I was not allowed out of the medbay for weeks, not even to go home, not even to shower. I had to submit to a psych evaluation and give both a written and verbal statement until I could be cleared. I did not want to be truthful. I thought that maybe if I was truthful, I would be locked in the crazy ward for the rest of my life, that they would not believe me. It sounds ridiculous, I know, considering what we were dealing with, but that's just how my brain was working in the panic of it all. So I lied. I spun them a story about my wife, about having troubles, that we were in a crisis, and I had a panic attack seeing this thing, thinking that me and my wife and my children might die. It wasn't as easy as that, but I did return to work eventually. I think that my longevity in the role bought me a bit of grace. More armed soldiers were positioned in that warehouse. My duties were reduced drastically temporarily while that thing was still in there, and I was told that the thing would be shipped off in just a few days. But I was in there one more time. I was not even allowed in the same vicinity of the thing. I was constrained to the other end of this massive warehouse. It was for the best, really. There were so many people in here now. I think some kind of medical staff too, that had been flown over from some other facility in a different state. I just tried my best to focus on my work. I worked for some hours, but I eventually felt that static again, in my head and everywhere. My head was hurting again, although nowhere near as badly as before. And at one point, I heard a shriek coming from the far end of the warehouse. This sprang all of the armed soldiers into action. Everyone rushed down there immediately, and I was suddenly left alone. I remained in place for a while, just trying to continue on with my job, because I did not want to get into any trouble, especially after what I'd already been through. But after a while, I started hearing more and more horrible sounds. I heard people screaming. I heard the sound of something heavy and metal hitting the concrete floor. I ran over, and the sight in front of me, I could not even believe it. There was just a massive brawl happening. One of the medical staff was on the floor, one guard on top of them, and they were using the butt of the gun to just beat them with. And this guard kept beating the staff member again and again over the head. They were screaming and trying to fight back, but the guard just kept on going, until I saw them go limp. Until I saw the pool of blood all over the floor. Until I saw that their skull had been partially caved in, and bits were leaking out of there. There was already an alarm blaring at this point. It was almost deafening. The guard who pulverized that staff member, I could see that he was smiling when he was finished, just to himself, smiling at the sight in front of him. And then he turned around and he locked eyes with me. I guess I must have made a sudden movement or made too much noise. He got up very slowly and then turned in my direction, and he just started running. He just started running after me. He had a smile on his face the entire time he ran after me. I kept looking back, and every time I did, he was getting closer, and he was just smiling. I tried to run away, but I wasn't fast enough. I tried with all of my energy, but I was still tired from the previous ordeal. All I could do was just brace and try to protect my face with my hands and my arms as I was pulled to the ground, and eventually he started beating me. Someone managed to stop him before it was too late, but by that point, my hearing was all muffled. Everything was like it was occurring underwater. That's how bad my hearing had become. I had blood blocking me from being able to see, and my entire body was aching. My eyes were stinging too, like someone had poured a load of salt water into them. I spent weeks recovering from the damage. Weeks and weeks, and I think at one point they didn't think I was going to make it. I had suffered so much head trauma. When I finally went home one day, my wife cried because she thought I was dead. I was never given a proper explanation. I asked what I should tell my wife, and they just told me to figure it out. I had to write up a report. 3 people died that day. I don't know what happened to the others. I never saw that thing again. I assumed it was shipped away while I was unconscious, but I couldn't just exactly ask people about it. And that was the first time I ever saw something like that. It isn't a common occurrence. I know that there have been other strange things in this base, but I've never gotten such a close-up or personal experience. They do not store it in the warehouse anymore. It's usually somewhere far away. There was a lot of construction going on after that event occurred. I'm not sure why I was privy to so much, why they didn't store it somewhere else in the first place. My only guess is that they were caught off guard, maybe. I know that my story sounds like tripe. Believe me, I know, but like I said, I just felt like this was something I had to get off of my chest, even if I can't fully explain it, even if no one believes me, even if it does nothing to help anyone. Thank you for at least giving me the chance to tell my experience. This happened to me in around 2012. I was 16 years old at the time. My grandmother had just passed away like 2 days ago. I was going out into the back roads of Iowa to watch over my grandmother's house for the weekend. It was a pretty valuable property with no neighbors, perfectly isolated from pretty much everything. My parents dropped me off. They say some shit like, "Stay safe, I love you," etc. I am already bored out of my skull, so I decide to go and snoop around. I circle around the house. There's nothing really special. Until I get back to the front. The front door is literally hanging off of its hinges, wide open. The way the front was set up is that there is pretty much flat gravel driveway in front of a double wide garage, and then at the far back is a steep hill that no one should have been able to get up or down without me hearing. The rest of the house is pretty much blocked off by forest, so it's the only way that they could have come from. There are muddy imprints in the gravel leading away from the house. I can tell because of the way they faced on the door's landing. I am not going to call anyone because I have zero reception, because I'm in Iowa. Like a brave bastard, I try and go in through the garage to see if I can get the drop on anyone if they are still there. The slide door to the garage is open. There are boot prints coming out of that door too. Screw this, I'm out. I knew from some faint memory that there was a pretty large basement underneath a trap door in the garage, so I make a beeline for that after checking if the coast is clear. Now, the basement is something else. I had to draw a picture because I can't really describe it in words. There is a shadowy spot to hide underneath this big insulated air vent, and then there's sort of a passage between that one and the one that's several feet behind it. It's way too dark, so I am not going back there. I go to hide underneath the little shady alcove because I am already shitting my pants at this point, and I do not want to deal with all of this. I am facing outwards so that I can see if anyone comes down the ladder, but I cannot look behind me because it is way too cramped. I sit in silence for maybe 20 minutes straight. Just as I'm thinking it might be safe to go outside, I hear some footprints. Not from above or from in front, but right behind me. I try to stay as still as humanly possible. I hear heavy boot noises getting closer, so I hide as tightly under that vent as I can, basically getting a full face of mouse shit and dust with how close to the floor I am. That's when the boots stop, like literally just stop. They're still there. I can see the toes just barely, but they are just standing still. This is where I die. I am just lying cramped there for what seems like ages, until I decide I'm going to smooth talk my way out of this. "Sir, I'm under here. Can I please come out?" Nothing. "Sir." Still nothing. Pretty sure he's just waiting for me to peek out, so he can shoot me or stab me, or do something horrible to me for all I know. I start to shimmy out from underneath the alcove, fingers crossed. It's empty. The boots, fucked over with mud, grass, rotten apples, it was an orchard house, are just empty. My Lord in heaven, what? I get fully out from underneath the alcove. I have to post another picture of what I saw. There were muddy boot prints coming out from the super dark area in between the pipes. I flip on my fossil of a flip phone for a source of light. It's pretty much the only thing it's good for at this point. There is a whole goddamn concrete hallway leading down to me. The boot prints come from halfway. They only start from halfway down the hall. I am already out of shit to empty into my pants, so I am pretty sure that my intestines came out instead. So I waddle along with my gut and crap-filled undies to see where it leads. The hallway just ends in a locked iron door. No mud, no boots, nobody there. just the door. Well, shit. This is when the most X-worthy thing happens. Someone starts knocking on the door. I run faster than Usain Bolt to get upstairs and up the ladder. I hightail it down the gravel drive towards the road. I wait by the road for 4.5 hours, even though it's like midnight. I finally get a pullover from some old lady, God bless her soul. She asked me what the hell I'm doing out in rural Iowa at 2 in the morning. I'm too goddamn shook to say anything coherent, but I manage out boots. She takes me to the hospital, and I stay the night. I get home, and have to tell my parents all about the shit pants incident I just had. I get blamed for the fact that the house was broken into, and some old cat statue was missing. Nobody understands when I ask them about the boots. Apparently, whoever had broken in was barefoot. A completely different person must have broken into a house in godforsaken Iowa. To this day, no one believes me. For those of you who don't believe this really happened to me, this occurred in June 2012 at Cosmodrome, Iowa. I'm pretty sure that some Chinese people live in that house now. I never went there ever again. So X, I've been thinking about this for a while, and after being entertained by many green tacks over the years, I thought I would add my own. I have not had many odd happenings as of late, but growing up and in my late teens, I had quite a few. I will try and get some sort of chronological order going. None of these will be too big, as it's mainly small and different spooks, but they are all true. I was 9 or 10 years old at the time of the first one. I am a British guy in primary school in year 5 or year 6. I guess grade 6 or 7 for Americans. My school is kind of Christian. I can't recall if assembly was every morning, but either way, when assembly took place, the lyrics were projected onto a projector and the whole school would be gathered to sing. I will break green text just to describe the hall in which our assemblies took place in. It was also the same rule that our gym class took place in, and there were windows along the bottom and top half of the wall. The ones along the top half of the wall would have a view of the nearby neighboring houses' roofs. One day, whilst mogging everyone with my vocal prowess, my eyes wander to the side of the projected lyrics to look through the window. I see what I first assumed to be smoke floating horizontally across the roof of one of the houses I mentioned. It's not smoke. It had an odd color to it. It's white, but has pink flesh-colored blemishes to it. Really hard to describe. It looked like a floating mush of white and pink Play-Doh. It's also retaining its irregular shape and not dispersing like smoke would. I am perplexed as I stare at this thing, as it floats across the roof, and it never passes into the view of the other window. It was also completely opaque. I brush it off as just something weird, and I remember it to this day at the age of 23. I have another story of a similar period in time involving this thing, if it was the same thing in a cave on a school trip. I have no idea what age I was, but I'm still in primary school, so I'm assuming the same age as the first story, but later, as this happened afterwards. The school is planning a trip to this cave system that involves fake dinosaurs. It was some Jurassic-era cave structure or something. I can't quite remember, but you got to walk around in them, see life-size models of dinosaurs, and feed farm animals. It was some good shit. I form a group with a teacher and some of our kids. We enter the cave. We screw around in the cave as the tour guide says some shit about how they found dinosaur poop in this cave. For some reason, I loved rocks as a kid, and I still do, so I get caught behind the group because I'm looking at the stalactites and stalagmites, and I am just in awe at this cave system. The cave was beautiful. There were some amazing rock formations. There is a big stream flowing through, which leads to other cave networks, but they were unsafe for children. I look over the stream and see a light emerging from behind one of the other cave systems. You've got my attention. I move to try and get a better look at what is happening. This white, glowing, irregularly shaped blob emerges from behind the cave wall, of a similar color to the last one, except this one seems to have 3 pitch black circles in an area of its body that didn't seem to move, which I assumed was some sort of a head. Screw that. Now that I'm typing this up, I don't actually remember what happened, aside from that I stared at this thing and then found my way back to the group, and I did not mention it to anyone. I know I said chronologically, but I just remembered a good one. I was around 6 years old. I'm taking a shit in which at the time was a big bathroom, which we later converted into a small bathroom, but an extra room. The toilet was on one side of the room, the bath in the middle, and the towel rack on the far end near the glazed window. I look over to the window for some reason. I see what looks like a football, soccer-sized doll's head poking around the towel rack. I shit myself. It disappears. I tell my dad, and he looks at me just weird. Later in that same house, I'm around 10 years old. The house has this annoying habit of being really loud. It sounds like people are walking up the stairs all the time. There is banging coming from inside the walls and above the ceiling. My parents say it's just the house settling in, or that it's the heating. I freaked the hell out one night, as the house would not let me sleep with how loud the banging was. I seriously thought that someone had broken in. I eventually nutted up and cried my way into my parents' room. Be my dad, in bed with my wife. Hear kids running up the stairs on all fours at 1 a.m. Fucking kids. I get out of bed. All of the kids are fast asleep. I learned that this was a fairly regular occurrence for my father when we lived in that house. My dad, who had bought the house from his parents, so also lived in that house as a child, used to experience nightmares of these little demon lizard type things, is how he described them, that would torment him in his room. He said he used to feel like they watched him sleep. This happened to me many years ago, back when I was just a boy. Back then, I was still living in my homeland of Russia, in a place called Yakutia, if you've ever heard of it. Yakutia has lots of places that are very remote. Lots of scattered little villages that aren't really up to modern standards, even nowadays. I grew up in one of these little villages. I would have to walk 2 villages over just to go to school. We would be surrounded by forests on all sides, and the only thing to do as a boy was either toil away and help my father, or explore the surrounding forests and areas and villages. We had this one story that floated around the villages a lot. It was kind of an urban legend, I guess you would call it. We had a lot of those. Most of our urban legends were about mysticism and witches and forest spirits, but this one was a little bit different to the rest. There is a small cave system that's out deep in the forest. The old tale is something about some guy wandering in there one night, and when he came back, he wasn't himself. I struggle to remember it properly, but I think he was supposed to be a zombie or something, or possessed. I'm not really sure. I never really took it that seriously. Anyway, so around this time, me and a couple of friends have really gotten into exploring. I'm talking abandoned structures, villages where people had just up and left and abandoned their homes. There was even this abandoned factory type thing that was said to have been abandoned at the start of World War II and was never used again. Anyway, so we were wandering the forest, looking for something to do, and we stumbled across the mouth of a cave. It was pretty well hidden by foliage and trees and lots of dirt. The opening was pretty small by all means, and would be a squeeze even for us kids. At the time, I was not even thinking about the urban legend, but I did have a really bad feeling. My friends, who I will call A and B, were desperate to go inside, but I kept telling them no. They laughed at me and called me a pussy, and they ended up going inside without me. I stood outside and I was sobbing a little because I felt like a loser. And eventually, after 5-10 minutes, maybe even more of just standing there and crying, I eventually gave in and just ran in after them. I had to really squeeze myself through this narrow passage to get inside. The passage was halfway up the wall, and it was like I was sandwiched in between both sides. I could feel my stomach hitting the rock whenever I attempted to breathe, and it made me feel so claustrophobic. In those days, our village was much too poor to have anything like flashlights, All I had was a little box of matches in order to light my way, and they did not give off a ton of light. I could only really see maybe 5 feet in front of me with this thing, and once I managed to sliver through the narrow passage, I had to cling to the wall to make my way around. I called out for my friends a couple of times, but all I heard was my voice echoing back around. And once it finished bouncing around each wall, I heard some kind of a noise back. It was just this garbled mess of a noise, starting really low and getting much higher. It scared the shit out of me. I just kept using my hands to help guide me along, but at one point, my hands ended up touching something wet. I felt something thick and slimy, and it squelched when I pulled my hand away. When I put the match closer to the wall to see, I freaked out and dropped the match to the floor. I just started walking really quickly and tried to wipe it onto my pant legs. I'm not sure what it was. I caught a glimpse of something moving along the walls. It looked like a handful of maggots, but they were all a kind of red color, and I could see bits of black too. I'm not sure for how long I walked, but eventually, I came out to a much larger section of the cave system. The ground was actually wet down here. There seemed to be a very tiny stream of water, maybe only a couple of inches wide, occasionally hitting the ground and my boots. This larger part of the cave, I could actually make out a lot more here. There was not a lot of natural light, but there were just enough in streams to be able to make out bits and pieces. What I saw made me hit the ground and panic because when I looked, there was this thing. It was on all 4 legs, and it was close by to me and seemed to be chewing something on the ground, some kind of bones or something else that was white. This creature, it was green, but with these black splotches randomly across its body. These black splotches, they looked to be raised and veiny. It didn't look like any kind of dog or wolf or any other 4-legged animal I had ever seen in the area before. When I saw it, I fell onto my butt and let out an instinctive scream, and I had to grab my own mouth to stop myself, but when I fell, my shoes flew off. These were old boots and very holey and much too big for me. They were my father's old ones because we could not afford anything new, so I just had these. So my feet were not in them securely, so when I slipped and fell, one went off and up into the air, and it hit the ground just behind this creature. When I gasped, it looked straight in my direction and started making this growling noise. Its eyes were all glazed over and were almost pure white. It looked like this thing had cataracts. The growling noise was horrible. It sounded like it had a lot of liquid inside its throat that it was gargling. But the second my boot hit the floor, this thing turned around to where it landed, and faster than I could even see, this thing just leaped and landed on my boot. I had never seen an animal leap so far or so quickly before. I could only see from behind, but it looked like it opened its mouth really wide, like it unhinged its jaw like a snake. And all of a sudden, I saw this big glob of something thick and black had shot out of the creature's mouth and hit my boot that was on the floor far away. I think I saw it bubble for a second or two, and my boot looked to be pressed right down into the ground. And then this creature, it lifted its limbs. These limbs didn't have any kind of feet or paws or claws. They were just these sharp points essentially, and this creature reared up onto its hind legs like a horse. And then really quickly, it used its entire body weight to quickly shove its front limbs into my boot, and it impaled my boots. After that, I saw it sniff the boot and make some other sounds, and eventually, it left it behind and walked off somewhere. I did not see where it had gone, but I was shaking so badly. I felt like I should run away, but I wanted to get my boot, otherwise my father would be so angry with me. He would beat me if I lost it. It's hard to remember more of what I saw, since it has been so many years. The only other thing I remember about the creature is the head was really big for the body, really long at the end. Its nose was almost like a big circular mound on its head and didn't have a snout like a wolf or a dog. The face was sharp at the front, and it curled backwards and was sharp at the end too. That's all I can remember in my blur of a memory. At this point, I was shaking so hard I could not even stand. I had to crawl on my hands and knees just to make any progress, and even then I remember it took me a long time. I remember that I got to my boot, and it took me all of my strength, and I still could not pull it free. It felt like it had been tied really tight by some rope into multiple knots. I had to pull it back and forth and wiggle it until I could pull it underneath whatever this black substance or goop was. I remember accidentally brushing the black stuff with my wrist as I tried to get my boot free, and it made me jump back. It wasn't hot, and it didn't physically burn me, but it felt like my wrist was burned. It felt like a cold burn, if that makes sense. It felt like when something is so cold that it burns. I was so concentrated on getting my boot and puzzled by everything that I had seen that I got turned around. I turned backwards and was shuffling forwards on my hands and my feet, thinking I was heading back to the entrance, but I actually ended up going further, deeper into the cave. My hands were on fire because these pointy stones in the ground just kept jabbing into my hands and cutting up my knees. It made it impossible to crawl very fast. And eventually I came to this big rock wall, and there was only a tiny little space to crawl through that was much too small for my body. It was only then that I realized I was an idiot and crawling the wrong way. But I heard noises coming from up above me. And when I looked up, I saw two bodies that were stuck to the wall that were quite high up. It was my friends, A and B. I didn't think I would ever see them again, but I almost wish I hadn't. Both of them were suspended in the air against the wall. They were being held up by that same black substance I had seen earlier on my boot. A was dead. I could not make out a whole lot, but his face was just almost gone. His nose had been ripped or teared off of his face, and all I could see was a black void and the bits of bone where the nose should be. The skin on his head and near his eyes was all just missing, and all I could see was white with bits of red. I wanted to throw up and run away, but I was too scared to do either. But B was still alive. He was also suspended in much the same way as A, but the noise that I heard coming from up above me, it was him. He was wiggling side to side and trying to break free, and I think he was sobbing. I could see his leg. He was only wearing shorts that day when we played, and he had a big hole in his thigh. It was still bleeding and dripping down his leg and onto the floor periodically. I wanted to call out to him, but at the same time, I did not want that creature to hear me. And deep down, some part of me did not want B to notice me at all. I thought that if he did, then the creature might know if he said something. So I started trying to crawl backwards away, but he saw me. He saw me, and he just started shouting really loudly. He started begging me for help. He told me to stand up and help pull him down. He told me to move quickly before the creatures came, but all I could do was start crying. I was already hearing that same screaming noise from when I first entered the cave. I was hearing a fast skittering and scraping against stone, and it was getting closer and closer. Even if I did try and help, I never would have been able to get him down in time. Even if I got him down, he never would have made it home with such an injury. Maybe these are things that I just tell myself in my head to try and make myself feel less guilty. Maybe I am just a monster. After maybe 20 or 30 seconds, I saw the head of that creature suddenly being shoved through that tiny crawl space in the wall. B saw it too, and he started crying even louder, begging me for help, telling me, please don't let that thing go near me. But the thing pushed its head across the floor as it pulled the rest of its limbs through the gap. And then once it was out, its head immediately shot up to where B was screaming. Again, it moved so quickly that I couldn't even really understand, but it ran and did another big leap, and all of a sudden, it was hanging from the rock wall by its pointy limbs. And it used them. It used them to climb the wall all the way up to where B was. At first, it was hanging by the front too, and looked awkwardly clinging on. But after a second or two of gaining its balance, it was scuttling along the wall sideways like it was nothing. And when it finally moved close enough to be, it just made a leap to its side. And then I saw it use its limbs on him. It used its limbs to make a hole somewhere in his head or his eyes or something. I remember hearing him scream really loudly and it being cut short. I had to stifle my crying because I was so scared it was going to hear me too. I just didn't move. I don't know how long I didn't move for, but it felt like hours of me just crouching down there, on my hands and my knees. I had my eyes closed the entire time until that thing finally went away, but I heard sounds. I heard so many horrible sounds that I don't want to think about or repeat. Once I finally heard that thing scuttle away and squeeze through that hole again, I went back the way I came. Even that took me a long time. The second I squeezed through the sandwich section, I ran all the way back to my village without stopping. There were lots of people outside, still working well into the end of daylight, and many people looked at me with concern. I tried to tell all of them. I tried to tell my parents too. I told them my friends A and B had forced themselves into a cave in the forest. I told them they had gotten lost and that I saw them attacked by an animal. But people did not believe me. Everyone immediately remembered the old urban legend and thought I had gotten scared and made up a silly story. It was only when A and B's parents were in the village square crying about their boys not coming home that they began to believe me. But people refused to go looking in that cave. They told the parents that it was a lost cause and that more people would end up lost or dead. The parents of those boys left the village not long after, and I never saw them again. One of the fathers, I think A's, asked me where the cave was before he left, but I'm not sure if he ever went inside looking or just stayed away. Sorry, I know that my English is poor and my story is fantastical, but such is the life in Yakutia. Anyone there can tell you a 100% true story that they saw with their own eyes that you will never believe. It's a magical place, but that magic can sometimes be demonic and evil. I can't claim to know exactly what I saw, and I cannot force you to believe me, but it's something that really keeps me up at night. I still miss my friends. I wish I could have done more just to save them. This is a story that happened on one hot summer day. To cool off, my two friends working at the same beauty salon and I decided to have a drinking party. At the last part of our party, one of the friends mentioned, "One of my customers today told me about the sighting of phantom orbs in Mountain X. I haven't been there yet, even though I'm a local near where the mountain is. Wanna try and go there right now?" Since we three love to discover new things, and we're always full of curiosity, especially when it came to supernatural subjects that we can turn into gossip topics later on, my other friend and I very quickly approved. Alas, we departed to our horror tour location deep in the mountain. That haunted location was rather famous throughout Japan, that even I heard about its legend in my locality, where, at a specific time of the traditional Day of the Dead, people would see the orbs of the soul that died during wartime floating around the war memorial within the mountain. A place where I would normally be reluctant to visit just for fun, if it wasn't for my intoxication and lightheartedness that time. Upon arriving at the mountain, we went up the staircase, which led straight to the war memorial, with our breath shortening from its steepness. As one of my friends was walking ahead, they looked back and turned towards me and jokingly said, "You're too damn slow." I picked up my pace by rushing up the steps to get closer where they were at. Subsequently, I tripped and fell into a ditch on the sides of the staircase. While I was struggling to get back up, ignoring the sharp pain coming from my back, I unintentionally glanced at the ground in front of me that was covered with moss. There it was. It was a large group of crickets clumped together to one another. Slowly, the crickets began to swarm my incapacitated body as my consciousness gradually faded from listening to their chirping. Disgusted by the sight, goosebumps formed all over my body as I kept on struggling to move, watching my two friends advancing further upwards, not realizing my current situation. At that instant, I heard my phone ring with an incoming call from my friend, but as soon as I was about to answer the call by pressing the button, a blue fireball mysteriously manifested in front of my eyes. It can't be. No matter how much I wanted to shout for help or try to escape from it, my body was completely paralyzed and my mouth shut tight out of fear. Swarms of crickets continued to enclose me, disregarding the blue orb of fire dangling near my face. I should not have come here for entertainment. What have I done? Feelings of remorse and regret saturated my head. Then suddenly, as if someone were replying to my piety, a voice other than mine echoed inside me. Save me, save me, save me. I finally swooned at last. When I regained my consciousness, I found myself on the bed in my room. It was past noon of the next day since last night when I fell unconscious. My friends explained to me about that night at the mountain, as how they found me inside the exact same ditch that I remember falling into, and immediately they carried me back home. Later on, I told them what I saw, but contrary to my own memory, they could not recall any blue fire orb, swarms of crickets, nor a ground covered with moss inside the ditch. Moreover, I was apparently conscious when they found me, as I repeatedly uttered the phrase, "Save me." I still hope, to this day, that that night was just an alcohol-induced hallucination. Here's a story that happened to me around 4 years ago when I was 16 years old. My mother was awake for weeks at a time. I was normally home alone unless my buddy came over. My buddy is over at my house. We're playing Minecraft. My room was a converted family room. It has a fan and a fireplace, / chimney, and stuff like that. My dog, who is normally complacent, comes bounding into my room, barking up a storm. I'm freaking out. I'm like, why are you barking? Stop. The ceiling fan was on, and it just stopped spinning. I don't know why. I look at my buddy, and my buddy looks at me. The dog stops barking for a second, and then the dog just starts staring at the ceiling fan and does not look away for a long while. I'm like, what the hell are you looking at? The chimney cover starts rattling around. It's loud as shit in the chimney. The fan starts turning slowly. One blade is bent down, like something is sitting on it or hanging on it. My dog is still sitting still, just staring at it, not making a single damn sound. The fan is still rotating slowly. This goes on for maybe 10 minutes. We go back to playing Minecraft. My dog goes batshit again. The fan speeds up to full again, rattling around as crazy as piss. It looks like it's going to fall from the ceiling, and then it just stops spinning. The dog goes quiet. The bent blade slowly straightens back out. Then the fan turns back on. The dog starts whining and pacing. A dead squirrel falls down the chimney and smacks into the fireplace cover. I just nope the hell out of there. I just run out of my room. I open up the cheap wooden folding doors, close them, and then wrap a string around the knobs. It's mid-January in Indiana. It's cold as hell. But despite the cold, I sit outside on the porch with my buddy anyway. Lots of really weird stuff happened in that house, if anyone wants to read another. So, my mom rented the house from my grandpa, so it's really, really old. As I said, I was home alone most days. So rewind to around 3 to 4 years ago. I get home from school. The house is void of my mother. Nothing new, really. I grab a bag of chips and sit down to watch TV. I'm half-assing my homework as I do. Directly to my left is a weird staircase that winds left, then back right. One part of the wall of the staircase comes off to allow entrance into the attic thing. It's mostly used by cable guys, etc. That part of the wall is taped and stapled into place. It's heavy as hell and really hard to remove. Anyway, I'm still watching TV / doing work. The damn wall piece comes flying down the stairs. I turn on the lights over the stairs. I pick up the wall piece and look it back upstairs. I stick it back in space and watch it to make sure it stays. It looks good enough for me. So I go back to the couch, but guess what? The wall piece tumbles down again. I think screw this. I take it upstairs and lean it against the wall. I am not putting it back in again, just for it to fall down. So I start to go back down, and I hear scratching coming from the hole. I look inside, expecting a raccoon or something. I have found animals trapped in there before, but it's empty. Okay. I hear scratching again, way in the back. The light from the fan thing in the roof does not reach that far. I grab a flashlight from underneath the kitchen sink. I shine it in there, but I can't see anything still, so I just put the wall piece back. When I have barely let go of the wall piece, it instantly falls back out. So I put it back and keep my hands on it. I feel something pushing back against the wall as I'm trying to hold it in place, and it's strong too. I'm having to use all of my weight to stop it. So I just take the wall piece back off. I grab my backpack, get a bike from the garage, and bike the 5 miles all the way to my uncle's place. Weird stuff like this happened all the time. Never when my mother was home though. Convenient, huh? So, I also have a history of sleep paralysis. When I was young, around 8 to 9 years old, I have these nightmares about some weird creature. It's this skinny thing that's around 3 feet tall. It has long claw-like fingers, a fat head, and jet black eyes. It would sit in the corner of my room and stare at me. I would wake up, or so I thought, and the damn thing would still be there. It would look like it was trying to talk to me. Its mouth would be moving, but it had no teeth or gums. It was just a black hole. Then the mouth of the thing starts moving quicker. I cannot move or speak, so being really young and not really understanding, I start crying, wondering why I can't move. The thing just suddenly shouts, "Stop crying." The thing is now standing up and looks to be speaking faster and louder, and it sounds like a warning. I can start blinking again. I can move my fingers again. I shut my eyes tight, still crying softly. It's midsummer. The windows are open. I hear a screen hit the concrete patio out back. The thing in the corner is gone. I wake up later, and my screen is outside on the ground with small tears in it. I'm not sure if a cat tried to get in and gave up or something, and that transferred into my dreams or what, but it was creepy nonetheless. I have dreams about that creature to this day, and I am 20 years old now. For this last one, I was around 13 or 14 years old. I was skateboarding home from school. This pickup blows through a stop sign and hits me. It drags me through the 4-way stop and halfway down the street. He realizes that he hit someone. He gets out of the truck, crying and apologizing. I can't feel shit. I'm just pissed off because my board is broken. I'm not even worried about my injuries. The guy from the dog training center on the corner comes out and calls an ambulance and gives me his phone to call my mom. The ambulance gets there. He tells me that by the damage to the guy's truck, I should not be alive, let alone standing. I don't know what he's talking about. I tell them that nothing hurts. I don't have a single mark on me. My mom takes me home, despite the pleas from the paramedics. I start shaking after realizing what happened to me. I suddenly realize, why am I okay? Why did nothing happen to me? My mom is crying. I go inside the house. It's almost dark outside. I walk to my room and toss the pieces that are left of my board on the floor. There is a bunk bed in my room. I see something whitish on the top bunk. I'm thinking, what the hell is that? But it's in the shape of a smiling face, and when I blink, there's nothing there anymore. After I moved out of that house, I got hit by a car going much slower while riding my bike, and it broke a couple of ribs. I still do not know what happened to this day. I swear to whatever you believe in that that story is 100% true. When I was a teenager, my little sister, who was 10 years old, entered our shared bedroom, sobbing and shaking, and said that she saw a woman outside in the garden. I asked her what she meant, and after some encouragement, she managed to tell me, and our two brothers who had burst into the room after hearing her crying, that she had watched a woman walk from the back door into the garden, where she disappeared. Of course, we took this to mean some psycho is in the garden, hiding amongst the potatoes and corn, and she scared our sister. So my older brother and I went outside with kitchen knives and split up to find the intruder. We found nothing. Later, we learned that when my sister said disappeared, she literally meant faded from existence. She saw a ghost. At the time, my sister was dealing with some issues with speech. She literally could not get her words out. She would struggle to express herself, and she would stutter and stumble on her words, so she couldn't really describe shit very accurately. After some coaxing and reassurances that nobody was outside, she slowly managed to flesh out what had happened. She had been in the garden, playing with the kittens. When the sun started to set, she picked up the kittens and made her way indoors. Only, as she approached the back door, she saw a woman in a hospital gown moving, floating from the back door, past the empty washing line, and then vanish into the garden. I don't mean the woman vanished among the bushes. My sister said she literally faded out of existence. I thought about this from time to time, and my sister has retold the story at my request several times. She's much more eloquent as an adult, so she's able to tell me the story much more precisely now. But it has literally never changed from when she was 10 years old to her being an adult. The details have remained the exact same. Mostly, I like this story because it's proof of how much we love our sister, lol. My brother and I were ready to stab someone for spooking her. I grew up on a Native American reservation, so here's my story. I was visiting my family as I live in the city. I was outside, smoking cigarettes with my brother. We're just bullshitting and whatnot, until I see my brother go quiet. I look to where he is looking, and I see a shadow standing outside someone's house. The shadow is very black compared to the other shadows surrounding the neighborhood. The neighborhood is lit by tangerine-colored lights. I flick my cigarette onto the ground, but just keep staring. I cannot take my eyes off of it. We see it slowly turn away from the window and stride into the backyard. Its stride is very unusual. It sort of glides. I see a lot of the neighborhood dogs around it. They usually bark at these kinds of things, but this one they followed. I then see it go down on all four legs and grow a tail. It then hobbled out into the darkness. My brother and I go back inside to tell our mom. She tells us it's a skinwalker. Later on, we go outside to gather some wood for the fire stove. As we go out to the woods, we see the lights around my mom's house go out. A rotten smell hovers about. We gather what we can and head back inside. A few hours later, we hear something step on our porch. Our dog growls at the door, and that's when we hear a bang on one of the bedroom windows. After that, the noises and everything just ceased. A few weeks later, I got a call from our mom, and she tells us that one of the people in that house the black figure was looking at died of cancer. I am an Italian soldier, an Alpino. I just came back from my mission in Afghanistan. I was deployed in a military base in Balabalak in the Herat region. Italian bases in the area are designed as FOP, forward operation bases, basically just outposts in the middle of nowhere, patrolling the area and preparing the ground for more military forces. During the years, we were involved in minor guerrilla warfare in the area, even if in the latest years, enemy activity there intensified. In those moments, the stress was getting higher, but the Talibans were the least of our problems, even if we didn't know it yet. The local population was usually okay towards us, but never hostile. Americans do not get involved too easily with people here. They are too serious and too menacing. Italians have a reputation for being quite friendly and not so commanding to civilians. Even so, people here do not speak or open up very easily. So it was very weird when that night, an old man from a nearby village approached our sentinels at the gates. He looked quite shaken and confused. The sentinels made him stop in front of the gates, while the sleeping translator was awoken to speak with him. As second in command, I assisted Corporal Sergio Margarini while he took the old man into his tent to understand the situation. The translator, with us, he had trouble understanding the babbling man. He says his village was assaulted, that there are dead people lying in the streets. His daughter and his wife, they have just vanished. He is asking us for help. Sergio got right to the point. Taliban's attacked? Today? That's weird. NATO intelligence signaled that the area was less risky now. The translator spoke again, with difficulty, to the man. Not Taliban's, he says. Something else. Something that shouldn't be here. He doesn't want to tell me who. He is scared to hell. He just repeats that they need help. Sergio was perplexed. Aiding local population is one of the primary goals of the peacekeeping mission, but proceeding with such little information could be very risky to us. I don't know. It all seems so confusing. We should communicate with the HQ. For operations like this, we need authorization. But since this afternoon, all communication is down. We are cut off from everything. And it's weird. It happens often in secluded places like this, but even the satellite communications are down, and this has never happened before. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow, send a unit to Herat, and see what they say in HQ. But I told him, tomorrow could be too late. If there are still survivors, waiting too many hours could be dangerous. If this man came here by foot, the village cannot be too far away. An expedition could clear the situation. He fought for a bit and then finally said, "You're right. After all, waiting could only cost more civilian lives. Vincenzo, wake up the others. You head to the village, now." The dirt road was dark, and the free Linz, which, if you're unfamiliar, is like an armored Italian scout car. They went as fast as the terrain conditions allowed them to go. The old man stayed at the base, too exhausted to even move. Following the indication on the map, and without the assistance of the GPS, it took us a solid half an hour just to get there, considering we got lost a couple of times before arriving. The village was on a low hill. Everything was dark. The lenses barely illuminated the small streets of it. Upon entering the area, we could not see any signs of life. A lot of doors were open, but there was no sign of a fight or any shooting. There was just nothing. This unreal silence enveloped the place, and there weren't even any sounds of nature. Lieutenant Aldo Bassoni and I were the first to get off of the vehicles, giving orders to the troops. 10 men in total, plus the two of us. The first order was to inspect the houses in teams of 4. The 3 units checked every single home, and there were no people inside. It was like an entire village had just vanished into thin air. While inspecting the last houses, one of the men, Ferrero, calls me inside one of them. He says, "I think we got something here." As I enter the poor house, in basically the only room of the house, I see an image that makes me freeze. A child, opened up from neck to the waist, insides all around the floor. No sign of the head, but there is a big bite mark on the top of the neck, and it looks like it was done by an incredibly huge jaw. His legs are visibly broken. One of the men leaves the house to puke. De Filippi started shouting about who in the world did this. He was a carabinier from Naples, which means he was part of a paramilitary that assisted with policing, and he said he had never seen anything like this. Back home, he hadn't seen anything as bad as this, even done by the mafia. He said he had never seen anything like this, never after Taliban attacks. Ferrero, finish inspecting the houses and regroup in the village square, is what he said. Outside the house, I'm trying to recap the situation with the troops, but even before speaking, I notice something is wrong. I can't understand what at first, it's just like a gut feeling. And then I realize, they are 11 people. Bassoni next to me. I mentally recount them. 11 people. The only light source is offered by the flashlights on the helmets, so I take out a bigger one from my pocket. I whisper in Basoni's ear, "There is one more person, and you know it is not possible. Help me recognize them." I order them to stay still, without telling anyone the reason, so I do not scare them. They are nervous now anyway. I point my flashlight directly at their faces. I mentally say their names out loud. Bonelli, De Filippe, Tonelli, Rose, La Rosa, Esposito, and I freeze. No one noticed before now because of the poor illumination. But the soldier I am pointing at now, he has no fucking face. He has a uniform, a helmet, but no eyes, no mouth, no nose. The moment I notice, the soldiers next to him, or it, notice the same thing and start to scream loud. In the following confusion, the lights from the troops' head starts to shake and the situation goes out of control. People start to shoot, while desperately screaming all around. "What's going on? What's going on?" We all start to run in total panic. I can't understand the situation. The confused shooting goes on. They mostly just hit the walls because there is not any good light. The others are just screaming. I find myself in a lens. The vehicle is heavily armored, and except for a tank or a high caliber round, nothing can penetrate the armor. Inside the vehicle, I find Esposito and Yakono sitting in the front seats. We get locked inside. We can't see anything outside. It's all just in darkness. The flashes of light caused by shooting illuminates the place intermittently, while the helmet flashlights of the soldiers dance in the night. It creates this strobe effect. Yakono says what's going on and just stares at me, looking for an answer. I'm like, I don't know. I don't see anything. We must stay inside here. Esposito, start the damn engine. We must illuminate the area. Esposito is not listening to me. He is praying. He's saying some prayers from back home. I'm like, Esposito, speak damn Italian. I can't understand you. Esposito. He's catatonic. He saw the no face directly before the mess started and just couldn't stand it. It's no use. I already tried before. The engine doesn't work. No light, nothing. Yakono is speaking fast and out of breath. Meanwhile, the shooting and the shouting, they finally end. I can hear another lens door closing. Someone else like us found shelter in a vehicle. And again, there is just silence. I lost my flashlight in the mess, and the ones on our helmets just do not want to work. So we are also blind. Then we hear a voice coming from outside. Me and Yakono look at each other in disbelief as we recognize the same prayers that Esposito said before, but in a much higher tone, with even his same accent. Then, something starts to furiously scratch the back of the vehicle, like an animal, a big one. Then on the windows. We can't see what is doing this. The only relief that we have in this very moment is that the vehicle is bulletproof. We are safe while we are inside. Minutes go by as the noises continue. Someone or something gets on top of the lens. We are scared to death. We stay silent, unable to even speak, even Esposito. An hour probably passes by like this, with noises of heavy footsteps outside. Suddenly, strong lights hit the back of our vehicle. It's a big truck. With joy, we see it's one of our own. And in that moment, my heart decides it cannot take it anymore, and I pass out. When I wake up again, I am in my tent, back at the base. Sergio is there. Finally you woke up. I was scared you wouldn't wake up again. He explains what happened when I passed out. Hearing shooting from our location, Sergio sent almost every man in the base to come and rescue us. When they arrived there were no corpses. 7 of us were missing. The others were alive, still in the vehicles. Except for the bullets everywhere and signs of big scratches on the lenses, nothing else was left to help understand what happened. NATO command, along with the Italian one, took it as a Taliban attack on the village. And that was it. My testimony, along with Yakono's and the others, was taken only as delirium caused by PTSD. We were sent home a week later with a badge and congratulations from the Republic's president himself. The first month back, we were hospitalized for psychological rehab. Esposito took his own life in his room. Sometimes I still call Yakuno. He is the only one I speak to about all of this. No one else would ever really believe it. We still don't know what happened, but one thing is sure. The real danger in those places is not the guerrilla fighters. What happened to the man that came to the HQ? Did he ever say anything? I honestly don't know. When I woke up in the camp, he was not there anymore, and I did not think to ask him about it. He probably went back to Herat. Maybe was questioned in NATO HQ. No one mentioned him to me. Maybe he was sent to a refugee camp. I hope so, for his sake, even if his information would be useful to us. I doubt he would speak even under torture about what he knew, about what he saw. I was thinking about that time when I got back to Italy. Marco asked me about him too. He was convinced that maybe talking with survivors, the man will be more willing to speak. Who knows? Also, I must add that in Italy, there was not much attention about it. The majority of citizens do not care much about the army, or massacres involving military in foreign countries. Unlike the US, we do not have a strong military culture or great patriotism. There was a state funeral, the official version was given, Taliban attack, and after about a week, everything was forgotten in the country. Like in the Nasiriyah bombing, not a big deal for public opinion. The military is not really considered much. The army is just seen as a useless expense. With my own family, I just confirmed the official version and said that I did not remember much. Needless to say, I do not sleep much since I came home. So I'm back again. I promised another story about my time dispatched in Herat. Some minor things happened. Things that back then I just dismissed as normal situations in countries involved in war, but that now have totally changed meaning to me. Signals that I just stupidly ignored. Some months before the massacre happened, our unit was often involved in patrolling on the main roads of the region, usually dirt roads that went through fields and hills and connected small villages between them. We had to check almost every vehicle. Not a big deal, because there was only one every 2 or 3 hours. Harmless farmers most of the time. We had 2 Lints and 5 men in total. The vehicles were facing each other on the sides of the road. There was also Esposito and Bassone. We were smoking and joking in that moment. Doing that checkpoint was hell. It was boring, out in the middle of nowhere, and some men were playing Briscola inside a vehicle, just to pass the time. The road went straight for at least 1 kilometer, before disappearing behind a hill. At first we heard a loud noise, a car engine, probably very old, at full capacity. We already knew what was going on before even seeing it. We had specific training for that. A car coming our way at full speed, and as we thought, we saw a rusty, light blue car coming to the checkpoint at full power, just appearing from behind the hill. We knew the procedure. We had time to take aim at the vehicle, as the other men came out of the lens, totally surprised. My cigarette fell to the floor. The car got closer every second, adrenaline pumping in my body, as I knew that was probably a bombing car meant to annihilate all of us. Just before the order to shoot was given, the old vehicle hit the brakes in the middle of the road. A man, shaking and crying, came out of the car. I smelled a trap, but we could not kill him on sight. Even if he was very likely a Taliban, that was not the international procedure. Come to us, hands up and open, no sudden moves. Nadir, our translator, screamed the orders to the man, and he slowly came to us. Usually, we would make the suspect face the ground, hands behind the back, but getting close to him with the risk of a bomb inside the car was a total no. And take off your clothes, Nadir translated fast. The man was crying in despair, but he obeyed. He was almost naked, no signs of a bomb on him. We made him dress again, while I communicated the situation to HQ. Suspect apparently not armed, car status to be verified. When he reached us, we still could not say what was going on. In these cases, bombing against our structures or checkpoint, the attackers do not stop. They just drive to the target and explode. They are trained not to fear death, or at least to embrace it. The fact that he stopped at our orders was already weird, really not normal. He was shaken, and I admit that handcuffing him as a security measure made me uncomfortable. He seemed very powerless in that moment. I spoke with Bassone. Maybe he's just a civilian bothered by Taliban forces. The situation is not clear. HQ told us to interrogate him. I went to him. Now he had stopped crying, but he was still in shock. Nadir was next to me, translating. What happened? He comes from a nearby farm, behind the village. His farm. He has some goats. He lives there with his wife and daughter. Are there other people in your farm? Maybe people hostile to us? The man shook his head. Where is your family? When Nadir asked him the question, the man started to cry again. It went on for a minute. Then he calmed himself a bit and answered, They are dead. I stared at the man. Who killed them? How? In a way that shouldn't happen. After it happened, he drove as fast as possible. He didn't know what to do. Then he found us. He was in terrible condition. Before going on, I offered him some coffee from my farmhouse. I would have liked to have given him some of my grappa, but I knew that as a Muslim, he could not accept it, even if it would have helped him very much right now. I gave him a cigarette. He declined. Now that he felt a bit more comfortable and no longer threatened, I politely asked him the question once again. Who killed your family? Why? He seemed to trust me more now. He stayed silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. He killed them. We both stared for a moment. Maybe Nadir understood wrong, but he confirmed the same thing. Before going on, I asked the man's name. He said his name was Ahmad. Ahmad, why did you do this? Did someone force you to kill them? While Nadir translated for the man, Basoni got next to me. NATO HQ gave order to wait here and maintain the checkpoint. When possible, they will send a patrol to the location that this man comes from to inspect. I nodded, still focused on Ahmad, who was talking with the translator. He told me that some hours ago, his wife's brother came back home. He lives there with them, and he was missing for 2 days. Ahmad tried to look for him around for a while, but saw no signs of him. Anyway, Ahmad and the 2 women were in the house when his brother-in-law opened the door. They did not hear any footsteps outside the house. As the wife greeted the brother with great joy, Ahmad soon noticed the man was strange. He did not speak or move. There, still at the entrance, he did not even blink. And then Ahmad got a better look at the man. Before, the strong sun from outside did not let him see clearly, but now he focused more on the returned man. Ahmad asked for some water. We hadn't noticed, but he was very dehydrated, like he had been in the desert for an entire day. But he wasn't, and that was a really weird physiological reaction. After he drank enough, we got back to the account. As Ahmad was saying, he looked better at the man. His face, he doesn't know how to explain, but it seemed wrong. Like one eye in a higher position than the other, just underneath the eyebrow. The nose was also higher, the upper point touching the forehead, and the mouth was like diagonal. The women at first did not notice, but at that point, Ahmad was terribly scared. He yelled at the thing at the door, saying that a demon would not stay in his house. The women now realized what was happening and started to cry. Ahmad was petrified. He was sure that this thing was no longer his brother-in-law, but he didn't know how to send away that terrible demon from his house. He did not have time to perform a Muslim exorcism. The only thing he could use to defend his family was an old high-caliber Soviet rifle he found abandoned decades ago. He ran to take it in his small room, and when he got back, he shot right at the creature's chest, leaving a hole. But it was not enough. As the demon just stayed still, looking with great euphoria at Ahmad, he tried shooting the demon again, this time in the head. Another shot took away another hole in part of the man's skull, but the thing was still there, like nothing happened, just standing. Ahmad knew it. He knew that his beloved wife and daughter would suffer greatly, a destiny worse than death itself, so he did what he had to do to save their souls. He shot them in the head before the monster could make them suffer. Ahmad wanted to end his own life too, but he couldn't because his religion forbids it. So he just pointed the rifle at the demon, waiting to die. But the monster sprinted to him, and in an instant, it grabbed the weapon. With only one hand, the monster bent the gun's barrel. Then, facing the evil presence, Ahmad was ready for his destiny. Now, Ahmad takes a long pause. He seems in a delirious state now. I can almost feel his fear. Nadir puts a hand on his shoulder. Even the translator seems very nervous now. Taking a deep breath, Ahmad goes on with his story. The twisted demon's mouth, untouched by the previous shot, turns into a distorted smile. It whispers in Ahmad's ear something he does not want to repeat, and then it just leaves. It slowly walks outside and just vanishes like it appeared. Ahmad stood there, frozen in fear for an undefined amount of time. He still can't fully realize what just happened. He didn't know what to do. He just wanted to speak to an imam, just to get away from there. He took his old car, and then he encountered us. I nod to Ahmad. I don't actually believe him. For sure he saw something terrible, but I am convinced that it is something more practical. Maybe Taliban messed with his family, and his mind created the story trying to deal with what happened, or maybe what they forced him to do, or maybe something else. I don't know. This man seems sincere. He doesn't look like a cold-blooded murderer. Women's lives in this area are not very valued by local men. Murders over trivial things do happen, but to me, it doesn't seem like it is the case here. Sometime later, a NATO convoy approaches us, just a pair of military jeeps, French or Dutch soldiers, I do not remember. They take Ahmad into custody and proceed to his farm for investigation. And that's it. We left the checkpoint not much later. Back in our base, speaking with Margarini, I found out that on the farm, they found the two women's corpses, bullets in the head. Ahmad went crazy, so they left him in the vehicle. The NATO theory is that some Taliban passed by, maybe wanting food or repair, or maybe to take Ahmad as a fighter with them by force. Maybe they wanted to have some fun with his women. To spare the women from this, he killed them. They interrogated the man again, but he told the same story. They believed that he was way too scared to tell the truth. Anyway, they dismissed it as not an important case, and it just ended there. As for Ahmad, I don't know. Maybe still held by the military. I just hope for his sake he could speak with the person that he needed to. Just one thing, do you know if they found a rifle in the house? He looks at me confused. A rifle? Oh yeah, old Soviet model, in very bad condition. Not usable anymore, I heard. Bad condition? It was bent, you know? He laughs at me. Bent? What are you saying? Come on, not that I know. They weren't very specific on this anyway. In that moment, I just accepted the explanation and forgot all about it. But after what happened, I thought again. What do they mean with very bad condition? If it was truly bent, it would be solid proof of what the man told us. Who in the world could bend a barrel with their hand? Only exposure to very high temperature, and I don't think that was the case. Anyways, that is one of the small stories I thought about again after my return. To me, it all now starts to make sense. Anyway, as I already said, I finally had the courage to speak with my mother about what happened. Since I came home, we do not speak much. Like everyone in the family, she was just relieved I was still alive and did not want to make any more stress for me by forcing me to remember and relive what happened. But she knows me well and could clearly see the pain I've carried since then. So, I needed to share it with her, and I did, because the silence between us was killing me. I told her almost everything, knowing how messed up and how crazy it could sound to her, but she is smart and strong, and stayed with me while I painfully remembered. Here is what came out of our long conversation. She believes and trusts me. She is sure that I truly believe what I told her, and she knows I'm not crazy. But for sure, it's not an easy story to just accept. She just didn't know what to think about all of this. She is very religious and admits that the devil can manifest in some way, even if usually through human acts. Then she told me something I did not expect. Something maybe not very related, but weird in a similar way. Too similar. She had never told me this before. Giuseppe Pasoli was my mother's grandfather, born in 1899. He was just 16 when World War I erupted in Europe. Like all the Italian boys of that generation, he was called to fight against Austrians coming from the north. Just boys, unprepared, used as cannon fodder against Germanic forces. Almost an entire generation decimated by the war. He served under the Alpini, the mountain infantry of the Italian army. They were one of the most massive forces on the field in the bloody war, fought mostly in the mountains, mainly in the Alps. He stayed for the first time away from the battlefield, then he was sent to Monte Grappa to hold position against the Austrians, in the trenches, in the dirt, in the cold, in the snow, and even in the blood. People were decimated daily underneath machine gun fire, holding position in the trench, assaulting, and then falling back and just defending, always trying to reach the highest position, taking it from the enemy. The stress was extreme every single day, without knowing if he would even survive until the next one. It was winter, and Monte Grappa is a tall mountain. Getting there was difficult. Giuseppe saw a lot of terrifying things. Underage boys torn apart by enemy artillery or grenades. He died very old. My mother was already a young woman. He felt that he did not have much time left, so he wanted to drop a heavy weight he had carried all of his civilian life, something he never dared to tell before. He called his nephews along with my mother, all of them almost adults. He wanted to share it with his beloved ones, and then he told the actual story. As I said, he was deployed on Monte Grappa. He befriended a guy from central Italy, and they endured a lot together in the trench. They became very close. At that moment, he was not on the front line, the hot spot where massacre was routine, but he knew he would be sent there eventually. The orders came from above. They must investigate, scout, and retake an isolated trench near enemy lines, which had also lost radio contact. Supposedly, it was taken by Austrians, and going there as scouts would be suicide. But that's how the Italian generals used their troops, sending them against the enemy, no matter what, wave after wave, even if death was guaranteed. It was their old and blind way to conduct the war, sacrificing men. So, along with his fellow soldier and his friend, they followed orders. It took some hours to reach the position. They had to march underneath the snow and across very impervious terrain to reach this trench. As far as Giuseppe knew, the Austrian trench was not very distant from the Italian one, facing it actually. They were now getting closer, very close. They walked slowly, very slowly, as silently as possible. It was nighttime, and they could not turn on their flashlights because it might cause the enemy to see them from afar. The risk was huge, even in darkness. As they got closer, they heard no noise, which was normal. If Italians were still there, trench warfare forced them to reduce all sound to a minimum so the enemy could not understand what was going on, where sentries were placed, and how they were positioned. In such a situation, even the light of a cigarette could cost you your life, and if Austrians had already taken the trench, they would apply the same logic, waiting for more Italians to arrive. Approaching the trench, now very close, they were always scared to death that the enemy was waiting for them. My grandfather's troop was ready to catch a sound, a small light, a movement, and in the worst case, a bullet, but there was nothing. And this is now weird, because from the trench, they are visible. If Alpini is still there, a sentinel would halt them. If the enemy are there instead, they would just open fire. But no, nothing. The trench is apparently empty. Now they are right in front of it. The commander slowly enters first. The men follow him. The darkness does not let them see inside, but the fact that they are still alive is a good sign by itself. The official silently takes out a lighter. It's a very weak light, and it's also very risky in this situation. But otherwise, it's much too dark to understand what's going on. The light was too weak to properly illuminate the area, but they can at least see the ground and their feet. There are corpses underneath their feet, Italian uniform. Luckily, none of the men stepped on them. The group gets very nervous and points their rifles all around, looking for the Austrians, but there are no signs of them. Giuseppe gets close to his friend, ready for the worst, but nothing happens. While crouched low, they proceed to inspect the trench, with only the weak lighter as a light source. A low noise starts coming from the dark. From his position, just behind his commander, Giuseppe sees a shadow moving. The official sees it too. He signals the troop to halt. He gets close enough for the light to reach the movement. There, a man in Italian uniform is on top of a corpse. The scene is unreal. My great-grandfather had seen everything in war. Bodies torn apart in the worst ways possible. Blood, guts, soldiers dismembered by shrapnel, even killed by primitive weapons like in the Middle Ages. But this was too much, even for him. The man is biting off the corpse's face, like a rabid dog, like a beast. He is biting and tearing the flesh from the body's head, eating voraciously. It's eating the lips, the cheek, the nose, even the eyes. It does not stop. It is eating everything. When this man, this thing, noticed the light, he turned his head toward them. It had cold, blank eyes that stared maliciously. The troops are confused and scared. They don't even have time to aim or fire before he jumps out of the trench and disappears towards the Austrian trench, which is basically suicide because the machine guns would easily take him down. Giuseppe and his comrades do not dare to look over the trench. After a few seconds, they hear machine gun fire from the Austrians' direction. Germanic soldiers shout in their unintelligible language, like trying to spot the enemy, which is also very weird because that first burst would have eradicated any human, leaving no chance to hide in the open field. Then there are more violent bursts, then more screams, and finally, there is just silence on that cold night. The Italians took back the position. They didn't know if the Austrians were still on the opposing side, and for the first day, they did not dare to explore the enemy territory. Eventually, on the second day, the Austrians were clearly present. The Italian commanders never knew if they were the same ones who fired at the running man the first night, or only knew backup who had retaken the position. In the great mess of World War I, there was no time to pay attention to that event. Hundreds of soldiers died every single day on both sides, so it wasn't a big deal officially. But Giuseppe did care, and almost took it to the grave. He died months later after telling it to his relatives, who didn't take it seriously, including my mother. It was the story of a dying old man who experienced the Great War as a teen. Over the years, she forgot the story, but now she felt the urge to share it with me. Maybe he was just a very messed up soldier who had seen too many horrors, or maybe it was the creepy imagination of an old man. No clue. But what if it was true? After what I saw, I am inclined to believe that it really happened. Today I was at the funeral. It took me a bit to come around, so I was already tired when I finally arrived. Anyway, I unfortunately did not have much time to speak with Chiara, Esposito's widow, or the rest of his family. I left my contact details, and I told her and her brother that if they feel like it, to meet and speak with me for a bit about what happened to him before he took his own life. During the ceremony, we obviously did not have time to speak. But 20 minutes ago, his brother sent me a message. They want to see me tomorrow. I accepted. Other than me, there was the other survivor, Francesco, at the funeral. He's from a town near Florence, so he came and went back the same day by car. So we just spoke for a bit after the funeral, because he had to go back home. Anyway, after I found out the thing between us, shit went down. He barely saw that fucker grabbing one of the men and then throwing him against a house and killing him instantly. He told me it was so inhumanly fast. It all happened in just some seconds. Then the thing started to run around at an incredible speed, everyone shooting at him, but it was like shooting to a tornado, impossible to hit. Sometimes the things, running between the panicking group, grabbed someone and just took him behind in the dark, momentarily disappearing from the sight, then coming back from another direction to hit someone again. Comrades just started to disappear, in the mess of people screaming and shooting at the air. All of this hitting and retreating at a speed that was hard to describe. Also, the lighting of our flashlights on the helmet was useless and it was hard to see. Let's not even speak about aiming. It was like he could only just see one frame of that thing, like every now and again. After he barely saw some of the thing and tried unsuccessfully to take down the hostile, he had the most logical idea and got in the protection of a lens. Already inside, there was La Rosa, scared just like him. They heard weird noises outside the lens. He described that in the distance that he could hear the same noises that we heard when it was outside our vehicle. The crazy Esposito's voice. They tried, like us, to get on their lens's engine, without results. After that, something tried to get inside their vehicle, maybe attracted by their voices. It was scratching on the metal and knocking on the glass. It was 10 whole minutes of this shit, and then just silence. After a bit, LaRosa went into total panic. He just wanted to get outside, to look for help. He was getting claustrophobic, probably could not stand the stress. He felt like he was trapped in a cage. Maybe, LaRosa said, that thing got away, and they could go calling for help. Maybe the other lenses worked, so they could get away from all this shit. Anyway, Francesco did his best to keep the other man inside, but it was no use. In that moment, LaRosa was not lucid. He just pushed Francesco away from him, opened the door very quickly, and sprinted away, disappearing in the night. For a second, Francesco considered following the man to take him back, but then survival instinct kicked in, and he just barricaded the vehicle again. In the following time, he can't recall how much time passed. He could hear noises in the distance. Just a few times, something get near his lens and push the vehicle, tapping on the glass. Francesco could not clearly see what it was. It was too dark. He could only see an indistinct shape. Then, after an undefined amount of time, the truck came there. Just in time, actually, because he was starting to consider using his pistol to take his own life. And yeah, basically that's it. I don't know what anyone else experienced. Unfortunately, I did not have the chance to find out. But for sure, for him it was even worse than for us. So, today I met Chiara and Matteo, Esposito's brother. After lunch, we met at Chiara's house. At first, they were nervous about the situation. It seemed clear that they did not speak about this with other people, and for them, I was a stranger that barely knew their brother. I worked up the courage to break the silence. I feel very sorry for what happened to him. I heard that he showed some signs of distress lately, but it was normal considering what happened. Unfortunately, as you probably know, he is not the first of us to do it. So, may I ask you, what did he tell you about what happened? Chiara stared at the table, purposefully avoiding my eyes. Well, not much. After he came here from rehab, he was very different. With me, a lot of silence. He didn't want to speak about it. To be honest, we never directly faced the topic. He got very upset when I tried to get to it. Matteo put a hand on her shoulder and said, he didn't want to scare you. It was too much for you. He didn't know how you would react. Then he stared at me. With me it was the same. In general, he just seemed unplugged by the real world. Until, tired and stressed by the situation, I forced him to speak. I faced him. Whatever happened, I was his brother, and we always shared everything. Suddenly, he cried, desperately. We were alone in the house in that moment. He started to violently shake. I didn't know what to do. He was no more the man I knew. He was a weak little puppy, terrified. As bad as remembering could be, sharing with me was the first step to get through it. So after a while of this, he finally spoke about that night. After your team got in the empty village, and you found no enemies, Nicola and the others were called for some sort of inspection. Weird. You gave the order to stay in line, and one by one, pointed a light on everybody's face. Here, Nicola did not know what happened. Soldiers next to him started to scream and shoot. Without any explanation, something was taking down the group one by one, running and hiding in the darkness all around. Shooting was of no use, as soldiers went on disappearing. Nicola looked for the only place that seemed safe, and in that moment sprinted to one of the lens. When he was just some meters distance away from it, something from behind grabbed his leg and made him fall. This also made his helmet fall off of his head and his light too. The flashlight of his fallen helmet was pointed towards the lens, so he basically had no visual behind himself. Still on the ground, he rapidly turned around to see who or what was so tightly grabbing his leg. In the darkness, he could barely see, but also from his voice, he understood it was another soldier, Prinzavali. He was screaming in both pain and fear. Someone was pulling away in the darkness, the soldier. Whoever he was, he should be very strong, because Prinzavali immediately lost the grip on Nicola's leg. Before the man could disappear away into the darkness, Nicola grabbed onto him and pulled, as strong as he could, using all of his weight, but the one pulling on the other side, where Nicola could not see, They were just too damn strong. It was like a horse was pulling that man. After only a few seconds, the pull from the other side was so inhumanly strong and ferocious that the body of Prince Avali itself got torn apart, and his arm was still in Nicola's hands. His hand was ripped away. Crazy. That was it. Nicola heard the poor man screaming as he was taken God knows where. He was so shocked he did not throw away the arm, but he actually held on to the arm as if it was a baby. He finally got inside the lens, and he was covered in Prince Avali's blood. No one was inside the vehicle. Nicola tried to start the car, uselessly. The lens was of no use, no chance to run away, or even light up the area. He was just panicking. The distant screaming stopped, and for a moment, there was a surreal silence. Suddenly, he heard a noise just outside the vehicle. Nicola tried to look from the window, but it was too dark to see anything. Then, someone or something charged at the side of the lens. The blinded doors resisted well, but the vehicle was moved a bit by the violent impact. There was another charge, this time from the other side. It was like it was coming from a raging bull. After that, Nicola thought it was the end. He started praying to every saint he knew, reciting all the prayers he learned as a child. Then the bumping stopped. My brother was there, ready for the final blow. Instead, a voice repeated his same words. The problem is that it was his own voice, but distorted, like in a falsetto, mocking him. The voice repeated his words again for some minutes. Nicola was at his limit. Go away, or kill me if you want. I can't stand this anymore. After he said this, the voice stopped, and then something with an incredible force hit against the windows, trying to get inside. The armored glass stayed still, just a minor crack where the blow hit, but the window resisted. The point was clear. That thing wanted to get inside, wanted to get Nicola at every cost, enraged, frustrated because of all of that resistance. The thing got on top of the vehicle, charged again. It moved a lot. My brother inside, living every single second like it was the last, crying. He didn't even have the force to pray anymore. He was hugging that bloody arm like it was a teddy bear, desperately. After a while it stopped and went away. My brother collapsed because of the prolonged stress, and he was woken up by the troops that rushed there to help. He did not speak for days. Unlike Hugh and the others, he did not witness when asked. He spoke a bit with a psychologist, and wanting to just get home, he lied that he did not remember, that he was just relieved to be alive. He came back home and then, well, you know the rest. Was my brother crazy? Did he imagine everything because of the PTSD? He was looking at me, waiting for an answer. I don't know what he saw, but no, it was not his imagination, if it helps. He took a drag of his cigarette. I don't know if it helps. I nod. Honestly, I didn't know what else I should say. It would be useless. About that note, I heard he left one. Did you see it? No. He cut himself in his car, in a very isolated area. I think to spare his wife finding him at home. Someone found him and called the carabinieri. They said there was a note on the passenger seat, but they had to confiscate it momentarily for investigational reasons. They still have it at the station. I went away, not much time later. Chiara was still sleeping, probably took a sedative, so I could not talk to her again. And that's it. Matteo told me that when they finally give him back the note, he will tell me what it says. It's probably just useless, but there is still some curiosity in me about that piece of paper. This is a story that my grandpa told me quite a few times as I was growing up. He originally lived in Africa, specifically in South Africa, in a rather remote village. It wasn't until he was older that he moved away to the United States and then had my mother. He used to tell me lots of stories from where he was born, mostly funny stories about friends and family and such, and I loved to listen. I loved to learn about the place. This is the only story that he ever told me that was scary, and that he swore is 100% true. I don't know if I believe it myself, at least not entirely. I've tried to do research, but I could never really find any real record of it. The first 2 times he told this story to me, I was probably a little bit too young, and I got really scared. He told me the story one more time when I was an adult, and it really caught my attention, actually. Let me tell the story from my grandpa's first-person perspective to make it easier to understand. This happened to me when I was growing up. I must have been around 13 or 14 years old at the time. The entire village would wake up early to tend to animals and begin the day's work. I had a lot of responsibilities from a young age, so I was awake as soon as sunlight started to rise. It was a strange day from the first second that I woke up, because I woke up to a crowd of people gathered around outside and just murmuring amongst themselves. I got up and went to look and see what all of the commotion was all about. There was barely a sliver of sunlight in the sky, but I could make out something in the distance, the shadow of something pretty high up in the sky. I couldn't make it out fully at first, but I realized pretty quickly that it was a plane. I had not seen many in my life before that time, so I was amazed. It was just a small, one-person aircraft. For the life of me, I won't be able to tell you what kind. It was one with just the one hatch, like a bubble, covering the person. I think they have a mask to breathe in there, but I could be wrong. Anyway, it very quickly began to come into view, and when it did, I realized that there was more than one. 3 of them actually passed by overhead. Being the stupid, naive kid that I was, I got really excited, thinking that they were so cool. So I started jumping up and down and waving my arms back and forth as if to say hello. I could barely see the man in the cockpit, but once he passed by overhead, we noticed that he had dropped something to the ground. Something metal hit the dirt with a thud, and before long, smoke started to appear out of it. It was like a red or pink color, if I recall. People were pretty scared and jumped back because we had no idea what it was. At the time, we didn't know what it could do or if it could hurt us, but in retrospect, as a much older man, it was very clearly some kind of smoke indicator, something clear and vibrant to target. The 2 other planes passing by dropped similar things behind us into the village. I could see the smoke billowing out from behind me. The pink and reddish smoke, it was covering nearly the entire village. You could see it clearly from miles. You couldn't miss it. By the time that these things were dropped, we noticed a bigger shadow in the sky. There was a big plane, a really big one. Not a commercial one that would carry people. Something big that was clearly meant for carrying cargo. Some people had run off to hide by this point. Mothers had taken their children back to the houses in order to calm them down, but a lot of people stayed. They were curious. I certainly was. I just wanted to know what was going on. Part of me thought that one of them might land to say hello, or maybe even drop supplies for us to help us out, but that never happened. Once this cargo plane was towering over us high in the sky, something opened up. Some kind of compartment in the plane or what have you, and it released what looked to me at the time a cloud of pure blackness. This is what I saw descending on everyone. This thick black cloud that was falling rapidly, and by this point, everyone was running because we had no idea what it was. It looked scary. But it didn't stop. The cargo plane was carpeting the entire village. No matter where you ran, you couldn't escape whatever this was. And when it started to get closer and closer to the ground, I started to hear a buzzing sound. It was so loud, I could feel it inside my head, inside my body. I could feel the buzz shaking my bones, and it sounded angry. It sounded like a swarm of something. And it was. It was a gigantic mass of insects that had been dropped from that plane. I don't know if it was mosquitoes or wasps or bees or something. It was something like that. I managed to flee back into my house to hide just about, but I couldn't help but watch. I was just peeking through the little holes in the netting that was covering up my window. I just watched as people fell to the ground and began becoming covered head to toe by these things, as if they were wrapped up and mummified by these bugs. And once they were done, they moved on to the next person, but they didn't kill the person that they wrapped up. These things, I'm not sure what they did. One man, once these bugs had left him, I saw him become just so angry. He started running really quickly. He ran faster than I had seen someone run before, and he caught up to another man. He practically dove to reach him and caught him by the legs and pulled him to the ground. All of a sudden, he was on top of this man, and he just started attacking him. I saw him grab the man with two hands around his throat and just start choking him. And when the man on the floor started to fight back, the crazed man on top of him just started to headbutt him over and over again. He did this until the both of them were just a bloody mess with unrecognizable features. Even after the man on the floor was clearly dead, he just kept on punching and biting at him. I saw him bite down and tear off an ear like a dog would, shaking his head from side to side. He did this for minutes on end before screaming and trying to catch someone else. And at one point I saw him just collapse to the floor and start shaking. It looked like his heart just gave out and like his body could not power his movements anymore. There was a woman from the village that I knew who ran with me. She hid inside of my house with me. I don't know what happened. I think one of the bugs must have pricked her a little before we reached the house. She was old enough to be my mom, but she wasn't my mom. My parents were outside of the village at this time, and I can't remember what for. I will never forget the horrifying sight that I saw. She was in the corner of the room, cradling her legs, and after a couple of minutes, she starts itching her face. At first, it's just a regular itch, but then she starts to do it more and more, until it gets really aggressive, and she won't stop itching, and she just can't stop. I tried to go over to her to ask what was wrong and see if I could help. I said that I had some cold water that she could use for the itch, but she just started screaming. She screamed at me to shut up and to go away. She sounded angry and scared at the same time. Her face was turning red. I could see that bits of her skin was starting to flake off and clump underneath her fingernails. It was like she had bad sunburn that was causing peeling, but it did not stop. I watched as more and more skin started to come off of her face. It started with little bits of the top layer of skin, until eventually, masses of skin were just coming off. She was screaming in agony. I remember her screaming, help me," while staring directly into my eyes, but she just wouldn't stop. And at one point, I remember seeing so much of her skin gone that I could see bone peering out from underneath. And I just covered my eyes and cowered away into the corner of my room until she stopped making noise. I just couldn't bear the sight anymore. Even when it was all over, I didn't dare turn around and look back at her body. That buzzing did not stop for hours. On and off for that entire day, I would hear people screaming these death screams before eventually being cut off. It wasn't until well past midday that the buzzing was gone, and I started to hear something outside. I heard vehicles, and then I heard boots hitting the dirt. And then all of a sudden, I hear these gruff, manly voices barking orders at people in the village, telling people to leave their homes with their hands up and that they would be spared. They said that if they complied, then no one would be hurt at all. I did as they said. I left through the window, making sure I didn't turn to see the woman. The second that I stepped outside, I had a gun pointed at me, and I heard so much shouting. I was told to keep my distance. I was put on my knees in a line with lots of other people in my village. I remember it so clearly. These soldiers with guns, they would go down the line. They were asking people questions, checking their pulse, checking their temperature, taking their blood, etc. And sometimes, after asking these questions, after doing all of this, I didn't see, but I would hear gunshots. Most of the time, I just kept my eyes closed, praying that I would not be next. I just spent most of the time sobbing and praying that my parents would come back and save me, praying that God would save me. The only time I turned around was when I heard shouting and screaming, followed by rapid gunfire. This man, he had shambled out of one of the houses. He looked horrible. He looked like some kind of grotesque creature. His head had bulged and had become like 2 or 3 times the size, to the point where his neck did not exist anymore. It's like his body parts, they grew and just melded into each other. He had all of these little growths along his shoulders and lumps on his face at random points. He couldn't even walk properly. He had to drag one leg behind himself and do almost a little hop to keep on moving. He did not say a single word to the soldiers. He just kept moving towards them as best as he could move and making this horrible wheezing sound. I turned around once the gunfire started. I was shaking so badly. When it was eventually my turn in line, they asked me so many questions. They asked me if I had any wounds on my body, if I was bitten or pricked, or if I had any marks. I told them no. They asked me if I had been near anyone else who had, or been exposed to any blood of any other people. I lied and I told them no. I thought that if I told them about the woman in my house, they would kill me for sure. They took my blood and my temperature, and they asked me lots more questions about my family, about what I did that day, about what I saw, about who I thought was in the planes, etc. I just gave them honest answers about where my parents were, about how I didn't recognize the planes or any people. And, thankfully for me, they just moved on. I kneeled in that dirt until the sun went down, and eventually, I got stuffed in a van along with some other people and taken somewhere. I'm not sure where I went. I never got to see outside. At one point, they put me to sleep and I don't remember much after that. Aside from drifting in and out of consciousness and being in a different room each time, I think they took me to some kind of hospital. I remember a bright white room and people standing over me. And when I next remember being awake, I was back in my village. I was back in my home. I was back in my own bed. There was no woman inside my house anymore. My parents were back home. There were no bodies around the village at all. There was no buzzing and there were no bugs. But nobody talked about what happened. It was forbidden. If you ever mentioned it after that day, people would slap you and hit you and shame you. They would do this until no one spoke of it ever again. It was only a few years after that my parents, they came into some money. They never mentioned how or what they did to get this money, but they got so much money that they moved me. They moved me to America, and the rest is history. That was the only time in my life I had ever been so afraid. Trying to get any more details from my grandfather after this was pretty difficult. He couldn't really recall much else, and didn't really know what was going on. Like I said, I was never able to find any information about this. Does anyone have any idea about what he was talking about? Or was this some kind of South African urban legend, like a tall tale to tell kids and scare them? Or maybe was it just the delusions of an old man? The story, when he used to tell it, it used to seriously shake me to my core. Me telling it here like this, it doesn't really do it justice. There were so many extra details that he added in that I can't fully remember. I really hope that this wasn't true. If that truly happened to my grandfather, that would scare me to death. Ask any RDC that was locked on RTC during COVID. There was some wild shit that people heard and saw. 2 stories, both of which take place during the COVID lockdowns on RTC. One night, while about 10 of us males were asleep in the center compartment, I got woken up around 0300 by Division, marching outside, singing cadence, but it was a cadence that I'd never heard before, and it was loud. I could hear the RDC directing the division and making calls. What makes this weird is that marching cadence can't be called after sunset, unless there's special circumstances, like battle stations. 0300 cadence calling, no chance. Also, we were in ship number 9, and the traffic pattern that they were matching would have led them into the dumpsters or base fence. That direction is where the oldest parts of RTC are. The other part that was weird was the next morning, a couple females on the other side of the building reported hearing it too. Ghost Division or something, must have been. Still, during COVID, I worked at the quarantine ship, monitoring sick recruits. I woke up and was getting ready for work when I noticed my wife looked like she had not slept at all and looked a bit shook. After I asked, she told me that she had seen a demon or a dark cloud-like figure that had white burning eyes with embers coming off of them in the middle of the night. She said it moved across the room and into our master bathroom. She said that she did not wake me up because she was much too scared to say anything and was hoping that it would just go away. Apparently, it did. I thought it was weird, but I dismissed it mostly. On the way to base, it was super foggy. Not too significant, but creepy. When I got to the ship, the off-going watch told me that he had been hearing footsteps running down the P-way behind him. He was still on edge from the night. He looked like he was very ready to get out of there. There was nothing behind him but the galley entrance hallway, and said he had heard some whispering in his ear and thought it was one of us messing with him. He and the other guy were the only ones in the building besides the recruits. They absolutely would have noticed someone leaving a compartment. Then they both told me and the other watchstander about a crazy interaction while roving one of the compartments. They said that while in a compartment, they were walking through the head as normal, and they were caught way off guard when they noticed 3 recruits chanting and speaking in a weird language, performing a seance of some sort. They yelled at them to stop being weird and to get the hell back to sleep. The 2 of them snapped out of it and later claimed that they had no recollection of what happened. The main guy, the leader of the seance, he was calm and creepy and just went straight to his rack without saying anything at all. Naturally, me and the other oncoming watchstander wanted to go and talk to this kid and see what the hell this was all about. We called him into the fishbowl and asked him what the hell was going on and why he was in the head performing a seance with 2 recruits. This kid was weird, but he didn't give crazy vibes, just odd. Anyway, he told us that his dad was a preacher, and that's how he learned to repel demons and other spirits. He said that there were 2 demons in that building, and he was able to repel one by himself, but that it cost him 3 years off of his life. Then he told us that the second demon was a blood demon, and he needed help from the 2 other recruits to repel it, but still, he was not able to do it. He said that there was most likely a blood diagram somewhere in the building, and he needed to find it to perform a blood ceremony so that he could move it. The entire time he was telling us this, we were extremely skeptical and basically just listening for our own entertainment. This is where things get even more strange. The recruit told us that the blood diagram was in an in-between type of space, but above off and in the building. The recruits have no idea that there's a maintenance floor, let alone the way to access it. But what really got to me was that when we asked him to describe the demon that he cast out, he told me that it was a dark, cloud-like figure with orange burning eyes that had embers coming off of them, almost exactly the same that my wife had described earlier that morning. It gave me chills, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. How could they both have seen the same demon figure? By far the creepiest experience I've ever had. I remember a few summers ago when my wife and I decided to take the kids down to Florida for a week so they could finally visit Disney World. We planned to spend 3 days at Disney World, with a day on either side for the grown-ups to do their own thing. We spent some time walking around Orlando, seeing the sights, and baking in the Florida heat. My wife was corralling the kids while I trailed behind, trying not to pass out from eating my body weight in pork, bread, and cheese. At one point, my wife needed to use the bathroom, so I was left in charge of the kids while she went off to find a place that wouldn't make her open her purse just to pee. I will admit, this is where I fell short as a dad, because I found a bench, sat down, and told the kids to just stay where I could see them, and then I shut my eyes and started sunbathing. I was about to doze off when I jerked awake, suddenly worried about the kids. I got up, looked around, and saw my son halfway down the street, talking to some guy dressed as Mickey Mouse. I knew Disney characters sometimes showed up outside the parks, but seeing one in downtown Orlando was weird. I was mostly just relieved that the kids had not vanished, because that would have ruined more than just our vacation. As I walked toward Mickey, I realized something was off about him. The Mickeys in the park are always super animated, but this one was just standing there, barely moving. My kids were dancing around him, excited, but Mickey just stared at him with these big, lifeless eyes. I made a dad joke in my head about Mickey Mouse taking a few Mickey pills. As I got closer, I noticed the costume was all wrong. Not just in shape and color, but it was filthy and covered in stains. I get that those costumes are hard to clean, but this one looked seriously gross, and I dreaded to think what it smelled like inside the thing. I figured the guy in the suit must be down on his luck, because no one with options would ever wear that thing in the Florida heat. The kids kept running circles around him, and I thought he was just exhausted or had heat stroke. I reached into my wallet to give him a 20, but when I tried to hand it over, he just stared at me. The head turned toward me in a way that was way creepier than I expected, with those big black eyes just staring me down. I awkwardly tried to give him the money, but he tilted his head at me like something out of a horror movie. I put the 20 back in my wallet, not wanting to offend him further, and called the kids back because their mom was probably wondering where we were. The kids begged to play with Mickey a little bit longer, but Mickey just kept staring at them, making me super uncomfortable. I used my stern dad voice to insist that they come back, threatening to tell their mom if they did not listen to me. As they did, Mickey reached out to grab my 7-year-old son, and that was the last straw for me. I stepped up and told the guy he had no right to touch my kids, especially not in that suit. Mickey just stared at me in silence, not making a single sound the whole entire time. I took both kids by the hand, and they were getting upset because Dad was being mean to Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse was not acting normal either. I apologized to the guy for being curt, then tried to turn it into a teachable moment for the kids about not letting strangers touch them or talk to them. As we walked away, I looked over my shoulder and saw Mickey still staring at me, somehow looking even creepier than before. That night, I couldn't sleep at all because the Florida humidity was brutal, and our motel room's air conditioner picked that night to stop working. The kids' room AC was fine, but ours was useless, so I got up and sat at the kitchenette, drinking a glass of mostly ice, trying to cool down. We had a flight home the next day, so I needed to be sharp and not lose our boarding passes or anything. Our motel was all single-story bungalows in a horseshoe shape, and our unit faced the highway. I walked over to the windows to take one last look at the Florida night, thinking about why people love vacationing there. As I looked through the blinds, I saw something that made my jaw drop. Out by the highway, silhouetted by the streetlights, was the unmistakable shape of Mickey Mouse with the big ears and oversized hands. I actually said, "No fucking way," out loud, as I realized the knockoff Mickey Mouse from Orlando had somehow found out where we were staying. I still have no idea how he figured it out, but the only thing I can think is that without the suit, he could have looked like anyone and just followed us back. Since we left Florida the next day, and I only talked to the cops once, I never really got any answers about how he found us. I rushed back to the kitchenette to grab a knife, which might sound like an overreaction, but I was terrified. When you're a dad, you just can't take chances with your kid's safety, so I wasn't about to face whatever was happening with just my fists. Knife in hand, I rushed back to the window, but the Mickey figure was gone. I say no one was there, not nothing, because lying in the parking lot closer to our room was the entire Mickey Mouse costume. I stared at it in terror, realizing the guy had stripped off the costume in seconds and was now nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the guy appeared right in front of the window and slammed his head against the glass so hard I thought it would break. I nearly had a heart attack and screamed, which woke up my wife and kids. I told my wife to get in the kids' room, lock the door, and call the cops, which she did after a few panic questions. I guess the window was security glass, because the guy, who was completely naked by the way, could not break it, no matter what he tried. I waved the knife at him and shouted that the cops were on the way, which seemed to get his attention more than anything else. He switched his focus to the door, trying to bash it open, while I rushed to the kids' room to check if the cops were coming. My wife said yes, and by the time I got back to the window, the banging had stopped and the Mickey suit was gone. I watched the parking lot until I saw the blue flashing lights, and only then did I finally breathe again. I gave my statement to the cops, told them about the earlier encounter, and figured it would be easy to find a naked guy missing a Mickey Mouse suit. But we were not there for much longer, and the next day, we flew back home to Maine. I called the Orlando police later on to see if there were any updates, but there had not been a single arrest related to the incident. They questioned some Disney cast members, but nothing ever came of it, and that's really where the story just ends. The guy found us, terrorized us, and then we left Florida. I guess I will go back someday when the kids are older and don't really care about Disneyland, but definitely not anytime soon, and definitely not to downtown Orlando. So, when this happened to me, I was on a family trip in Oregon. We are heading to whatever lake is up there that people like a lot. It's around a 2-hour drive or so. There is 2-lane traffic going down one side, one direction, another 2-lane road going the opposite way back where we came from. In the middle of the two roads was a small orchard of trees that had to have been barely 6 feet at best. I could see the road through the orchard. Similar orchards existed like a frame on the outside of both roads. It was tree line, orchard, road, tree line. It was standstill traffic. It's clear and sunny. It's a clear, sunny midday. We are suddenly all hearing this really strange noise. My family reacts first. I, for some reason, wrote off whatever I was hearing as an animatronic. I guess it makes sense. They're playing an automatic, blood-curdling roar right next to the car. You know, to scare the birds away from the orchard. And on. That isn't a fucking speaker. Something big and loud and unpleased had to have been in the middle of the orchard. Everybody went dead silent, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. It sounded like a gigantic ape, mixed with a T-Rex, an arm's length away from our car. I could not see shit. No strangers were really reacting as far as we saw. We were still stuck in traffic. That was some shit. Everybody spends a good 15 minutes talking about it, and then nobody ever speaks of it ever again. You could see right through the clearings. I still don't get it. These weren't big fruit trees. They were still growing and had no limbs large enough to support whatever thing made that noise and keeping it completely hidden from view. If whatever this thing was on the tree line, it was far enough away that it should not have been so audibly close. I assume it was Bigfoot, pissed off about not being able to go back across the road because of all of the cars. I want to tell you about something that happened to me when I was much younger. It was back in the late 1980s, way before I had a cell phone or any of that crap. I was a teenager, and me and my friend, we encountered something that in retrospect, I can only really describe as a Bigfoot encounter. Please try and save your disbelief until the end, and at least hear me out before you judge me. Now, I grew up in the north of Wisconsin, not far away from where Florence County sits, if you're familiar with the place. The place that I grew up was fairly rural, and my dad was a big proponent of living off of the land and not accepting any kind of help at all from the government. He believed that most modern technology was a poison, and that the ways of the old was the only way to survive long term. He was a little bit of a nut, I suppose, but I suppose in the modern age, he would be considered a genius. He was paranoid about government surveillance and companies stuffing most food with unhealthy junk that would destroy your body way before most. He was also a prepper, so that didn't really help how I saw him. I thought he was a crazy asshole. Now, one thing he did instill in me, which I am grateful for to this day, is a good sense of independence and self-sufficiency. One of the ways he taught me this was hunting animals. From a pretty young age, I had a gun in my hand and I was being taught how to shoot. He was taking me on hunts where I would just shadow him and watch what he did. And once I got a little bit older, he would shadow me and test to see how much I had learned. Initially, I had no interest in hunting whatsoever. I was jealous of all my friends for having a quote-unquote normal life. I couldn't talk to my friends about the cool shit that they saw on TV. We didn't have a TV. I rarely, if ever, got to go to the movie theaters, and so I felt so isolated from all of my peers. I had nothing in common with any of them, and I ended up a loner, which made me feel miserable. So I resented my father and his way of life. I was determined to get away once I was old enough. I did eventually relent though, because he started to tell me all these crazy stories about hunting that really grabbed my attention. He would tell me stories about how he and his friend found some kind of sleeping beast in a cave and that it chased them. He'd tell me stories about finding Bigfoot and loads of other animals, but that there was more than one of him and that they had to flee. About hunting all kinds of cryptids that I'd never even heard of until he told me. These kinds of stories are coincidentally how I made one of my only friends, called Joshua. I would tell these crazy stories at lunchtime and on the playground, and he was one of the only boys who took to them, who even paid attention to me. We bonded through these crazy stories, and I convinced my father to let him stay over, and for my father to teach him how to hunt, just like me. This was back in the days before everyone had a stick up their ass about kids running free and learning from their mistakes. My dad didn't even ask permission from his father, just started bringing him with us on hunts. Joshua and I actually made a pact that once we were old enough to hunt on our own, we were going to find our own cryptid, that we were going to do what my dad couldn't and bring back the head of one. Obviously, when I grew up and I was around 16 years old or so, I got wise and realized my dad had likely made up all of the stories just to convince me to change my mind. I didn't hate him for it, but I didn't really believe in all that kind of stuff anymore. Still, Joshua and I still went hunting often, and this event happened on one of those days. So, me and Joshua, we weren't even really out there for anything specific at all. I think it had just gone spring break, so we were planning to spend a few days in a stretch of forest that was completely new to us. We like to throw ourselves into new places and scout them out for later trips. It was always the most fun thing for us to do. If we managed to snag a deer or something else, even better. The forest that we set up in was decently remote. My dad trusted me, and we were experienced. We both had 30-06 rifles. Joshua had a Springfield that was just a spare that my father gave him. His dad was broke and also not very cool. I had a Remington 700 that I had just bought the summer prior. I had to work my ass off for my father to afford it, and I agreed with him that it would replace my birthday present that year. We set up our camp in the mid-afternoon, pretty much the same as always. We were in this little clearing with a smallish stream not too far away, so we had a good source of water. The visibility was solid on all sides, only dropping once you got into the woods proper. I hated feeling boxed in, so this was good for me. It was just a really regular day, if a little quieter than usual. We had not really seen any animals on the way in, not even little ones, not even a squirrel or anything, and there wasn't really much birdsong going on, but I don't know, maybe we scared all of them off. Once we'd set up a fire going and had a few drinks to get us ready, we were planning on heading out early the next morning. The next morning rolled by and we got to work, and actually decided to split up for a little while to cover more ground. We weren't completely out of sight of each other, and we were well within earshot. We just liked to do this in completely new places, because it allowed us to scout out more of the area much quicker. After around an hour of this, I heard Joshua shout for me to come over and to look at something. He didn't sound panicked, so I was wondering what he found. When I made my way there, he was standing next to a set of tracks, but they weren't the tracks of a deer or anything. That much was obvious. I could see that Joshua was just in a pure state of shock, and his jaw was hanging wide open. These tracks were fresh and pressed deep into the soil. Whatever had made them must have had some serious weight behind it. I'm talking hundreds of pounds. And the weirdest thing is that they were shaped just like human footprints. Like a person had taken off their boots and just started putting all of their weight into their steps. Except the footprints were huge, way bigger than any I'd ever seen before in my life. I'm not a short guy and neither is Joshua, but these prints must have been 2 or 3 times the size of our shoes. We just stood there discussing it while trying to make sense of it. The only things that we could come up with were that someone was messing around and trying to fool people passing through, or maybe someone had a serious deformity or some kind of issue with their growth. I think the problem for me was the spacing. The stride was much too wide. Each print was placed way too far apart for it to be comfortable for a person to walk naturally. And these went on for a while too. It would have had to have been one tall fucker for this to make sense. I'm talking world record tall. We both felt this feeling of fear that we could not explain, but we agreed to keep quiet about it for the rest of the trip. The rest of the day went entirely normally. That night, I remember that Joshua woke up pretty late on. I want to say midnight because he needed to piss. He was pretty paranoid about pissing near the camp. He said that he couldn't go if it felt like someone was too close or I could see him. He told me that he would not be long, and he went out into the trees. He took a flashlight with him, and I relit the campfire so that he would be warm and be able to find his way back easily. Then I turned over, and I went back to sleep. I woke up again. I'm not sure how long later, but the fire was out when I woke up, and Joshua was not back. Was this guy really taking a shit deep in the woods? I took my flashlight and called out to him, but I got no response. I just kept going and looking around for him. Where had this asshole gone? At one point of wading through the thick trees, I heard this noise, like something heavy was moving through the brush. I heard it moving somewhere further in front of me, and then I just heard a scream ring out. It sounded like Joshua, so I sped forward until I got to the edge of the thick trees and could see into the clearing. I felt the ground almost shaking before I got there. Come to think of it, I think I felt that when I heard the snapping too. This clearing was much bigger than the one that we were camping in, with trees surrounding it on all sides. I shouted out for Joshua and asked if he was okay just before I broke out of the trees. I stopped dead in my tracks when I did this. Joshua was on the floor, flat on his back. It looked like he was completely passed out. His gun was back at the camp, so he was completely defenseless. He was just splayed out on the floor like he was doing a store jump. There was something hovering over him, low to the ground. This black mass, this shadow, I couldn't fully make it out. When I shouted out for Joshua, I saw it turn its head towards me in a quick snap, and I saw two yellow, reflective eyes staring straight at me. I see the thing go from low to the ground to towering over Joshua in the air. This thing must have been upwards of 8 feet tall at least. It stared at me for a little while, and then proceeded to pick Joshua up off of the floor and put him over its shoulder. I was paralyzed in fear at first. I couldn't move. It felt like my legs and my arms were not working at all. But when I saw this thing start to walk away with Joshua, I knew I had to help him. I shouted out, "Hey, stop," and raised my rifle up to shoulder height while running in this thing's direction. This piece of shit, it had Joshua in its arms, doing this fireman carry, and when it saw my gun, it actually raised Joshua up to its chest. And then it turned its back on me completely, so that his whole body was covered by this thing's body. I was still too shaky to take the shot, and when I didn't for a few seconds, this thing looked back at me over its shoulder, and it let out this roar. It was so loud it nearly blew out my eardrums. It made my shaking worse, and my legs almost just gave way. I could feel some kind of heat pass over in my direction when it let out the sound, like a mini heat wave. After this, the thing took its chance and just bounded off into the trees. I could feel the ground shaking more and more. I think this thing was sprinting. I tried to run after them, but I was much too slow, and my legs were shaking way too badly. No matter how fast I ran, this thing was just completely out of sight. Joshua was gone. All I could think to do was go back to my camp. I had no fucking way to get help or contact anyone at all. I went over to where Joshua had been passed out and picked up his flashlight and headed back. I was looking over my shoulder the entire way back. I was paranoid that that thing was going to come back for me. When I got back to camp, Joshua was already there. He was laying on one of those log things that you can sit on. He was still asleep, but oh my god, he was there. I don't know how he got there, how he managed to beat me back to camp, how he managed to escape from that thing. I ran over to him and shook him awake and started shouting at him and asked him how he got away from that thing. When he shut awake, he actually hit me in confusion and started backing away to the tent and telling me to keep away. It took him a while of me saying, "Joshua, it's me, your friend, it's me," for him to calm down and stop panicking. Joshua was completely unharmed. It was like a miracle. I asked him again how he escaped, and he told me that he didn't know, that he didn't escape. He told me that he just woke up in camp just now. Then he said, "Wait, it wasn't you that got me and carried me back here." I just shook my head without a word. Joshua was the first one to notice some tracks nearby to the camp. The same ones that we saw the other day, those giant human footprints, but coming into the camp from another direction. Seeing them so close by, it gave me the chills. I asked Joshua to tell me the entire story, and he did. He told me this. So, I went pretty far away from the camp. Being honest, I didn't want you to hear me taking a shit. Well, I didn't think far enough ahead because I realized I had nothing to wipe with. The only thing nearby were these thorny leaves and shit, so I tried waddling somewhere else with my pants down, trying to find better leaves. I really didn't feel like walking around with shit in my pants for another couple of days. Anyway, so I got to this clearing, the one that you found me in, and I wiped up. When I was doing this, I noticed a light coming from the end of the clearing, and I could hear noises. I thought maybe I'd finally found our first animal. I thought it was kind of weird that we hadn't run into a single one so far, even by accident. So I went to take a look and make a note of it for tomorrow. I got well into the trees and noticed some deer walking around. And then all of a sudden, I saw that thing. That 8-foot tall giant that's hairy as shit. I knew what it was. It had to be Bigfoot, right? Well, it stared me down. It knew I was there. And when I got too close to the edge of the trees, it ran after me. It ran to the edge of the trees on the other side and stood there, and I shit my pants and ran away. It walked and followed me until I got to where you found me. It just stood over me, watching me. I thought I was going to die, and I had no gun to fight back. And, well, I guess I passed out from fear. And that's when I woke back up here. Now, normally I would have just laughed and ridiculed Joshua, but this was serious. We started hatching a plan. We had to kill this thing, and this was our chance to get the drop on him. Neither of us could sleep that night. We were paranoid that this thing was going to come back to the camp and finish us off, that this thing wanted to lull us into a false sense of security, to kill us both at once. We didn't really have a great plan. It was mostly just shoot him a lot of times before he noticed us. As soon as daylight hit, we were back out where Joshua had passed out. It wasn't long before we found those tracks again. There was no hiding them. We were tracking this thing for a while throughout the day, but it kept managing to slip away from us. We caught glimpses of it ahead of us as we were tracking it, but it was never close. At one point, we just started sprinting at the thing as it was standing there. It was letting out roaring sounds while staring at us, and at one point, I saw it move both of its hands in this swiping motion. And all of a sudden, this massive tree just starts creaking and comes crashing down right in front of us. We had to hit the deck and run away, otherwise we would have been turned to mush by it. We didn't stop though. We didn't want to stop. You can call us stupid, but we felt like we had to do this. If we didn't kill it, we thought we would never make it home alive. Who knows how many people this thing had killed before us. It took some hours, but we managed to track it down again later in the day, when the sun was getting pretty low in the sky. There were only slivers of daylight left, and we found it. This thing was laying on the ground in a clearing, way deeper than we had ever gone before. We must have made some noise because the thing shot awake. We took aim, and this thing, it threw this massive rock at us. It picked it up and threw it like it was nothing. Dead quick too. We had no time to react at all. The rock, thankfully, it went sailing over our heads, and we both took shots at this thing as it proceeded to bound away. Its footsteps were so heavy, and its strides were so long, it was absolutely insane. We definitely connected with this thing, because when we did, it started to make this wailing sound. It sounded like when a dog whimpers, but much deeper and more human-like, more gruff, I would say. We could hear the sounds of so many animals nearby now. It was like we'd hit the jackpot after not hearing or seeing any for so long. There were birds chirping, there was deer running around. All of them were fleeing in different directions. Joshua saw this literal herd of deer running away and said screw it. This massive creature was running well away, and there was no way we would catch it anymore. We were well and truly beaten. So Joshua took aim, and he managed to hit a deer center mass. We watched it as it just went careening to the ground and stumbled. It was a clean kill, and we were already thinking about the meal that we were going to eat tonight. Joshua was so excited. It was like he'd been kill-starved. He hadn't shot an animal for so long, it was like it was driving him crazy, and he was so happy and excited. I wish that the story ended there. I really did. The creature, Bigfoot, whatever you wanted to call it. It turned around, back towards us. And for the first time, it came running towards us with this insane speed that I didn't realize it even really had. It looked furious from what I could make out from its face. It was heading directly for us. We both started shooting while backing away, but it wasn't doing anything anymore. It wasn't even shouting in pain like it had been when it was running away before, even when we hit it near the face. It closed the gap to us so quickly with this weird and awkward leap. I didn't think any animal could leap the distance that it did. It was towering over me, blocking all of what little sunlight still remained. It smelled horrible, and I could feel this heat just radiating from its body. It smacked me away to the ground with its hand and sent the gun flying out of my hands. Joshua kept shooting at this thing. I kept watching while I hit the ground, but in just a split second, I don't even know. My memory is so shitty and blurry at this point because it all seems so surreal. 1 minute Joshua was standing there, and the next he was on the floor. This creature, it punched him. It punched him in a way that pushed him into the ground. Just one smooth motion. And after that, I didn't see Joshua move again. This thing walked over to me after he had punched Joshua, and I thought that was it for me. I thought that I was going to die right then and there. But all it did was just stare at me for a while. It crouched down really, really low to the ground, and it breathed all over my face, and it let out a couple of these snort-like sounds. I'm not really sure how to describe them. Not like a pig snorting, but I don't know. I felt something wet like saliva hit my face when it did this. I remember it made this motion like it was going to punch me too, and I just closed my eyes and just accepted my fate, and I felt ready. But I heard a crack and felt the ground shake, and I felt myself being jostled around from the force of whatever this thing just did. And when I opened my eyes right back up, my rifle was in 2 pieces on the floor. This thing had destroyed it. This creature, it just walked over to the deer that Joshua had shot dead, and it picked it up. This thing just slung the deer over its shoulder and went bounding into the trees until it disappeared. I had the wind smacked out of me by this thing, and I could hardly breathe. All I could do was just drag myself over to Joshua, because I did not have the strength to even stand up. When I finally got over to him, all I could do was just turn away and vomit. It was a horrible sight, to say the least. I hate to be so vulgar, but his body was pulverized. Whatever force this thing had put into its strike, it had partially crushed Joshua's skull, until things were spilling out of him. He looked like he had a lot of broken bones, and he was not breathing, not at all, not even a wheeze. It was obvious, but I still wanted to hope that he would still be alive, but he wasn't. He was dead, and I just started crying right then and there. I had no idea what to do with myself. For a while, I just sat next to the body, shaking him, hoping he might wake up somehow. I don't know how. I was just begging for a miracle to happen, like the other day. I couldn't even call the police. There wasn't a payphone around for miles. My dad, he didn't even have a landline phone set up. That's how rural we were. I just dragged myself back to my camp slowly until I could get to my things again. I just packed up whatever I could carry and left in my dad's truck that we had driven here in. When I finally got home, I broke down crying to my dad. I wasn't a kid who cried a lot, and my dad, well, he wasn't really fond of seeing men cry. But this one time, he did not say a word about it, like he could just sense that something was wrong. He actually gave me a hug and calmed me down. He just got me to tell him the entire story. He had a serious look on his face the entire time I spoke. Even when I finished, he didn't say anything. He didn't even make fun of me. I just kept talking, and at one point, he just told me to stop. He got up and told me to let him handle it, and I just crawled into my bed upstairs. I didn't even sleep, I couldn't. I don't know exactly what my dad did and said. Police came around at some point. I had to speak to them. It took me a very long time because I kept breaking down and crying. My dad came up with a cover story for me. Told me to just say that we had been attacked by an animal. That I didn't really know what it was, but that I had to run away because it was going to kill me too. I don't think they really bought the story. Joshua's dad, well, he didn't think too fondly of me. He thought I was a lying bastard who wanted to cover up the truth. The police said that with the injuries caused and what they found on the scene, that it could not possibly be me that killed him. It was a long process that was not solved anywhere near as quickly as I make out here. It was one of the longest and most traumatic periods of my life, but I got through it eventually. I was eventually told that the police would not need to speak to me anymore, that they were just going to write it off as an animal attack. I just kept my head down mostly after that. I dropped out of school and just started working for my father every day. I still wanted to move away from that life, but it was much better than being called a murderer every day that I went into school. People making jokes and bullying me. My life was hell in that school. I'd even lost my only friend. So, that's my story, Hex. You can make of it what you will. There isn't a single day in my life that I don't wish I could go back in time and stop us ever going into the woods that day. Maybe if I never befriended Joshua, maybe if I didn't beg my dad to teach him how to hunt, maybe he would still be alive to this day. I can't help but feel immense guilt over all of it. If he'd never met me, then he would be happy and alive and probably have a family. I took all of that away from him. I am a fucking monster. I am pretty old. This happened actually back in 1989 when I was just a kid. It was one of the last days before winter break. School finally lets out and I had never been more excited. And it begins to snow. It never snows here in Texas. Never. So everyone is really excited. Me and a bunch of other kids, we usually walk home together. We take a shortcut through a field. None of us had ever seen snow in real life. We are all walking with our heads tilted back, catching snowflakes on our tongues. We're just laughing. Then one of the kids yells out, "Hey." We all look at him to see what was up, and he says, "Someone just grabbed me." We laugh at him. There's nobody around but us. What's he even talking about? We just keep on going. We are still catching snowflakes on our tongues. We are laughing again. But that same kid, he makes a panic sound. Then he just takes off running. For some reason, we all take off after him. I'm not sure about the others, but the panic sound he made, it really scared me. I am nervously running after the kid, but he is way too fast, and he is way ahead of us now. We just hear him start yelling, "Let me go." There is nobody anywhere near him, but he sounds like he's freaking out. Then I see him trip over, but he falls really unnaturally. He slips over to his right into a bayou that runs through the field. Holy shit. We all run towards where he fell. He is down at the bottom. He is not moving whatsoever. This blood, it just starts pooling all around his head. We all flip out. We race home and tell our parents what just happened, what we just saw. The kid did not make it. For years, all I remembered was the sight of this kid falling into the bayou. But later, I remembered just how weird he was acting before. Like I said, I'm pretty old, but The way he yelled "let go of me" was the most panicked shit I've ever heard to this day. Okay, so this story I'm about to tell, it happened this year, probably about a month ago. So my friend and I, we went camping. We spent the whole day fishing, just cooking food and stuff, just having a real good time. All is well. It's starting to get darker outside. We set up a shelter. We didn't have tents, but we tied a tarp above us to act as a roof. We finally settle into our sleeping bags in our shelter. We're talking about some random shit and just lying next to the fire, trying to keep warm. I suddenly hear a noise that was so loud that I nearly shit myself. It was this huge cracking and then a ground-shaking thud. A tree fell over, probably 30 meters away from our shelter. Fuck, that was really close. I realized that there was no wind or anything to even push the tree over, so we go and investigate. This tree was clearly rooted before, and it wasn't rotten or weakened, so this must have been moved by something heavy or very strong. So we talk for a few more hours and then go to bed. After a few hours of sleep, I am awakened by what sounds like sticks breaking near me. I lie there for a minute and just listen hard. Shit, there it is again. Footsteps and sticks breaking. The footsteps are one after another, as if done by 2 feet, not 4. This is not an animal. I grab my flashlight, wake up my friend, and look around from our shelter. I shout out, "Hello?" No reply. The footsteps stop in their tracks. Is anyone there? The footsteps start up again, getting closer. Answer us. I have a weapon, and I will shoot you if I don't get a reply. Still no reply. Shit. I ring my beer bell and shout angrily at whatever it is, all while having my gun ready. Still no reply. So after maybe 30 minutes of this shit, I get pissed. I get up, get into clothes, and walk out towards the sound, just to get a view of what this is. Just as I approach an area where I think the sound is coming from, another tree just falls over, 10 meters away from me. After that, I ran like hell back to my sleeping bag, and my friend and I built up our fire to scare away whatever it was. Needless to say, at first light of morning, we got the hell out of there. I told the story when we got home to both friends and family, but no one ever believed us. I have still no idea what the hell it was. This is something that happened to me a long time ago, so unfortunately, I don't remember the exact bang-on coordinates. I could probably find it again if I really tried, but I only know the rough place. This happened when a colleague of mine from the military recounted a rather strange tale to me. He told me that somewhere in our region, not far away from the city of Murney, there is a bunker. This bunker was apparently located underneath one of the old and long-abandoned launch pads of the Plesetsk Cosmodrome. If you're not Russian, a Cosmodrome is just a space launch center where rockets are launched from into space. This one spans miles and miles in length, and as a result, not all of it has been looked after or modernized over the years. A lot of this place was still in use, but you still had bits and corners that were left to rot. Now, this bunker, it's a 6-level underground structure, but he told me that it was not actually just 6 levels, that there was a 7th level, not included in any kind of documentation, and was abandoned for reasons unknown to the public or even military personnel. Now, he could only speculate, but he told me that there were devices stored down there. These devices are supposed to be equipped with hydrogen-absorbing catalysts and made up of numerous platinum plates. I have no idea what the devices do specifically, but my friend suggested that they'd be worth a lot of money just because of the materials on them. Then he proceeded to tell me some bullshit tale about alien creatures brought back from space going on down there. He told me that he had a theory that they brought back some tiny organisms and began growing them in petri dishes. that they were experimenting with it and it went wrong, and that's why such expensive equipment was just left behind. About halfway into his story, I told him to just shut up because he was boring me and that I wasn't an idiot that he could fool. Still, the other parts of the story did interest me, the devices and the exploration angle. I'm going to skip over a lot of details in order to stop the story from becoming twice the length. I use my official position in order to verify parts of this information. I never confirmed the existence of a 7th level or any kind of secret research down there, but I did confirm the existence of that very bunker. There were multiple bunkers in this place, but the very one he was talking about apparently was real. I managed to obtain rough layout plans of the various bunkers constructed at the Cosmodrome using my 2nd level clearance. So these plans, they weren't for that exact bunker, but just in general, because they are all constructed in the same way. This Cosmodrome is a closed administrative territory, and usually a pass would be required, but I didn't even need it. There was no kind of personnel around this side of the Cosmodrome, and not even an attempt to scare people off. I want to explain that by nature, I'm a bit of an adventurer. I love exploring new places, and I always crave that feeling. This also came with the promise of an easy profit, and even if it turned out to be a lie, it would be a good experience. There wasn't really all that much planning required. The whole trip should take no more than a day if I get it done right. I bought a round-trip train ticket, got a proper night's sleep, and packed what I needed. I packed a thermos, some sandwiches, my reliable GPT-12 non-lethal pistol, a heavy 43-kilogram compound crossbow, along with hunting bolts, just in case of wild animals. I also brought along a printed copy of the bunker schematics, 2 powerful bicycle-mounted lights, capable of illuminating up to 200 meters ahead of me, a knife, and the usual assortment of survival gear, so it meant I had a pretty big pack to carry. I headed out to the location on the Saturday, and it took me 7 hours by train. I went from my city to the Arkhangelsk region, then stopping at the Plesetskaya station. Then I arrived in the closed city of Mirny at around 2 p.m. or so. I immediately set out and skirted around Mirny. I followed the railway north for about a kilometer and then turned east, where I headed into the forest. From there, I had to walk another 15 kilometers for deep, unbroken snowdrifts to reach the old launch sites. The newer ones were both fenced off and also incredibly heavily guarded. The taiga itself discourages anyone from making it out here. The town of Mirny is so remote that any normal feasible way of getting here is impossible, especially undetected. You have to be well prepared and resilient, otherwise you won't make it. Just driving here is impossible. The Cosmodrome itself stretches around 45 kilometers in total and spans through the wilderness. The abandoned paths themselves, though, are left to rot. No one cares about them anymore. There is no upkeep, no guards, no fences, no nothing. I would not be able to tell you the exact reasons for this. Who knows? Perhaps for monetary reasons? Thankfully, the pad where the bunker was that I was exploring was so out of the way that I managed to slip by any patrols, and it seemed like wild animals stayed very far away from this place. Once I finally hit the edge of the forest, I saw the half-cylindrical entrance to the bunker. Now, for added context, I had been to this Cosmodrome before on a work assignment, although not to this specific area. All of the bunkers were supposed to be constructed identically, so I didn't imagine I'd have a difficult time. The gate stood wide open. Everything about this place suggested that no one had set foot anywhere near it for many years. I felt strange stepping inside, this weird feeling, knowing I was the first human in here for probably many years. The smell that hit my nostrils as soon as I stepped in was rotten though. It smelled like literal shit left to bake in the heat. Thankfully, I had brought a mask because it's way too easy to breathe in things you're not meant to in old places like this. You breathe in the wrong things and you will be wheezing for the rest of your life. It did not take me long to find an open hatch and make my way down to the second level. Like I said, I knew the layout because it is the same as the other bunkers. Once I got down, I switched on my flashlight as I needed it. Not even a sliver of light to be found down here. I walked down a long corridor that was just ahead of me, and there were rooms on both sides. I noticed that this floor had been living quarters for personnel on duty many, many years ago. There were still old rotten mattresses left behind, with these black stains spreading out from the center of them. The layout was pretty simple and repetitive due to it just being living quarters. I moved along pretty quickly, pretty much on autopilot, because there was nothing to say. Then I found the hatch down to the third level, and thankfully it was not sealed shut. I was able to lift it up and descend down the slanted ladder. This third level, this looked to be the command post. There were tons of papers scattered around and left behind. Most of them had yellowed from age and looked like they would turn to dust if I lifted them. Hell, if I even breathed on them. All of the others were basically glued to the floor. I could not really make out anything interesting from them. What I could read was just boring military jargon and procedural reports. Every time I took a walk down here, I could hear a crunch because of these papers and other items on the floor. I will try to speed the story up from here, because many of the levels were incredibly boring with nothing to say. The fourth level was the control room, and there was old electronics left behind that didn't work anymore. Most things of value looked to have been long since removed. The fifth floor seemed to be lots of storage rooms, and I even found intact hazmat suits and several canisters left behind. Then I finally reached the sixth level, what should be the deepest depths of the Cosmodrome. The first door that I saw was marked as a generator room, exactly as it was shown on my map. It was completely locked up, so I could not even open it. I think it had been sealed rather than locked with a key. At the end of the corridor, I turned right and entered a series of large halls. There were filters, life support systems, and even large tanks filling up the space. It was so silent down here, so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat at times. My flashlight was beginning to become less and less useful down here. When I swept it across the hall, it did not even reach the opposite wall. That is how far the darkness stretched. When I lowered the beam, I almost could have sworn I caught a flash of movement in the corner of my eyes, but of course that was not possible. I was just paranoid. I was so isolated and so alone that my brain was making things up just to fill the space. I forced myself to keep on going until I reached a wall. I was disheartened, thinking my trip had been a complete waste. There wasn't really that much interesting here at all. That was until I came across another hatch. That should not be possible. There should only be 6 floors, just like all of the other bunkers. But it seems like my friend, he was not telling lies to me. There really was another floor. I felt nervous opening up the hatch. I wasn't expecting this, and now I was on my own. I had no idea what was down there, or what the layout was even like. As soon as I got down to that floor, the change became immediately apparent. The corridors were much narrower than above, and the ceilings were so low, I was almost hitting my head. None of the doors on this level had names, they only had numerical codes. I scouted each room as best as I could, but I only found messes and scraps in them. I did not want to turn back now and be disappointed. I decided I would keep on exploring, just until I found something interesting. I picked up the pace a little, and I actually noticed a faint sound. It was like this low, steady humming sound. It sounded like some kind of transformer running somewhere behind the wall or underneath the floor. I followed the sound as best as I could, and I came to this really large, strange room. There were lights on in here, bright, white lights. The room was like this huge circle, just bathed in white, like a flashbang had gone off. There were these glass panels going all around, but most of them had been smashed. They were right up against the walls, and behind them, there were these indents in the wall where there was space for things. It almost looked like some sort of terrarium. There was evidence of long dead plants and soil, and when I took off my mask for a couple of seconds, all I could smell was metal and urine, so I put it straight back on. There weren't just plants there though. Behind some of these panels, there were some other things. Little plastic dishes that scientists use. They had these orange stains on them. It looked like something had gone splat. It was almost in a random pattern, like a blood spatter. There was also other equipment nearby that I really didn't understand. It all looked medical and to track things. One of them I think was a tiny lamp. I tried to flick it on, and I caught a flash of purple before whatever it was made a bursting sound. Then it would not turn on again. Like I said, most of the glass in this place was smashed, but I could make out something on one of the small pieces that were still intact. Someone had scribbled some kind of code, something like MS-194, but not exactly that because I don't recall it exactly. I left the room because there was not anything else to look at. On the same floor, I also found what looked almost like an abandoned classroom. There was a massive chalkboard on the wall at the front of the room that looked like it had been ripped in half. You could see faint lines where chalk had been in the past but faded. There were not any classroom desks, but there were lots of chairs and bits of paper scattered around. It looked like someone had just ripped a room out of an American school like you see on TV or in a movie and just put it here. At some point, I found some crates which were empty. I was just trying to open them up, and I pulled one of them, which sent it tumbling, and it basically exploded. It must have been extremely rotted to just explode on impact like that. But anyway, I pulled the one underneath it out, and there was another hatch. An 8th fucking floor, which should have been doubly impossible. How far down did this place really go, and why this bunker of all places? Why was every other bunker 6 floors, but this one was 8 or possibly even more? I didn't even think anymore. I did find myself feeling more and more nervous, but I went down the hatch anyway. I was so exhausted by this point, but I did not want to sit and rest in such a dirty place. My plan was to speed up and get this over with, and then I could head back outside and eat. This floor, it was much bigger than the one above. The corridors spanned triple the length, the ceilings were incredibly high, and what really struck me the most was how much colder down here it was than the rooms above. Sure, I was below ground, it's supposed to be cold, but I felt as if the temperature compared to the floor above was almost 10 degrees lower. I was shivering uncontrollably, even while wearing a thick coat and lots of gear. I was fine until now. I was fine in the other floors. This floor also, there were still bits of light leaking out down the corridor. It must have been coming from a room. I could hear that hum even louder now, coming from behind the walls and underneath the floor. Surely it would have been much too expensive to power this place endlessly while abandoned. Surely someone would have cut the power. I figured this place must have been powered by a generator or some kind of auxiliary power. I went down the corridor and followed where the light was leaking from. It was like a maze, but I eventually found the room where the light was coming out from. The room, it was huge. There were these beds lining both sides. They looked like medical beds. They had wheels on the bottom of them so that they could be moved. This room was even colder than the corridors. This room was full of that same blinding white light as from above. Some of the beds, they looked like they'd snapped in half, as if someone really heavy had sat on one of them and it just gave way from the weight. There were more of those glass panels down here, but again, the glass was smashed, and they were literally empty, nothing left in any of them at all. And on the wall furthest in front of me, there was some kind of tube, Well, multiple tubes. They were just these tall, glass cylinders that looked like they had once been filled with some kind of water. Only now it was all just brown and looked stale, and I thank God right then that I was still wearing a mask. Who knows how sick I might get breathing in this kind of air. And then I felt this terror, this deep terror in the pit of my stomach. Because beyond that transformer sound, I started to hear other kinds of sounds. They were incredibly faint at first, but it almost sounded like tapping on concrete. I heard a few in quick succession, but then they stopped and I heard nothing for a while. I almost had the urge to call out, "Hello, is anyone there?" But I knew that would be stupid. There was obviously no one down here. There hadn't been for years. So I left the room to try to investigate what I was hearing. I walked down a few corridors and I heard it again, and it made me stop in my tracks. It sounded like someone barefoot jogging on concrete and then stopping. Just a slap, slap, slap. I decided to walk slower and creep along now because I was getting really paranoid. I was using my flashlight to scan each and every single wall. I got to the start of an incredibly lengthy corridor, much longer than any of the others. This corridor was actually different from the others. There appeared to be some kind of moss growing on the walls. In fact, this entire corridor was overrun with dead greenery in a way that shouldn't really be possible this far down. It was like someone had grown a garden down here artificially that had grown out of control. But the moss and other bits, they were all almost black and rotting. I didn't even have to take my mask off to imagine the smell. I already knew just from looking at it. There was some sort of light coming from the end of the corridor, coming from the right turn at the end. And I froze in shock, because there was something peeking around the corridor. I heard that slapping on concrete again, and watched as this tall thing, turned the corner, and it caught sight of me, and I felt a jolt of panic. I didn't want to make any sudden moves. I could see this thing well enough, but in my fear and panic, I forgot a lot of the details. All I remember is that it looked oddly human, but not exactly. It was human-shaped, but the head was different, and the same thing with the arms and the legs, but I can't remember exactly how. This thing did not stop walking when it saw me. It had this lifeless expression on its face as it walked slowly. It seemed almost awkward for this thing to move its limbs, like its body was not natural or wasn't adapted for it. I was backpedaling, getting ready to make a run for it. I knew roughly where the hatch was. I knew I just had to make it there and that I would be safe. This thing, it started to move its mouth, almost as if it were trying to talk, but no words came out. I just heard it make this gargling noise while moving its lips and mouth. It was as if the lungs of this thing, if it had lungs like humans, were filled up with some kind of liquid that was stopping it, making it make this gargling noise. I remember after trying for a while and just gargling, this thing started to choke, and it sputtered some kind of dark liquid onto the ground. That was my cue. I ran for my life right then and there. I heard the slapping on the concrete close behind me the whole entire way. This thing must have started running when I did, and I knew it was keeping pace with me. I could hear the gurgling and the sputtering growing closer. I had my non-lethal pistol, but I had no idea whether it would incapacitate this thing. It was much too risky, at least in my head at the time. My crossbow was useless in close quarters. By the time I would have pulled it out and aimed it, this thing would have been on top of me, and I would be dead. So, running for that hatch was really my only lifeline. I barely remember the time that I spent running. It all just blurs together in my head. I was just moving without thinking. I remember I got to the hatch and I leaped for it. I had so much adrenaline that I dared to do this, and I managed to grab on and hoist myself up. I was just barely in time. This thing was only a few steps behind me. I did not even have time to catch my breath before this thing, it had also jumped, and it had put its hand through the hatch before I had time to close it. It managed to grip onto my collar and was pulling me by the neck. It was almost choking me, its grip was so tight. It just kept tugging on my clothes with massive force, and I really thought I was going to fall back down. It was choking and sputtering upwards at me as it gurgled some more, but none of the dark liquid managed to reach up to me. I used all of my strength to pull myself up just enough so that I could slam down the hatch onto this thing's arm. It made this horrible, garbled squeal, but it didn't let go. It took another attempt before this thing gave up and finally released me. After that, I shut the thing and tried to pile whatever was laying around on top of it, which wasn't much, but I did not want to risk this thing following me. I still had that rush of adrenaline surging through me, and I wasted no time working my way back up the floors. I made sure to secure the hatches as best as I could on each and every single floor. When I finally stepped outside and felt the fresh air on my face, I felt a rush of relief. I almost collapsed to the ground, I was so exhausted. The sky was clear and filled with stars. I must have been down there for hours and hours. I had no real sense of time while I was down there. The 15+ kilometer journey back was brutal, and I did not even stop to eat any of the food that I packed. I knew I would continue to feel uneasy until I got all the way home. I think when I reached the station, I still had hours to wait. It didn't even matter to me. I just needed to be safe. I fell asleep on the train. Daylight was coming through the windows when I woke up again, and I felt so relieved. I decided that that day would be my last day ever of exploring. Years have passed by since that event, and my memory of it has gotten hazier, but it has never fully disappeared. I have no idea what that thing was. I have no idea why that bunker went so much deeper, or even what kind of work was going on down there in the past, but honestly, I think I'm almost glad I didn't find out. I don't want to live in fear, knowing I know something I never should have found out. I wonder if those pads are left alone intentionally, or whether no one working there even knows about that bunker anymore. Maybe the truth has been buried, I don't know. I just felt like I should share. It's the only thing I've ever witnessed that I could never truly explain. So, this story happened to me when I was a sophomore in high school. I was at a basketball game. I get invited to a bonfire. My parents are in Seattle, visiting my mom's cousin in hospital. I am staying with my uncle overnight in the meantime. I call him up and ask if I can go. He knows how much of a beta I am, so he says that I should go. The bonfire is at some native kids' village, top left corner of the picture. We arrive. There's about 14 of us in all. We are playing soccer, chilling, telling stories. The native kid tells a story of a burial ground by the sand dunes, only a short distance away from where we were. A while later, we all go home. As we enter the highway, the friend who was driving makes a really sharp left and stops at the foot of the sand dunes. He tells us he wants to check out the burial ground really quickly. Like the idiots that we are, we decide to keep on going and see this thing for ourselves. Now we're at the foot of the mountain, and we just passed the dunes. After driving up a little more up the mountain, we see a few small stone monuments and feather necklaces, drums, etc. Stuff that the natives leave for the dead. Nothing scary, but we see a large cat staring at us about 40 feet away. It runs back up the mountain. My redneck friend decides to try and chase it. We follow and see him holding the cat, standing at the entrance of a small cave. Redneck realizes what he was holding the entire time. It was a mountain lion cub, and he thought it was a large house cat that was somehow lost in the mountains. He dropped it, and we kind of panicked for a second, because the cave, more of a small hollow carved into the mountain, had some bones inside of it, and we quickly realized that was the mountain lion's home, and that the mom was obviously close by. We ran back to the car after hearing some growls, and on the way there, one of us knocked over a pile of stones since we decided to go through the cemetery instead of around it. After we drove back down the mountain and got home, we went back to a gas station in a town close to the mountain. We were all shaken up a bit, and we just kind of sat in the car for quite a while. My driver friend gets up and says he needs to use the restroom and walks into the gas station. My redneck friend notices something along the road by the river. I see some weird stick thing that looked like a short wooden post, but it's swaying a little. Then it turned around and started walking. It looked just like a tiny person, exactly like a man was shrunk down to about 2 feet, wearing a loincloth and some moccasins. It just sort of sprinted toward us and ran under our car. My redneck friend immediately got out and looked underneath, yelling at it and telling it to go away. And it wasn't there anymore. It just disappeared. My driver friend comes out and we tell him all about it. Of course, he thinks it's BS. On the way back home, we keep seeing more of these little people by the side of the road, and so does my driver friend. He starts driving faster when they start sprinting towards us, and we are the only people on the highway. There are no other trucks, no other cars, nothing. Even at 11:30ish, there's always a ton of vehicles on this part of the road. By now, we must have passed by hundreds of these little people. We would outrun them since we had a car, but every minute, more and more of them would start chasing us. When we got back to town, we all scattered, except for driver friend who drove home. I ran a few blocks until I reached my uncle's house and ran into my room. For the rest of the night, I kept hearing gravel crunching and the fence kept shaking violently, and yet, when I would look outside the window, I saw nothing. In the morning, I was on my way to school and saw little black footprints on the driveway. I asked my native friend if he knew anything about little people once I got to school. He said he only knew that they cause mischief, but a girl from the Yakima tribe who sits nearby said they were revenge spirits instead, and you can't chase them or look for them, or else they disappear, and you never know where they will show up next. I saw a headless man wearing a suit many different times throughout my life. First time I saw it, I was only a few years old and living in Alberta. I woke up in the middle of the night. No one else was awake. I walked down the hall and looked in the living room/dining room and saw a coat hanging off the backrest of a chair. It looked like it was full, like someone was wearing it, but I did not see a head and I did not see any legs. It was moving left to right. Shoulders were moving as if it was looking for something. It turned and seemed like it looked right at me. I just ran back down the hall to my mom's room and passed out. The next time I saw it, I was 7 years old and in a foster home full of other foster kids. We lived in the interior of British Columbia at the time. Close to midnight. Before you ask me what I was doing out that late, the ministry does not care at all about kids in BC. So there are many missing and murdered kids within the system. All of the kids and I are outside playing in the snow. One of the other kids pointed down the street and we all saw it. A headless man wearing a tuxedo, carrying a green sandbox bucket of all things, as if it wasn't weird enough already. It walked right across the street and into an empty lot and eventually into the woods. We all told the foster parents and they did not believe us. It is crazy. I have no idea what it is. Every time I tell the story to people, I end up seeing this thing. 2 years ago, I told my wife what I had seen through the years, and I told her that because I told her, I will probably see it again. Around 2 a.m. that night, I woke up, and I saw that thing standing there in the corner of the room, and that thing walked to the other side of the room. Frozen with fear, I closed my eyes and held on to my wife until I calmed down enough to look. It wasn't there anymore when I opened up my eyes. I can write about it, but whenever I speak about it, it shows up. Laugh all you want, it's real, and it torments me with its presence. I have only spoken about the thing a few times, as it shows up, and everyone just laughs. I've held off on tapping out my story, as some of you would call it, for a very long time now. But I've been looking on this website for a little while now, and I've seen all kinds of strange stories. I think it was long enough ago that hopefully it's safe and no one will even care anymore. I think I am prepared for the ridicule I might receive. So, to give context to my story, I used to work as a house cleaner for a contracting company. I worked at this company for many long years and worked all sorts of jobs. Now, immediately I will not be believed, but this company ended up having a lot of contracts from very wealthy people. They would send a bunch of us to clean the house or property or wherever needed cleaning that day, and the company would handle the money and the small details. You're probably thinking, if they're so wealthy, then why wouldn't they hire someone long-term that they trust? This story must be fake. And believe me, these are all questions I've asked myself for a very, very long time. Oftentimes, we wouldn't even be told who the house belonged to when we were sent there. We were just told exactly what to do, how to act, what to wear, given the exact cleaning supplies that we needed, etc., and that was that. For the first long while of the job, I was not even aware of the nature of the client until someone who I recognized turned up at the house a little bit too early. So, on the day this happened, I was sent to go and clean a new house. It wasn't just me. The house was pretty big, so for efficiency's sake, a team of cleaners would be sent to get every job done in the allotted time. The house was in a pretty remote area of California, as in, it was far away from the city and was more of an estate. Like, there were acres of land that this house, which was more like a mansion, sat atop of. Like, we had to be transported there in a little bus or a van or whatever with the supplies, because it was just so far away. The head cleaner, there is always a head cleaner, by the way. It's lots of folk who are contracted, and the head cleaner is someone a lot more senior, whose job is basically to keep us in order and make sure that we don't steal or ruin the reputation of the company. He is always threatening us to finish on time and do extra tasks that we did not sign up for. Otherwise, he'd report back to the boss and he'd get us fired or get our pay docked. I'm not sure that's legal anyway, but as someone who grew up very poor and needed this job, it really was not worth taking the risk. So I spent a few hours changing the sheets and covers of some gigantic beds. These people, they might have money, but some of them live like slobs. I've seen some sights in my time, but this room looked like a hoarder's dream. Tons of plates stacked high on a desk, with bits of food that had one bite taken from them and then had been tossed aside. There was some kind of awful stench coming from the room, which I found the source of eventually. Someone had taken a shit in a pair of pants and just thrown them underneath the bed instead of literally anywhere else. The sheets were soaked too, and honestly, I didn't even want to know. I didn't even want to ask. I was just thankful for the gloves that I was wearing. At some point, I remember the head cleaner called me down and told me that the basement needed cleaning too. We were never told to clean that place in the initial briefing, but I wasn't in the mood for an argument. He told me to go and clean up specific areas, and I just went. He told me that others would be down to help later on. So I went down there, and weirdly enough, it was pretty tidy for the most part. I just did some sweeping and scrubbing for a time, until I heard someone walking down the stairs. I shouted up to them, saying I was down here and to come and help me, but I didn't look up or backwards when I said this. I was too busy scrubbing the floor. I remember hearing someone approaching from behind me, and I was about to say, "Look at this," because while I was cleaning, I found some goofy-looking photo of someone in a weird party costume that really made me laugh. But before I got any response or turned around, that was just it. I remember my head hurting and feeling my eyes throbbing, and then I passed out. I came to slightly at one point, but I was so dizzy, the entire room was just shaking. I heard some voices, some deep ones, muttering about something maybe in the next room over. I never figured out what they were saying because my brain was still in low power mode. I heard some kind of motor running, or an engine of some kind. A generator or a car or something, maybe. And then I passed right back out. And when I woke back up, I was outside on some grass. I was on some grass outside a house. I tried to get to my feet, but I couldn't stand up. When I did, I tripped, and I fell face first into the dirt. Because my hands and my legs were tied, I tried to move them to break my fall, and I realized I couldn't. Immediately, I am just in full panic mode. I am just inconsolable. I am struggling and squirming and freaking out, trying to rip my hands free, trying to wiggle my legs out of the bounds. Then I realize where I am. I am on some grass, but I can see water all around me as far as the horizon goes. I look back and the house I'm looking at, it's not the one that I was just cleaning. There is all sorts of trees and stuff that I have not seen here before, and there is water. And there are other people here too. A whole bunch of people. I recognize a couple of them. They were at the house with me, cleaning the other rooms. There were other people too who I didn't have any idea who they were, but like I said, some were at the house with me. They were all tied up too. Some of them didn't speak English. It only took a few minutes before we were all screaming for help really loudly that someone came out of the building. They had a gun. They had a damn gun in their hands. I don't know how I didn't pass out right then and there just seeing this thing. Multiple people came out with guns. They were all wearing these suits and bits of clothing that looked so incredibly expensive, but they had their faces covered. They were wearing these black masks over their head and face, which obscured all of their facial features. The only thing visible were the eyes and the mouth because of the holes, each and every single one of them. They were armed, like I said. Some of them were carrying guns, some of them were carrying hatchets, knives, other things like that. We were all crying and screaming and asking for answers, asking why we were tied up, why we were here, what they were doing with us, etc. And at one point, I guess one of them just got tired of waiting, and they just shot a few bullets in the air and told us to shut the fuck up. I really didn't process what the guy told us. My brain was in self-preservation mode. I was doing my best to come up with any kind of plan, but how could I get away when there was water surrounding the land that we were on? I remember bits and pieces. I remember being told that they were going to cut us free, and then that we had 5 minutes to run. I don't know what they meant by run. And then they told us that whoever wins will receive a big prize. Again, I don't know what they meant about win or what we were even supposed to do. He talked for quite a time more than that, but those are the only two bits that I remember. And after that, all I remember is having the ropes tied around me, cut loose, and I ran away as fast as I could. I took a quick look back as I was running, and I saw one of the men who they released. He walked up to them. I think he tried to punch one of the men with guns, and oh god, I remember seeing him drop to the ground after a loud bang. This sent everyone running even quicker than before. I just bolted as fast as I could into the trees in a straight line. I was expecting to hear more gunshots ringing out, but I never heard any. My heart was beating out of my chest, and the only thought running through my head was, I might get shot and drop dead any second now. The ground was really uneven, and I ran for a while through some trees. I'm not exaggerating when I say I was a few seconds away from falling to my death. I was just on autopilot, and it took me a second to register that there was a drop. I ended up dropping to my hands and knees, and I just spent a minute or so panting and trying to catch my breath. The only conclusion I could come to, looking out over this drop and seeing only water for miles, was that I was on an island somehow. I couldn't be sure because I couldn't see the other side, but I couldn't see any land for miles. It was just water, and there were no boats or ships nearby. Just water, no other land. It didn't make sense in my head at all. I was just in California, cleaning a property. How long was I unconscious for? And this place, it obviously didn't look like anywhere near the coast. I knew I didn't have time to just sit there and think, so I got up and started running again. There was this man running behind me, but he was quite a big guy, so he was a few steps slower than me. He was out of breath, but still trying to ask me all sorts of questions, like I had the answers. I remember I was speeding up because I heard twigs snapping nearby, and he begged me not to leave and to keep running with him. But I got up to some higher ground, and there was a little nook with lots of tall grass, and I just hit the dirt. I couldn't run anymore. I just had to pray to God that I was concealed enough. I could see out through the grass. My vision was a little bit obscured, but only partially. Thankfully, the clothes that I had on, they didn't really stand out against the grass, so I think that helped me a lot. The man kept running for a while in my direction, but eventually I saw someone just on the edge of the tree line. They were holding a gun. I'd heard tons of screaming the entire time I had been running away. I hadn't heard any more gunshots up to this point, aside from that very first one that I saw. This man, the man with the mask on and the gun, he just jogged towards this bigger guy. There was no way he could get away, and he was still just shouting around and begging and pleading for help, saying, "Please don't let them get me." I knew he was talking to me, but I was so frightened. I didn't want to die. So I stayed hidden, and I watched. I watched as the masked man got a little bit closer, and he seemed so calm. He even dropped to just a casual walk by the time he was close to this bigger man. He actually started laughing. Like he found the entire situation hilarious, and he told the guy not to bother running anymore. He told him this in between laughing. The bigger guy obviously didn't listen. He was frightened to death. Then I heard the gunshot ring out, and the bigger guy toppled to the ground and started shouting and writhing. I thought he was dead right then and there. I thought the masked man was going to put a few more bullets in him and then move. But the bigger guy on the ground was still alive. He was bleeding, but only from his leg it looked like. All he could do was cry and curse and try to shuffle away from the masked man. All I could do was throw my hand over my mouth and try to stifle my tears as this masked man, he toyed with this guy. He was laughing at him and kicking his leg where he shot him, telling him all of the things he was going to do to him. He got really, really strange. Started explaining to this man in gruesome detail how he was going to bite him and rip off bits of his skin, and it made my heart sink. Because I knew this wasn't a dream. This was actually happening right in front of my eyes. Then this masked guy, he takes the gun and he ejects the magazine, and he just tosses it away really far. It actually flew over my head. I was so scared it would hit me and I would give myself away. And then he proceeds to do the same exact thing with the damn gun. I didn't understand why until he removed his mask. I saw his face for the first time, and it was no one that I recognized. I had never seen the man's face before in my life. He then proceeded to pull out a knife and started cutting himself up, just all over his body. Once he made the first cut in his cheek, I winced and closed my eyes because I couldn't really look anymore. It made me squeamish. I held my eyes closed tight and I heard weird sounds. I heard some kind of squelching and shifting sounds. I heard the previously masked man making some kind of moans, as weird as that sounds. He was making sounds he sounded like he was in pure ecstasy. I remember hearing the man on the floor, a scream coming from him, and then I heard some very heavy breathing coming from the masked man. I opened my eyes back up to see what was going on. I just couldn't help myself. And his face, it was different. He wasn't bleeding everywhere like I expected him to be. Where patches of his skin were, where he had cut, there was now this scaly kind of texture, a mix of greens and browns. It was like his skin had just peeled off, just like that, when you get really badly burnt or sunburnt or whatever. And I watched him continue to do this. He kept cutting at his face with a knife, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but he kept pulling off bits of his skin, like he was wearing a mask or just some really heavy makeup. It didn't take him long, and once he was done, he knelt down to a crouching position. He was almost on all fours by this point. It looked so strange because he was still wearing a suit. I was holding my breath. I kept pinching my hand and every bits of my skin. I just kept repeating in my head that it was just a dream and not really happening. I was just trying to slow down my rapid breathing, but I couldn't. I was just trying to disassociate at this point. I watched the entire thing, but I didn't at the same time, if that makes sense. Because of this, my memory is fragmented, and I don't remember everything. I remember the masked man crawling over to the man on the ground, who had passed out by this point from fright. I remember he crawled on top of his body and was sniffing him and drooling something onto him that didn't really look like human spit. I remember that he bit down onto his face, and the man on the floor woke up with a scream. He tried to fight back, but it didn't work. My memory cuts out here, and the next thing I remember is seeing the masked man just chewing at the man on the floor's face. After that, the masked man, he started sniffing around, and this is when I snapped back to reality. It finally sunk in that he might notice me and that I might be next. He seemed to be smiling, what looked like a smile anyway, while sniffing. He got close to where I was, but eventually he just left. I remember seeing him gallop off on all fours, using both hands and legs, in a way that didn't make sense to my brain. I can't describe how he moved, he just did. And when he galloped away, I saw that the man left behind just had a cavity where his face should have been. And I went back to coping, to pinching myself, to trying to pretend it was not happening. I must have been there for hours. It was about to turn dusk the next time I noticed anything again. There were screams intermittently and sounds of dirt being kicked up, but I just filtered it out mostly. At some point, things got even weirder somehow, because I heard a loud bang. I was convinced when I heard it that I had been shot, and I was looking everywhere all over my body for the wound. But then I saw a flash of red up in the sky. Someone had sent up a red flare into the sky, and the bangs going off were fireworks. Then I heard a voice. It was loud. It sounded like you could hear it no matter where you were. It sounded like it was something coming from, like a megaphone. It was just someone saying very cheerfully, "You've won. You can come out now. Come back to the house for your reward." They said other things, but I don't remember. I remember just putting my head back into the grass and covering my ears. And around 5 minutes later, I felt a hand grab me by the hair and start pulling me along the dirt. It was one of those assholes in a mask. He pulled me the whole way back because I refused to stand up. I refused to uncover my ears and raise my head. I tried to hit him and kick him, but he just smacked me with the butt of what I think was a pistol. When I had finally stopped being dragged around, I refused to lift up my head. I just curled myself into a ball and waited for the gunshot. All I could focus on was my legs that felt like they were burning from being dragged through grass and dirt. Someone grabbed me by the hair again and forced me to look upwards. There was a dining table set up outside. There was cake and all sorts of exotic foods, seafood, anything that you could imagine. The person grabbing me once again told me that I had won, and I just started sobbing. I was covering my face and begging him not to kill me. I remember he looked at me with a disgusted expression and went and grabbed a slice of cake. He told me to open my mouth, but I wouldn't. He put his fingers in my mouth and I bit them, but it just made him mad. Then he slapped me and started forcing the cake into my mouth. He put the gun to my head and told me to chew and swallow or that he would shoot me. I had no choice, so I ate the cake. And it wasn't long before I felt really woozy. I remember fading in and out of consciousness while just feeling really light, like I weighed nothing anymore. I remember that my fingers felt all tingly, and I was awake but my vision was still black. When I woke up again, I woke up in a room. The room I was in, it was at my house. It was my home. I was tucked into bed. It was like nothing ever happened. I've struggled since then. I've struggled to come to terms with it. I called my company up, crying and screaming, and they essentially told me to go to therapy because I was a schizo, that no such thing ever happened, and that I had been reading too many conspiracy theories, that these types of things only happen in horror movies and not real life. My memory was foggy, though. It took me a long time to remember everything. I don't know what was in that cake, but it took around a year for all of the events to come back to me. When I first woke up, all I remembered was being tied up somewhere and someone being shot. And that's it. The rest has come back to me every so often over the long years. Waking up from a nightmare and realizing mental flashbangs of things that I saw. I have a lot of questions, but the one that really irks me is probably a question that you will probably also have reading this story. Why didn't I die there? Why would they let someone go who might remember? Why risk it at all? I wish I knew the answer. Part of me almost wishes that I did die. At least then I wouldn't feel so guilty, and like that man's death wasn't my fault. So, when this happened to me, I was around 14 years of age, living in Elkin, North Carolina. My older brother, who I will just call Tyler, is 16 years old. We're pretty close. We hit a whole lot of woods behind our property. It went on for a long while. I don't think we ever explored all of it. So it's Christmas break. All the trees are dead. The ground is really thick with leaves. There's quite a bit of visibility. We go out for a walk, like we often do. We don't talk because we can't even really hear each other over the crunching of the leaves. We get to this creek, which may or may not be deep into someone else's private property. We're not exactly sure. It's not very deep, but a few yards wide. There's a sandy creek bed and leaf clumps by the banks. We are about 15 feet away from the water. Tyler is balancing on a rotting log while talking. I'm standing nearby. There is no wind this day. It's chilly and there's an overcast sky. And I suddenly felt really uneasy before anything even happened. Then there is this noise across the creek, like a footstep. Tyler suddenly stops talking. The noise comes back, and we see some leaves kick up on the other side of the creek. It's like a little puff of leaves, just kind of explode upward a little bit, with a crunching sound like you'd expect when someone walks on it. Hard to describe, I know. It keeps happening across the creek, with maybe like 2 seconds in between the crunches. Each crunch is a few feet away from the last. There's some animal over there playing in the leaves, says Tyler. A mouse, probably. That's routinely jumping for some reason. But it's also somehow covering a lot of ground in between the jumps. Crunch, crunch. The crunching comes towards us in a line and reaches the creek. Then there is silence. We watch the far bank to see what it is. A few seconds pass by. Then there is a crunch on our side. I think it's gotta be a wind vortex or something. My heart is pounding. I have not moved a muscle. I hear the crunch again. I am staring at the spot, really just looking for something in the leaves. Crunch. Tyler is gone. My heart stops. He's gone. He's vanished. I looked around everywhere. He is not on the log or anywhere in my eyeline. He was there just 1 second ago. There is nowhere to hide with all of the leafless skinny trees, and if he touched the ground at all, even really far away, I would hear it. I can't stress enough how there is no way he could have disappeared that quickly. He's been taken? Then there is a crunch right in front of me, and suddenly I'm just running. I have no idea if the thing is still chasing me. I run for my life back home. My chest is killing me, but I cannot stop running. I have never been this scared in my entire life. I'm looking around wildly for Tyler. He's not anywhere I can see. I should have seen him. I get to my backyard, where my mom and Tyler are both waiting for me. He's alive. They look terrified, asking what happened, and I can't even breathe enough to explain. My lungs are frozen. Tyler says you disappeared. There is a lot of confusion. Apparently, his account is that the crunching stopped right when the thing crossed the creek. I remember a few more crunches on our shore, and that I had vanished and he had freaked out and ran. I insisted that he disappeared first, and then I ran. They had been waiting for me for a full minute, according to Tyler and my mom. What? That timeline makes no sense. Why was I that slow getting back? Mom says that we both got spooked and ran at the same time, but that still doesn't explain how he got back so fast. There is lots of talk between us. She gets pretty worried about us because of how freaked out we were. We go inside and get warm. I take a shower to clear my head. Me and Tyler talk about this non-stop for months. It becomes a whole thing where we finally built up the courage to return to the creek half a year later, but we don't really find anything. I don't tell a lot of people about this, and I gradually start downplaying how scary it was to my friends that I did tell. But it was very emotionally scarring and very strange. We moved away a few years later. My brother and I, we will still reminisce. We wonder if we imagined it sometimes. I have no idea what happened, and as far as I know, nothing like that has happened to anyone else. If any of you ghost experts or demonologists have any theories, I would be happy to hear them. Wow, it's the closest sounding thing to a glitch in the Matrix if I have ever heard of one. It sounds like something overlapped in time and space, causing you both to lose sight of each other and go running back, with a minor discrepancy in the time elapsed. I've always assumed this was some kind of otherworldly entity interacting with us. I guess because I felt a lot of presence at the time. And most people I've discussed this with didn't really believe in Mandela effect stuff at all, so I've been putting off that possibility. If it was a Matrix glitch, does that suggest that I changed universes? I have a story to share, and some interesting locations are involved. I was 18 at the time that this happened, working as a camp counselor in North Carolina. I went on a camping trip to Black Balsam Bald, outside of Asheville. Near the base of Black Balsam is a place that we called the Enchanted Forest. I wish I could describe it. It really looks like an enchanted forest. There are wonderful trees with sprawling visible root systems and all spaced pretty evenly. Everything looks the same. It's a very, very easy place to get lost in. It's the locale for many myths and legends, etc. The first place I heard of a tall man's story was a camper at this same camp. There are other myths too about supposed cult activity. I've heard stories of people seeing congregations of people in hooded robes early in the AM there. Supposedly, the mayor of Asheville is part of said cult, etc, etc, you kinda get the idea. So my group decides to camp in the Enchanted Forest. We are walking around, looking for a campsite. The little camper says, "Hey, Ezra, look. There is a doll hanging from a tree by a noose." Oh shit, what the hell? I go to check it out. There are lots of dolls hanging from the trees by nooses. There is some sort of sticky red substance on some of the ropes/dolls. My co-counselor deems it his animal blood. I am not so sure about that, but he was a general wild man, so I trust his opinion more than mine. Most of the group decides that we should camp elsewhere. I protest. I convince everyone that it's okay. We set up camp a good 20 meters away from the creepy dolls. Later that night, I am getting ready for bed. I hear gunfire and yelling out in the woods. It's probably just some damn hillbillies. But that's not likely, as we are in a national forest, no guns allowed. The co-counselor and I decide to sleep in shifts. He takes first watch. He wakes me up when it's my turn. He tells me it's been dead quiet all night. I am happy to hear it. I take my turn. I am waiting around the fire, watching, getting generally creeped out. It's a creepy place at night, aesthetically anyway. I think I hear laughter. My rational mind says it must just be the wind. I definitely hear footsteps and voices behind me. Oh shit, oh shit. I turn around and shine my flashlight. I can see 2 figures. I say to the people that I can see, "Hey, we've got a campsite here. Would you mind going around?" They stop moving. I get no reply. My heart is just pounding. Hello? Finally one speaks. It just says, "We're hunting." It's this shrill female voice. It still gives me chills thinking about it to this day. "You can't hunt here. It's a national forest. Please, we have children here. Just leave us in peace." It's a male voice this time. It says, "Ignorant. We hunt where we desire," or something like that. They stand there for what felt like hours. Finally, they simply leave, wordlessly. They just turn around and go. But the whole time they stood there, they were just staring at me and glancing around the camp. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I didn't tell anyone what happened. When my co-counselor finally wakes up, I tell him I'm going for a shit. Secretly, I go to where I thought the dolls were. The dolls are gone. The ropes are still hanging. I think screw this. I run back to the camp and I start packing up and I nope the hell out of there. What I am about to tell you is going to be hard to believe, but I really need to get it off of my chest. I want out, but there is no way out for me in my situation, not without serious consequences. So I'm typing this here anonymously to tell you what I experienced. I worked as a security guard of sorts, and I have done for many, many years. I have worked security for many high-profile events over the years, and for some very wealthy clientele. It didn't always start out that way. I first worked for this company, and to me, it was just a regular security company. They had a few in-house staff members, usually the higher-ups running the show, the supervisors and the like. But as for actual security guard staff, most of the company was supplemented with subcontractors supplied by other companies that they would then vet. I was eventually hired by the security company directly, but it took many years and the building of a lot of trust. You would work the lowest of the low, most ordinary jobs. In the staff, they would test you, prod your mind to see what type of person that you are. If you would follow things without question, if you would kick up a fuss about things, or take the pay and just move on. Then you would be moved up. You would have to do more to earn more trust. Even when I was hired by this company, I still was not trusted with the better, higher paying events. I had to prove myself by doing things I found uncomfortable, to say the least. I had to do initiations to prove I was not afraid of being uncomfortable or humiliated, and that I would do what I was supposed to do. Now, although we were hired for security, most of the time, security was not strictly necessary, for the richer clients at the very least. In that case, you become more of a servant, I guess, is the only way I can really put it. You do as you were told, anything, no matter how strange. The first job I ever did was actually accompanying a client to a social event in a public place. I remember having to wait outside a closet in a random upstairs section of the building while the client was in the closet with a woman half their age. I had to look out for other people and divert them, cause a distraction, and lie to his wife and keep her occupied. That was one of the more tame things I experienced. Once I was more embedded in the company, one of the clients asked me to undergo an initiation before working for him further. I guess the aim was to prove that I was trustworthy and that I would never put myself above the client, no matter the circumstances. I was blindfolded for the most of it. I was taken out into an isolated cornfield where there was no one around for miles and miles. I had to strip down to just my underwear and fight someone else, bare knuckles, who was also being initiated. I got my ass beat, and I was bleeding from almost everywhere on my body. The rules were that you only win once the opponent physically cannot stand anymore. And for my punishment, the loser, which was me, was to be erected in that field like they were a scarecrow in nothing but their underwear. They left someone behind to watch over me and to give me water, but I had to hang there for multiple days. I felt like trash. I could feel the bruises on my body, physically throbbing. I had no idea how it was supposed to build trust, but I went through all of it without question. There was more beyond that, but this is already going to be much too long. You might ask, why do all of this crazy shit in the first place? Well, the answer is money. That and the fact that once you're doing these jobs, it's hard to get out. I grew up dirt poor. My parents raised me in a mobile home, and we barely even had money for the gas to power the thing. Food stamps only went so far, and I recall going multiple days hungry sometimes, and that was as a 6-year-old child. Growing up like that, it really changes your perspective on these things. You will do anything to survive. For me, keeping my pride was not worth life-changing money, and money that would ensure I actually got a chance at life. It was better to throw my pride away. And the things I was asked to do, well, at first they weren't so bad. Most of them were self-sacrifice. I told myself it was okay, because it was only me taking the hits and suffering. But this event I am going to tell you about, it was the first step down a road of shame that I will never be able to live with. There was a party being hosted by the client who I did the initiation for. He asked for me personally by name. At the time, I thought it was good news, but it really wasn't. I was to be present while he gave a speech to some people, and he also wanted me to help with a show that he wanted to put on. That's all he said. He didn't really give me anything more to go on than a show. He wanted me to be a personal witness and to help take part in something greater. I agreed, but only because he was offering to pay me an obscene amount of money. He only wanted people he completely trusted at this event, and I suppose after going on many years of work, I was one of those people. I was flown out to New York for this, all expenses paid. There was a big manor home upstate that had been prepared especially for this event. I arrived long before any guests did, and I had to help prepare things. There were staff there, but not a lot of them, and I think everyone was a security guard. And like I said, when I say I was a security guard, that was mostly just a job title. I was whatever people wanted me to be. I helped to prepare tables, specifically this very large dining table that had a white cloth draped over it. Lots of ornaments and decorations and that kind of thing. I asked if I was needed to help prepare any food or ingredients for the cooks arriving later, but I was told no. I was told that the food they wanted was specific and would have to be prepared in the moment. I just thought, sure, whatever. I'm sure they had some fancy-ass dish in mind that I'd never heard of. After that, I spent a lot of hours standing outside and waiting in boredom. Just before the sun started to set, a vehicle arrived, but it wasn't a guest. It was a few people in suits. I had no idea that they would be arriving. I walked over to check out their IDs and inquire what the hell was going on, and they told me that they had some deliveries for the occasion. I told them the best place to park around back, right next to an entrance that led directly into the basement of the place. The car they arrived in, it was more of a truck or a van, with storage in the back. I helped them move these crates inside, which were so heavy, I had no idea what was inside of them. I also moved a few barrels full to the brim of things, and then I was asked to help move something else and to be extra careful. It was something that was strapped to one of those metal things with wheels to help move items. The thing with wheels, it was quite long, and so was the item. It was covered with multiple layers of tarp that were not strapped down. They'd just been placed over it. I didn't even ask. That was a hard rule. I'd made that mistake before and been punished for it, and I knew not to get it wrong ever again. So I kept my curiosity to myself. I helped the guy in the suit carry it down from the vehicle, and then helped him wheel it down into the basement. It was about to become dark, and my job was done, at least for now. It wasn't long before the guests started arriving. All of them were dressed up in incredibly fancy clothes. There were rules of engagement for me. I was not even allowed to so much as look in the direction of a guest unless I was summoned. I had to carry out anything that they asked me. Of course, I couldn't make myself blind, so I still caught things here and there. Some of the people there, they turned up in these half-mask things. They only covered the top half of the face and left the entire lower half, like the mouth, completely free. They also had holes for the eyes. These were only worn by a few people though, not very many. Most just wore nothing on their faces. I barely recognized most of the people anyway. They were all obviously wealthy, but ghosts to ordinary people. The night went on for a while. In one of the other rooms, a makeshift stage had been prepared for my client to stand on. He gave a really long speech in a language that was not English. I don't even know what language it was. It wasn't a language I'd ever personally heard spoken out loud before. After the speech came the entertainment. Unfortunately for me, I was part of this entertainment, and I had no choice. The client asked me to come up to the front of the room and step onto the stage, which I obliged. He told everyone in the room that I was to be the appetizer, to get people excited and warmed up are the exact words that he used, that I would be a fun game for them before the main event. The fear and panic I felt when he finished saying these words, it just took over me completely, but I had no choice in the matter. Most of that night, well, I spent it disassociating, pretending to be somewhere else. Sometimes it's the only way to get through. The client, he stripped me down to just my underwear so that all of my skin was on display. He pulled out a small flip knife from out of his pocket and he handed it to me. He told me that I had to make the first cut, otherwise it wouldn't be right. There were a million thoughts running through my mind. I definitely thought about stabbing him and running away a couple of times. It's something I would only ever think though. I was way too scared for my life to act. I unfolded the knife and brought it to my palm. I could see that I was shaking. My hands were just rattling back and forth. And when I brought it up to my palm, the client just shook his head and told me, no. So I moved it down to my forearm, and he told me no again. I moved it to a different place, just underneath my nipples, and he told me, perfect. And I made a cut. Not a deep one, just enough that a tiny trickle of blood appeared, just a dot. He took his finger and wiped it from me and tasted it. The entire room at this point, they were laughing and giggling to each other, shouting things at me that I can't really remember, like a heckler would at a comedy club. He invited various people onto the stage. I was asked to make bigger and bigger cuts in different places, and these people, they would taste the blood. Most of this was just a blur for me. Like I said, I tried to block it out. The only time I would snap back and become aware was when I was asked a question for which I was forced to answer. This older lady, she tapped me on the shoulder and ran her finger across my forehead with my own blood. And she looked at me. She looked at me for a long while. She stared me dead in the eyes and she said, "Do you want to see?" I hadn't ever been asked a question like that before, a question where I didn't really even know how to answer. So I just nodded very meekly and tried to stop paying attention once again. She tasted some of my blood and she took something out of her mouth. I was half expecting them to be dentures or something and that she had maybe lost her teeth, but no. They were on her teeth, tooth caps or something, I don't know what they were. But when she took them off, I could see her teeth, her real teeth. Big teeth, sharp ones, unnatural. They didn't even fit inside her mouth properly. I tried my very hardest to stop paying attention right then and there, but I couldn't. Now that I had seen, now that I had taken notice, I couldn't get my brain to just stop thinking and look away. She removed something from her eyes too. Contact lenses, I think, but they must have been big ones, because I saw that her actual eye color was not an impossibly bright green anymore. They were a golden, sharp yellow kind of color. The whites of her eyes were barely even white. They were also tinted this sickly kind of yellow. It was insane. She asked me if I wanted to see the rest, is what she said, and she caressed my face as she said it. I just nodded again because I didn't know what else to do. I could feel my body just shaking again. I could feel my heart beating so fast. My heart, it felt like it was twice as heavy as before. It felt like it was just going to drop out of my body and hit the floor. So I nodded again, and when I nodded yes to this question, the rest of the room started laughing. She started laughing too, and she told me that if I was lucky and made the right moves, that perhaps she would hire me to come and work for her. After that, everyone in the room just dispersed. They left the room with the staging. It was apparently time for the main event, and that they had had enough of me. My client, he told me not to worry, that I would not be part of anything else tonight, and that I would just be a spectator. He told me that he only had one more task for me, and that I would be getting a big pay rise after tonight. I was told to head down to the basement in order to help bring the entertainment. I could feel nothing but dread by this point. I didn't want to know what the entertainment was. If I was the appetizer, what was the main event? Those people in black suits, the guy I helped, he was still around. He brought me down to the basement with him, and we moved the crates and the thing underneath the tarp all the way up to the dining hall. It took a while because everything was so heavy. The client had prepared another speech and was talking about eating soon. There still were not any cooks or any waitstaff here, so it seemed really strange. I thought they would have arrived by now, but there was no sign of any cars or vans pulling up. The dining table was already set up, but it looked like they would be waiting for a while if they were waiting for some food to be cooked from scratch. After that, the client cracked open one of the crates and pulled some things out. These cups or wine glass type things that I think were ceramic. They looked incredibly expensive. There were other things in there too, but I wasn't really paying full attention. The client asked me to walk over to the tarp and take it off, and then to place the entertainment on top of the table. I had a bad gut feeling, but I prayed with every fiber of my being that it was not true. But when I took off the multiple tarps finally, I had to bite down hard on my lip until it bled to hide my shock. If I had reacted in the wrong way, then I know that I would have been in trouble. Because there was a man. He was alive, he was just unconscious. It was at this moment I knew I had to go into self-preservation mode. I did not want to go through with any of this, but I knew if I didn't, then I would probably end up dead, or worse. The client told me that he was just sleeping, and he told me to wake him up. I said that I would go and fetch some water, and that would do the job, but the client told me no. He handed me something wooden. It was like a ping pong paddle or something, and he told me to use that to wake him up. And so I did. With the first strike, his body jolted slightly, which I think was just reflex, and the client told me to use more force. When I did, the man shot awake and he was immediately in a panic. He punched me, started trying to wrestle me, and started trying to break out of the room, but the man in the suit who brought him here caught him at the door and stopped him. The client told me to retrieve and restrain him. He told me that the client had to stay awake to make sure that I didn't use too much force and spoil him or knock him out. I had to grab him in a headlock from behind, and when I did, I took my chance to whisper in his ear. I told him that I was sorry and that I had no choice, not that my apology was really worth anything. It took a while, but we eventually tied the man by his legs and arms and placed him down on top of the table, along with putting a ball gag in his mouth so he could not scream. These next events, they went on for some hours, and a lot of it is a blur in my mind because I was trying not to see anything at all. I wanted so desperately to just disappear for good, for the ground to open up, and for me to be taken to hell where I belong. The clients, they spent hours biting into this man. They all had these horribly long and sharp teeth that were so unnatural, just like the old lady. I saw them perform almost like a ritual on this man. They would start in a pattern, they would do it a certain way. They would start with small bites, just to release a tiny little bit of blood. They didn't go all in right away, but eventually the bites, they would start to get bigger and bolder, but it was slowly built up. It took hours for them to be fully biting down. I only looked at this man in the face once or twice. Whenever I did, he was staring right at me, right into my soul. He always had tears in his eyes and was trying to squirm in pain, but the ropes were stopping that. I remember hearing the muffled cries every so often. I remember at one point, one of the guests brought their teeth down into his arm, and they proceeded to cut the arm open. They just kept bringing up bigger and bigger layers of his skin until his arm was all bloody and everything underneath was just exposed. There was no top layer of skin there anymore. There is another big gap in my memory at this point, but I wish I didn't remember this next part either. One of the man's arms, it looked shrunken and withered. It was so small and shriveled up and malnourished when it was just fine just a few hours before. I don't know exactly what they did, but I don't really want to know. It looked like all of the moisture had been sucked out of it. Everything had been sucked out of it, except for the bone. And I remember this image, this one image in my mind that I can't get rid of, no matter how hard I try. I see it when I go to bed at night, it just keeps me awake. I saw this older man. He circled the table for a while, and then climbed on top of it. It was the first time someone had done this. He was behind the man, kneeling on the table, just behind his head. And I saw him bring his face lower and lower towards the man's head, until he was hovering just inches away. I could see those teeth peeking outwards, dripping with blood. And with this speed that my brain could not even comprehend, he just brought one down and sunk it in. He sunk his teeth directly into the man's eyeball. I saw it go right through the center, and it made this sickly noise, this wet squelching noise. The man on the table, his face was a ghostly white at this point, and I think when this happened, when the tooth pierced his eyeball, I think he just went limp. I think that was the point that he died, that his body just couldn't take the pain anymore, or maybe it pierced so deeply it just killed him, because his face and his eyes, they contorted into this expression of horrible anguish and just, they never moved again. He didn't so much as twitch his eyes. I remember that they took the gag off of the man, and he did not make a sound. They untied him, and he did not so much as twitch. and I don't remember anything again for another long while. Not until there was a tarp over the table, and the client was asking me to move it back down to the basement. And the man in the suit, he drove it away in the vehicle. To where? I don't really know. I knew I was in deep shit before this point, but this was the first time I really figured out the true nature of some of the people that I was working for. All of the guests left. I and a few other members of staff were left to clean up the room. The dining table sheet was covered in blood. I think there were even bits of dried puke that must have leaked out from the mouth of the man strapped down, just trickled through the gaps of the gag. After this, the client grabbed me by the shoulder and brought me into a room upstairs without even saying a word to me. He sat me down in a chair and began to talk to me. Well, at me, really. It wasn't a two-way conversation. He told me that he knew that this was new to me, that everything I experienced before now was not on the same level as this. He went on and on for quite some time, and I don't really remember half of the words he said to me. I didn't even really feel like I was in my body anymore. When I see the memories inside my head, when I think about what happened, it's like I'm floating above the room and just watching a complete stranger. I got the gist of what he was saying though. There were some pretty obvious implications. Mainly that I was an accessory to a crime, and that if any type of information was ever leaked, then I would be the one taking the fall for all of the events that took place. I was told that my money would be rescinded, that I would spend most of my life in prison, and that my life would not be worth living. I was told to nod if I understood. I did so. I am an evil monster. I know that. I regret all of the things that I did. At first, when it was just myself suffering, I told myself that it was okay, that no one was being hurt but me, so that was fine, that everything was just going to be fine. I was scared as hell at the start of that night, but I told myself I would get through it. After that, I just locked up and retreated away into my own head. But I can't do it anymore. I cannot do this shit anymore. I hate myself and I am done. I am finally going to do what I should have done originally. I am going to flee the country and live in the middle of nowhere somewhere. Even if I don't survive, it has to be better than this. I was around 14 years old when these events happened to me. I was visiting my grandparents in southern Illinois just for the summer. I had 3 friends down there with me. They were 12, and 13 years old. It was probably just after lunch, about 12 o'clock-ish. We were walking down these decommissioned railroad tracks. The trees make a tunnel out of the old rotted tracks. There's trees on either sides, just covering everything. We were just goofing off and playing like boys. We got a good ways away from the house. And after a while of walking on these tracks, I start hearing these sounds. They sound like radio static. I ignore it because I don't know what it is. I think it's my mind maybe just playing tricks on me, so I just keep on playing with my friends. The sound stays with us, getting neither louder or quieter, and it's not just me who can hear it anymore. Every single one of my friends says that they can hear it too. We all talk amongst ourselves about what it could be, and we figure maybe it's some older kids screwing with us. We keep on walking. We must have been walking around 30 minutes before this next point. The static stayed around that whole way, but that's all it was. And then after 30 minutes, we get to this railroad bridge. It spans a decent-sized gully. There is sand at the bottom. It looks like dirt bikes are ridden there a lot, and people use it for off-roading. It looks like a popular teen hangout. But right now, it's completely deserted. There are no older kids around. The static, it starts getting louder once we got to this place. One of my other friends, he just starts crying. The rest of us get really nervous. I'm like, okay guys, let's go. We are following the gully. Down the left, that leads to the main road. We start walking down the bank to hit the main road. I'm about 2 blocks away from my grandparents' house by now, so we will be home really soon, and we won't have to hear that static sound anymore. I am still just walking, and all of a sudden, I look up in the sky and it's just pitch black. It's fully dark, nighttime. I am getting closer to the driveway, and I am freaking out, wondering what is going on. There are 3 police cars waiting there for me. All 3 of my friends' parents' cars too. We walk down the driveway. Everyone rushes out to us. They ask where we've been. I'm like, what do you mean? They tell me it's 4:46 a.m. We tell them exactly what happened, but no one believes us. We get grounded, and we are forced to go home the very next day. I have absolutely no idea what happened from approximately 12:40 p.m. to 4:46 a.m. It was probably around 2018 when this happened to me. I was camping with my girlfriend and some of her friends. My GF's friends are these urbanite normies who are terrified of nature. They also really hate guns. I am on this trip because they want someone to make them feel safe, but at the same time, I catch shit from them because I packed 2 firearms, a double barrel, Merkel side-by-side, and a regular hunting rifle, a Mossberg I believe. I had borrowed that one from my stepfather. We are going to spend about 4 days in the woods in the Daniel Boone National Forest. On the first day that we arrive, we set up the tents. I continue to explain why I brought 2 guns with us, which my explanation was a lie. I actually had forgotten the shotgun was in the trunk at the time. I had intended to simply bring the hunting rifle, but luck would have it, I had ammo for the shotgun on me at the time. It's going pretty smooth. We are having fun down by the Cave Run Lake, when I notice what looks like some movement in the tree line a ways away. It looks kind of like a large dog's head, but I pay no mind to it, thinking someone is walking their dog around that particular area. We head back to where we had our tent set up and get dinner ready, start a fire, the usual camping experience. Around 11 to 12 is when I get up, having to go and take a piss. I head off into the woods with one of the guns and a lantern, a battery-operated one specifically, to go and pee. I am finishing up when I start noticing these noises of something rustling around the brush. I start to notice these bright yellow lights not too long afterwards. Oh shit, it's eye shine. These bright yellow eyes are shining, and they are about 6 feet or so off of the ground. I shine the lantern in the direction of the eyes, and I see this large, canine-like head standing upright. I wish I could say I shot at the thing, but I did the pussy thing, and I bolted the other way. I did fire off a shot when I got back into camp, but that's all. I lied to the GF and her friends. I said I got spooked by some animal. Nothing of interest happened afterwards, but I did catch some glimpses of the thing. I was involved in something a long time ago that I still can't quite explain. I worked as a babysitter for this older gentleman. I was a broke college kid, and this guy was offering me a lot of money to just sit on his couch and do nothing all night. I think I got introduced to him through a friend at a bar. Probably should have been a red flag already, I know. He seemed like an okay guy. Told me he ran a business that he owned himself. He never told me specifically what he did, but he talked a lot about managing people and product and stuff. And I mean, his money didn't lie. He told me that he needed someone to look after his kids for a few weeks while he worked late nights. The idea was that the kids would already be tucked into bed by the time his work started, so I was literally only there in case of an emergency. It sounded way too good to be true, especially since he was offering to pay me a couple $100 each night for only a few hours worth of work, if even that. He explained that the money was well worth his peace of mind. He also said that the work was important and also worth a lot more than what he was paying me. I didn't agree initially. I was, a little sketched out. I wanted to do a little more thinking on it. and he told me to think on it too. We met up a couple extra times, and he gave me a tour of his place. He didn't live in a fancy big mansion or anything. It was just a really nice house in a wealthy area of the city. Still lots of neighbors around and stuff, so I was not too worried. He was really hesitant about me meeting his kids for a little while. Just kept insisting it would not be a problem, but I told him it would be best. No point having me watching over the place if his kids couldn't trust me. So after a few more times of insisting, he introduced me to his son, probably around 10 years old, I'd say. He didn't really talk very much. He just seemed to be in his own world most of the time. The man told me that his son had developmental problems, so he wasn't really all that talkative. He told me he was worried that I would be scared off by it, but that it would be no problem, that he was a good kid and rarely made any fuss. He told me his other kids were elsewhere for the day, so I couldn't meet them. His son didn't really respond to me at all. He didn't react to his name and was much too busy humming to himself and playing with some toys. I finally agreed. I was low on cash and really struggling to make rent, so I accepted the job. He gave me the money up front before I'd even started my first shift, and he gave me a time to swing by the next day. It was a few hours earlier than usual. The man, I suppose I will call him David so that this story is easier to read, he wasn't inside the house at the time. He left a note about the kids and food being in the fridge, but he also told me to give him a call when I read the note, so I did. He was really apologetic, actually. He said that he was really sorry to bother me and trouble me for more work, but he asked me for a favor. I asked him what it was. He apologized for being so stupid, but that he had a package he had to collect that he forgot all about. He said that it was all paid for and to just take his ID and credit card that he had left behind for me. That the people in charge would take care of the rest and I could just bring it back. He told me he would pay me extra for grabbing it for him. I mean, shit, anything for some more cash, right? I told him I'd head to the post office immediately. He told me it wasn't at the post office. It was at a company building that he owned and that he would text me the address. He hung up the phone and sent the address over. He told me that I needed to lock every single door and under no circumstances leave anything unlocked. I know I was young, but geez, surely that's common sense. I shouted up to his kids that I was leaving just for a few minutes, but I didn't get a reply. They must have been snoozing away, or the kid was probably playing with his toys. When I pulled up to the building, I got a weird vibe. The place looked almost abandoned, if I'm being quite honest. It was this warehouse type thing, but it wasn't exactly swarming with employees. There was black tape all over the window of one of the doors. There wasn't even a security guard anywhere, that I could see anyway. Maybe there was one around the back or on break. There was a chain link fence surrounding the property, but there were holes in it around the bottom in certain places. When I got out of the car and walked over to the door, I got a little worried. I gave a little knock and this guy rushed out of the door. He was pretty tall but looked a little rough. He asked me if I was here to pick up the parcel for the boss. I said for David, yeah. He told me to just wait right there and then disappear back inside for a few minutes. He didn't come back out through the front door. He opened the big doors on the warehouse and wheeled something out. It was this big box that had a handle on top of it. I think it was plastic, maybe. Looked almost like one of those coolers that you would put beer in. I actually laughed a little bit when I saw it, thinking I'd just picked up some drinks for him to relax with. I remember cracking a joke to the guy and he warned me not to open it. I was like, oh, doesn't anyone want to know about his drinking, eh? Wink wink. He warned me again and I was like, don't worry, the secret is safe with me. He didn't hand it straight over though. He told me to open up the trunk and he'd put it inside himself, that it was delicate. I was thinking, geez, these must have been some expensive imported beers, that or wine, or champagne. I've never seen anyone put wine in a cooler though, so probably one of the other two. After that, the guy just didn't say anything to me. He stood outside and watched the whole time I was reversing away, and I waved goodbye. David also told me to leave his ID and credit card with a man, that he was going to be in work again at that building tomorrow, so he would just pick them up from there. So I did as he told me. I pulled away whistling because I was in a good mood. I mean, who wouldn't be when all of their money problems were about to be solved? I texted David before I set off and asked him where to store it, and he told me I could just leave it in the kitchen and he would deal with it when he got home. Rest of the night went without a hitch. I did not hear a single peep from the kids and watched some trash that was on TV. Some reruns of Storage Wars, I think. He asked me for a couple more favors like this every time I looked after his kids. It was always just really mundane things like picking up packages, taking things to one of the buildings his company owned, etc. Picking things up from his employees, giving them rides to a different company building with whatever I was asked to pick up. The only one that even sticks out in my memory is that he asked me to give his daughter and her stepfather a ride back home. It wasn't the daughter I had been looking after along with his son. I think she was 21 or something. She didn't live with him, but asked for a favor. It was a long-ass drive too. Ended up crossing into another state before we got to the address that he gave me. He gave me a boatload of cash, so I was more than happy. It was more than I would make in weeks of working my shitty cashier job. I got invited in for some dinner, and I declined because I thought I would have been needed back pretty soon for the kids, but his daughter insisted, and David okayed it when I checked in with him. I only stayed for an hour or so, maybe pushing 2. The house was decently sized, but seemed almost devoid of furniture. Lots of rooms with barely anything inside of it. The dining room was literally just a table and some basic plates, and the rest was empty. They didn't even have anything up on the walls. No paintings, no family photos, nothing. I figured they had maybe just moved in or something, and I asked this and they confirmed. Something was wrong with the car when I went back outside though. It just wouldn't start, no matter how hard I tried. I was really lucky, because David said that the other car in the drive was his, that I could take that one home and his daughter would get the other one fixed. I can't even tell you the relief I had. I thought I would be shouted at or fired or something. So, the final job, I worked for David. He actually asked me to stay over and look after his kids the entire night until sunrise. Usually, I arrive and stay for a few hours and then go home pretty late at night, but he wanted me to sleep over this time. He said I was welcome to use the guest bedroom, but that he had an important conference that he could not skip out on. He told me that he would drive home really early morning to be back ASAP, and of course, he offered me a big chunk of cash. So I accepted. He sent me that text pretty early in the day. I pretty much woke up to it. The driveway was empty when I got there, but David was waiting in the house for me. He went over a couple of things with me. He told me to lock every single door and double and triple check it. He told me not to open any windows at all, to not leave for any reason, etc. He was really insistent on this, and again, I thought it was just common sense. He told me not to open the door if anyone knocked, and not to answer any calls on the landline phone. He told me that he'd been getting some crank calls lately, and people fishing for information. That it was just typical harassment stuff when people know you have money and you're in the yellow pages. Do they even have that kind of stuff anymore? How old was this guy? Anyway, with that, he ended up leaving the house, and the night went by pretty quickly. That was until around midnight, I want to say. I was just up, watching whatever trash was on TV. I think they had Family Guy on at this hour, but I don't remember the channel. Or if not Family Guy, a show like that, The Simpsons or something. It was late night reruns. There was a random knock at the door, really light at first, and then some rapping in a pattern. It was loud, like how the cops would knock on the door. I had the curtains closed and the lights mostly off. I didn't want to shout and ask who it was and give myself away as being here. My only thought was that maybe David had come back early, but surely he would let me know if he was gonna do that, especially when he said he was staying overnight. But then I started to hear a key being inserted into the door. Well shit, it must be him. Only he would have the key. Maybe he forgot something. So I went over to the door and started talking the second that he walked in. I was like, I didn't expect you to be back so early. But then I stopped in my tracks. This person was wearing some kind of a mask to cover up their face, and they had some kind of backpack on. I started screaming for them to get out because I didn't know who they were. I tried to shove them outside the door, but this person overpowered me and just shoved me to the ground. He told me to be quiet and stay the fuck on the floor. He told me it didn't concern me and that he would be gone soon if I just stayed quiet. I didn't know if he had a weapon or not in that backpack. I didn't really want to risk anything. He actually took the keys he had and relocked the door before he started rooting around in drawers and pulling things out. He was making a damn mess. And he stuffed some of the things into his bag that he took out of the drawers. It wasn't anything valuable from what I could tell. Just bits and pieces of paper, I think, that I assume were documents. He made a mess, and he seemed distracted, so I lunged for my phone, which had fallen out of my pocket down the side of the couch. He was watching me the whole time out of the corner of his eye. He must have been. Because when I did this, when I lunged for my phone, he immediately came over to me and grabbed my hand and smacked me across the face. He told me, "If you do that again, I will kill you." And he pulled a gun partially out of his jacket and pointed to it with his other hand. He took my phone, and he seemed to use it for a while before tossing it back onto the couch. My stomach dropped. I knew I was in deep shit, and there was a very real possibility I was going to die tonight. I just sat there on the floor, trying not to sob so I didn't look weak. Eventually, this man went down into the basement. Now, the basement was padlocked shut. It had always been whenever I stayed there. I always thought it was because there were valuables in there that perhaps David didn't trust me not to steal. I never questioned it because, hey, I was making money, so why would I even care about his belongings? This man, he had a key to this padlock too. He didn't break it or anything like that. He actually unlocked the padlock. I don't know how, but he just unlocked it and went straight down the stairs. I heard his footsteps growing further away down the concrete, and I used this opportunity to go for my phone again. I was scared for the kids. I thought that maybe they were going to wake up and that this man would hurt them, so I went for the stairs to try and shield them. I heard a commotion coming from the basement, both while I was trying to grab my phone and while I was trying to sneak up the stairs very, very quietly. I thought that if he heard the stairs creak, he might come back outside and kill me for real. The sounds that I heard, it sounded like someone slapping, and I swear I could hear someone saying something really hushed. It sounded like, "Shut up," maybe. That's the one I'm most confident on. The other thing could have been something like, "Time to go," but the only word I heard for sure was "go," and then there was some other mumbling that I couldn't hear at all. It's really, really hard to remember, so I'm sorry. It sounded like something was knocked over too. Something plastic that hit the ground maybe. Once I was all the way up the stairs, I started messaging David. Don't ask me why I didn't call the police first. I know I sound like an idiot. I was way more focused on the kids and worrying about what David would say if they were hurt. I told him that someone had the keys to his house, that they broke in and hurt me. I told him that the kids were safe upstairs with me and that I was going to them right now. I told him that I was going to call the police immediately after checking on the kids. So I walked into the kids' bedrooms, and the beds were made. The beds were completely undisturbed. There was no one in either of the beds. It was just two random single beds. They weren't kid-themed or anything. None of the bedroom was decorated like a kid's would be. The kids just weren't there. I started freaking out, checking the guest bedroom, checking the toilet, checking underneath the bed in case they were hiding down there because they were scared. There was no sign of them at all. There was no sign that any kid had been there. Heck, there weren't even any toys on the floor, or even any toys in the rooms at all. I messaged David while freaking out, saying that his kids were just gone. I told him that they were not in their beds, but that it's not possible that they got out of them and disappeared, because I never saw them go down the stairs, and I would have noticed if they did. I called out for the boy that I met, but I got no response. I started dialing 911 to come and help me, but I got a message back before I could finish. It was from David. It read something like, "You will wait for my colleague to leave, then you will lock the door and go home. If you call the police, you will not be paid. This does not concern you. Just forget it." What the fuck? That's exactly what the man said too. I obviously called the police anyway, and I told them everything. I wasn't going to be responsible for something like this. I told them about the break-in, about the missing kids, etc. Then I ran down to the basement, which again was really stupid of me. But I needed to see what that man was doing, if he'd left. The front door was wide open when I hit the bottom of the stairs, but I went down to the basement anyway. No one was down there at all. The man who broke in was long gone, but I know I did not imagine what I heard. And there were some strange things in the basement that I can't really explain. There was what looked like surgical equipment in the basement. Those scalpel things that doctors use. There were a couple of those I think I remember. One looked quite rusty and old though. I probably should not have been messing with anything down there before the police got there, but I noticed something white on the floor. When I picked it up, I screamed and threw it back onto the floor. It was a tooth, a human tooth. I think it was one of the back ones, the bigger ones. I don't know. I didn't really analyze it before I threw it away in shock. All I know is that I had a little bit of blood on my fingers from the tooth. There was other stuff down there too that I don't really recall. I gave up and went back upstairs, and the cops arrived pretty shortly after. They questioned me for a long time, and I just told them everything that I knew. The rough addresses that I could remember, who I was hired by, his name, what I could remember about the company. I gave them a description of the boy that I met, but I told them that I'd never met the daughter, the younger daughter. The officer who was speaking to me, he gave me a shocked look. He looked at me weird, like I was an idiot. I suppose it's something that only really hit me in retrospect. I'd never had any cause or reason to check on the kids while I was there. David always assured me that they were asleep and quiet, and told me not to bother them because they were light sleepers. That he would check on them personally when he got home, and only to go in the rooms if they shouted for someone. But they never shouted. I never actually saw any of the kids in their beds. Not just that night, but any of the nights. I never saw them any of those nights. How could I have been so stupid? I tried to show them the text between me and David to make it clear to them. They took my phone away for evidence, but the man who broke in, they told me he deleted parts of the conversation. He left most of the things, but removed key details like addresses and such. So all they had to go off of was my foggy memory. I'm not sure if they could recover the messages somehow. Maybe they could. Maybe that's why they took my phone. They had the tooth that I threw back on the floor, but I'm not sure if they ever figured out who it belonged to. I got brought in for questioning a couple more times, but it was always the same exact questions. It never really went anywhere, if I'm honest. They never really seemed to have something new to ask me. I asked if they checked out the addresses that I gave, but they could not find anything. His other daughter's house out of state, it was completely empty. There was no car waiting outside either. They found the warehouse eventually, but that had nothing inside either. I think they told me his company was phony. I think they traced the payments that were sent to my account, but they did not lead anywhere other than a shell company. And that's all I have. Like I said, this was the best part of around 15 to 20 years ago now, so the details are not perfect, and I probably got some stuff wrong. I never found out anything else. I have no idea who David really was or what his company was really all about. I'm not sure why I was hired or what was really going on. I don't know how to deal with his kids either. Was the boy I met not his kid? Was he just a random kid he got off the street to lull me into a false sense of safety? I've had so long to think about these things that I can't help but keep coming up with more and more explanations that never lead me anywhere but in circles. I think it's probably for the best that I never know what was really happening. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night anymore. So, this happened to me in high school. I was visiting my uncle for the summer. My uncle's house is in the middle of a forest in the Allegheny Mountains. I am stuck inside during a really bad thunderstorm, and it's around dusk. I go outside to let the cat inside. I see this bright orange light in the woods. It looks like an orange floodlight. Pick related, it looks kinda similar to what I saw. Bear in mind there are no neighbors around me for miles. I ask my uncle if maybe people might be hunting in the woods. He says no, it's not hunting season. I point out the light in the woods. The light moves very slightly, like someone with a lantern walking around in the woods. My uncle thinks that someone is trespassing on his property. We wait until the rain lightens up, then go out to check on it. The light keeps moving. It keeps going farther into the woods as we walk towards it. We call out for a response, but of course, we get no response. There is no noise coming from this light at all. My uncle stops dead in his tracks. He says that we need to go home. I ask him why. He won't say. All he will say is, we need to go home. As we head out of the woods, the light disappears. We get inside the house. No one talks about the light. I keep staring out the window, looking for if the light comes back. The house stays eerily quiet and calm until it's time to go to sleep. I look outside and see that light again, wandering around the edge of the woods. I wake my uncle up. I tell him that the light is back. He tells me to just leave it alone and go to bed. I watch the light for about an hour from my bedroom window, but finally I go to bed. The next morning, we found the cat dead on the back porch with its head missing. It looked like it had been gnawed off, but the rest of the body was untouched. We buried the cat in the backyard by the garden. She was a good cat. That night, the light returns around dusk. I stand outside just watching it. I call out to it. It sits quietly for a minute. Then I hear a faint meow coming from the woods. I go inside and lock the door, and I watch it from the window. Throughout the night, we both hear a cat meowing and yowling in the woods. I can't sleep. I'm way too freaked out. I am just watching the light move around in the woods and listening to the noises. Morning comes by and light disappears again. My uncle says he has never seen or heard anything like it. He has lived there for 10 years. We go outside and check the woods again. There is no sign of humans living in those woods. There is nothing abnormal there during the day at all. We are so damn confused. We are almost convinced that we hallucinated the whole thing. We go home to take a shower and eat some lunch. We walk past the garden. The cat's body has been dug up and is laying near the stairs to the back porch. I am genuinely upset now and really tired of this. We rebury the cat and put a heavy rock over the grave. I am tired and frustrated and I yell into the woods. I tell whatever it is to fuck off and leave us alone. My uncle thinks I'm going insane. He tells me to calm down and go inside. I go inside and calm down by taking a shower. I wait to see the light again, but it never ever returns. I have gone back to my uncle's house every single summer since, and I have never seen that light again. My uncle says he never saw it again either when I haven't been there. He's convinced that a fox or a coyote killed the cat, then dug her back up the next night. When I ask about the light, he just says he doesn't know, and leaves it at that. Those woods still scare the piss out of me, nearly 7 years later. Strange noises that I heard near a swamp. Alright guys, this is the first thread I've made on X after a long time of looking. I have no idea where to ask this, or how I can even find out what I heard. All I know is that what I heard, it was not a normal animal. I was on quite a small island in North Carolina for vacation. It's called Bald Head Island. The island is quite small, so the only transportation used is golf carts on paved roads. Paramedics and police force use normal vehicles. My friend Alex, my brother Chase, and I were out driving during the night, just enjoying the nature and having a night ride. We take the smaller of the two carts. One is a 4-seater, the other is a 6-seater. We ride around, and nobody is outside since it's pretty late, maybe 11 o'clock. We see a street lamp up the road at an intersection. We are relatively far away. We see a car pull up. The street lamp light shut off, and the car shuts its headlights off. The car then throws it into reverse and pulls back onto a side road out of sight. We are a little freaked out, but we continue forward. Alex is in the rear-facing seat. He says the light of the street lamp returns as we pull down the street away from it, and the car pulled out after us. We are a long distance away from the car, but they quickly gain on us. I see flashing lights and I think it's a cop. We pull over, and an ambulance, a cop car, and a fire truck ride past us. There is no crime whatsoever on this island, by the way. That weirds us out, but the cart is dying, so we head home to get the other cart. We head out again with the other golf cart, and we see no animals whatsoever. Every single trip that we have taken here, we always see animals, at least hear them. It's an uneventful ride, so we head home. On the way home, we stop off at a little deck that looks over a swamp where an alligator is known to live. The golf cart headlights illuminate the shore opposite of us, as well as our high-powered flashlight that we brought along. I knock on the wood on the dock, thinking it will attract the alligator. The second that I knock on the wood, I hear a decently loud, rattle-sounding harsh screech. It freaks me the hell out. My brother and my friend, they aren't that weirded out. They didn't hear it as much. I shut off the music. My brother is scanning the shoreline. I hear the shuffling of a creature across the shore. We hear the noise, but extremely loud and very aggressive sounding. We bolt the hell out of there. I have no idea what could have made that noise. I looked up a list of animals on the island and listened to all of their noises, even alligator noises, which was the first suspect for me. Alligators sound nothing like what I heard. I plan on going back tomorrow to get photos of the area and hopefully a sound recording of whatever it is. Also, I mentioned the things about the police officers because police are very inactive on the island. It's like a mile or two long. The only residents that live here are old people. Police activity is very rare, and it was very out of place. I can't help but think that the two experiences were connected somehow. So, I was a security guard in a huge auditorium. I do my rounds like 3 times a shift. Everything there is cool, except this one area that I must check. It's the Scotch Room. It's basically an area that is a long corridor, one way in and one way out. It's a VIP of the VIP's room. Only the richest of the rich people get in there. Every time that I went in, I feel chills. Felt like someone was watching me. In the back of the corridor is a staircase that leads down to a door that exited to the back alley. The door is not in use unless there was a fire. I just have to make sure that it has not been tampered with. One night I went down there and the lights went out and the door in the Scotch Room shut. I immediately got scared, grabbed my flashlight, and flashed it up the stairs. The stairs were full of women in white blouses staring at me in a line from top to bottom. They then vanished and the lights came on. It was basically a flash illusion, almost like a subliminal message in a movie. I see it for 1 second and then it went away. I felt nauseated, lightheaded, and weak. I fell to my knees and rolled to my ass on the floor and I closed my eyes. Next thing I know, I am being woken up on the floor by my two-way radio. I checked the time and 25 minutes went by. After that, I never went in there again. I just said it was all secure. This happened to me recently and I have not reported it yet. I have not reported it because I don't even know what to say. I don't know how to explain how I found it or what I actually witnessed without sounding crazy. Basically, I worked as a regional infrastructure contractor for around 6 years or so. I mean, I still do. I'm not exactly sure why I'm talking about my job in the past tense. I guess because I just want to lock myself in my room and never work again. Most of the jobs that I handled are things like drainage culvert, flood tunnels, inspecting sewers, etc. Things that are usually well out of the way, and not something people would really think about. Things that are underneath your feet at all times that you take for granted. Basically, the city had been preparing to expand a road on the south end of the town. They had been planning this for quite a while. I'm not telling you where I live, just in case. Anyway, before the excavation started, they wanted a structural survey of an old storm drainage network. This network runs underneath several blocks near the river. The tunnels date back to the 1940s and, as far as I'm aware, a large section had not been inspected for decades. Call it incompetence, laziness, cost-cutting. I'm sure any one of those reasons could fit the bill. My job was pretty simple on paper. I would be sent down with a headlamp and a handheld scanner, along with a radio. They wanted me to map the condition of the concrete lining and check for any collapses or obstructions. They wanted to be aware if anything could complicate work on the road later. I say road, but it's much more of a highway really. I had done similar work before, dozens of times, but never anything of this size. They would usually send you down with a partner, sometimes a team if the area to cover was this large. I was not so lucky. I guess they didn't want to pay for extra people on top of everything else. I guess they thought I could just get it done on my own. Still, I wasn't really intimidated by the job. The tunnels are very samey, so you get used to them very quickly. As long as you're fine with rats scuttling around and mud clumping to your boots, you are pretty much fine. You might get a little wet from the standing water, but that is par for the course. What I found down there though, it was not the typical things. I accessed these tunnels using a metal hatch in a fenced service lot near the riverbank. Once I climbed down the ladder, I found myself in a round concrete pipe about 8 feet across with a thin stream of water running down the center. The air smelled really horrible, as you would imagine. Of course, you had the regular sewage smells, but there was something else in the air that I just could not put my finger on. I walked for around maybe 15 minutes, just documenting what I saw. Everything looked exactly the same as every other job I'd ever done, aside from some cracks in the concrete here and there. At one point, I reached a junction in the tunnel. The main pipe split into 3 side passages. These passages were old and not really well maintained. I shined my flashlight down them. I could not really see much until I caught the glimmer of something metal. Empty food cans, I guess. There was just a stack of them arranged neatly along the wall. It looked like someone set them up in a tower for target practice. They did not look all that old. The metal was not rusted or weathered. The first thing that sprang to my mind was that there were some homeless people lurking down here. It happens from time to time. It's usually the really desperate ones who cannot find anything better. They make temporary shelters down there, especially during the winter. I have run into them before, once or twice in the past. Usually, if you leave them alone, you are fine, but I have been threatened with a knife by a group of them before. Anyway, I kept moving deeper into the tunnel while continuing my inspection. I was on high alert, but I just wanted to get everything over and done with. I kept finding stranger and stranger things as I made my way down the tunnel. I saw what looked like melted lines of candle wax running down the mortar in between the bricks. It looked as if someone had burned dozens of candles in the same few spots across a long period of time. Years, if I had to make a guess. You could still smell the burning in the air. At one point, I found very clear signs that someone was squatting down here. There were bundles of filthy blankets that had been pushed into a dry corner just above the waterline. The edges of them were slightly damp, and they looked to be turning a brown color. They looked to be sat atop a mattress that had chunks torn out of it. All of the padding inside was exposed, and there was a slump in the middle where it had just all gone. I kept moving and moving, making sure to use my recorder and take proper notes. Something was definitely going to have to be done about all of this. These people, they were going to have to be removed for the work to begin. Further down the tunnel, I found this big pile of rusted shopping carts. Some of them were all lined up neatly against the wall, and after that they were just everywhere, tipped over on the ground, stacked on top of other ones. They were all filled up with piles of junk, buckets containing who knows what. For me, it just looked like miscellaneous brown liquid. Some of them had rotting food, some of them had stale water, some of them had what looked like piles of bones, just really tiny ones. They looked like they came from some kind of small animal and were piled up here for waste. There were more piles of bones further down the way too, bigger than the previous ones. Must have been bigger animals, I suppose. And that was not all I found. I found a pile of shoes. Sometimes there were pairs, sometimes it was just odd shoes. They were all stacked up in a pile. Some of them even looked like children's shoes. It was at this point I was starting to freak out a little bit. I just kept making notes. I was carrying, as I always do. My job does not explicitly allow me to do that, but heck if I'm gonna go anywhere alone without my gun. I figured if there were a couple homeless people, then I would be safe. I started using my phone to take pictures as best as I could, just to detail the mess. It was hard due to the low light, and my flashlight made the pictures look really washed out. After standing there for a little while and taking everything in, I started to hear movement. It was coming from deeper in the tunnel ahead of me. It wasn't light enough to be rats. I was hearing steps, multiple steps, heavy steps. This was followed by the sound of something scraping along the floor. The sound stopped for a little while. Then I think I heard the sounds of splashing water, and then I heard screaming and shouting. I tried to move as slowly and carefully as I could. If I actually had a brain, I would have just run right out of there and reported it to the police, but I wanted to know. I figured if something was going on, I could maybe help, but I was wrong, way wrong. I walked for maybe another 50 feet before the tunnel opened up into a larger chamber. I had my flashlight off by this point, just so I could move undetected. It took a while for my eyes to adjust to the low light, but there were people in that tunnel. A whole group of people. They were partially illuminated by candlelight, just enough to make out faint details. There were at least a dozen people, maybe even more. They were mostly just crouching while huddled all together in groups. They were all around these metal barrels. I think there was a tiny bit of light seeping out from the top of them. I guess they were using them for fires. These people, they looked extremely pale, like they had never seen sunlight for their entire lives. Their eyes were kinda glazed over a little, is what it looked like, but I couldn't fully tell because they were quite far away. They were all wearing assorted rags, dirty clothes that were torn in places and that did not match. It looked like they'd run through someone's yard and stolen their laundry and just put on whatever they could steal. Some of these people were shaved to a buzz cut. Others had long grown out hair that was stuck together in clumps and looked matted with mud and other filth. None of them stood completely upright. They all seemed to walk and move around while crouched or while low to the ground. They moved with this weird walk and posture, and it made me feel nervous. I don't know how long I stared. A minute? Maybe 2 minutes? And then I think they started talking to each other. But they didn't make any sounds I could make out. They weren't talking any kind of language that I knew. They were just making sounds, grunts and clicks and the like. They seemed to be in a stir and started talking to each other quite loudly. And then they all began looking to the far end of the chamber. There was a faint light coming from that direction that was starting to grow. And then I saw more of them walk out from that direction. I could hear this muffled sound coming from just behind them as they did their strange crab walk. It sounded like someone struggling, like muffled shouting and crying. I could hear something scraping against the floor. It sounded like boots. These pale figures, they were pulling a man across the floor. He looked like he'd been beaten pretty badly too. He was wearing a high-vis vest. You could not miss it. He was wearing pants that were covered in dirt, and he had blood running down his nose that had stained into his sweater. They were dragging him by his hair. He was bound at the wrists by electrical wire, I think it looked like. As he got dragged closer to the fire, which the others had started putting more trash into to burn brighter, I could see that his face was swollen too. It was purple and bumpy in places. The man was conscious, just barely, but he could hardly keep his eyes open. He was just kicking his feet out from himself while trying to shout, but he didn't even really have the energy. It's like he couldn't do both at once. These pale figures dragged him to the center where the metal barrel was, and the figures gathered around him. When he was on the floor, one of the figures, this really large man, pressed a knee into his back, while another figure held his head still so that he could not struggle. The man they had pinned down, he started begging. He said he would do anything. He said he would give them money. He promised that he would get the government to help them. The figure that was holding him by the head, he spoke. It was the only time I could ever understand him. It was the only time he ever spoke English. He told the man that he had pinned down to the floor to shut the fuck up, and then he spat on the floor beside him. His voice sounded gruff and full of mucus. It sounded like he'd barely spoken in years. And then the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen happened next. You're probably asking why I didn't just mag dump and help this guy. Because I was shaking, and I was not sure I would hit all of my targets, especially with how they moved. I wasn't a one-man army. I had 2 magazines, not a fucking bandolier full of it. I also didn't know how many they were. Even if I hit every single bullet dead on like Rambo, who is to say that they were not more waiting down other tunnels, waiting to ambush me and beat me, just like this man was. One of the figures, he looked a lot older than the rest. He approached the pinned down man. He was holding this metal rod type of thing that was really long and looked to be sharpened at one end. When he approached, the circle of them stepped back in order to give him space. The 2 figures holding the man down stripped him naked, and some of the other figures carried the clothes away down a dark passage. I saw one of them trying his boots on before he had even left. The pinned down man was just crying. The older figure approached and examined the man. He sniffed him. He used chalk to draw some kind of a circle around the man, and then he drove the metal rod into his side. The scream that I heard, the way it echoed all the way through the tunnel, I can still hear it ringing in my ears to this day. I had to actually cover my own mouth to stop myself from screaming and getting myself caught. The older figure removed the rod, and the blood just started gushing from the man. I'm not sure if he died right then and there, or if he was alive for a little bit longer. I really pray that he died instantly, just for his sake. The older figure, he actually reached down with his fingers and put them in the blood. He tasted the blood, and then he licked the wound that he caused. He actually bent down and licked the man's wound. Then he circled the man until he reached his rear and he drove the rod into the man again. I did not hear him scream this time, but I don't know if that's because my brain blocked it out, or if he just didn't make one, if he was already dead or passed out or whatever. The older figure, he communicated with some of the others, and they communicated back. The group got closer and started to touch and lick the man, touching and licking the blood. They shook him and they kicked him, and when they realized he was not moving anymore, they dragged his body away. They dragged him down a dark passage. I couldn't even see where they went. I had already started backing away at this point. I was in a state of shock and panic and just unrealness. I watched the crowd of these figures scatter down the tunnels. They moved so incredibly quickly, at least twice as fast as I could run, which amazed me and frightened me at the same time, considering how weirdly they moved. I managed to find my way back eventually. I thankfully did not run into any of those things on the way. For a long time, after I got out of those tunnels, I just stood there, not knowing what to do. I knew what I had just witnessed, but at the same time, I had no idea what I just saw. And I didn't know whether to believe my eyes or if my brain just made it all up. Those tunnels, they connect all over the city and the town. They connect to miles and miles of underground passages, storm tunnels, abandoned utility shafts, who knows what else. Who knows where they could end up. Who knows what the hell is going on down there. And I have to bring this report to my boss in just a couple of days. I have to look him in the eyes and tell him that there are people underneath there. I have to tell him that I witnessed a murder by some batshit crazy homeless people, and I could not do anything but watch. I do not know what I am going to do. I seriously need some help. Please, if you can give me any kind of information, any way I can explain this without losing my job, or even just tell me what the hell is going on down there. Please, I am so desperate. I was like 10 or 11 years old when this happened to me. My sister is staying with a friend. It's just me and my grandparents. Time goes by. They go to sleep. I decide to stay up and screw around in the computer room, watching cat videos and getting rickrolled like an idiot. Thanks, T6. It's the internet golden age. Shit is rad. Something like 1 a.m. rolls around. I'm the only one up. I see something out of the corner of my eye. I turn to see a woman in a white nightgown with dark hair walking out of my grandparents' room, past me, into the kitchen, which is separated by a small wall, followed by a bar. Oh, it's just Grandma. I tried to say something, but she keeps on walking into the very dark kitchen. I get up to follow her and see what she is up to. I never know if I might need to help with something. I make it to the kitchen entrance and stop. Something feels wrong. As I write this, I think I realize what made it feel off. My grandparents have a porch light that is just outside of the back room, which is on the other side of the kitchen. They have a ritual every single night. Lock the doors, turn on the porch lights. But there is no light. It's like the kitchen and the back room have turned into a black hole, like there's an impenetrable wall of blackness just in front of the entrance to the back room. I work up the courage to keep on walking. I make it halfway through the kitchen. I am staring into the back room, trying to make out a picture of anything. I don't see anything, but the feeling I got before suddenly gets ramped up from 1 to 100. Something is really, really off. I turn my ass back around and go back to the well-lit computer room. I decide to check on my grandparents. I open the door and look inside to see both of my grandparents sound asleep. What the hell? I decide to leave them be and watch the security cam monitors to see if I can catch someone leaving. I see and hear absolutely nothing, nobody coming or going. I'm spooked for a while, but being a 10-year-old with the attention span of a gerbil, I eventually fall asleep. I had almost forgotten about this encounter, but I was reminded of it years later when my grandmother was telling me about her mother. Apparently, she got cancer, and in her final year, she lived and died in that back room. This shit really stuck with me, especially after analyzing it in hindsight. My grandparents' door was closed when I checked, and if they happened to close it at the time that I saw the figure, I would have certainly heard it, since I was no more than 10 feet away from the bedroom during the entirety of the encounter. But I heard nothing, not even from the security monitors, which typically have a constant droning sound. What also gets me is that if there was someone moving around inside, the dogs would have barked. My grandparents have a habit of keeping a small legion of weenie dogs that incessantly bark at literally any movement inside or out. It's odd that they did not even bark at me, much less an intruder. That experience will always be what I consider to be what spurred on my interest in the supernatural. I unironically get chills when I think about how the apparition was only but a few feet away from me as it walked past. I even remember the feeling of the air rushing by me as they moved. Part of me wants to believe that it is my great-grandmother watching out for me, but the sense of dread that I felt, combined by the other strange experiences I've had, convinced me it might be something else entirely. Like I said, I've had more than one interaction with ghosties. Here's my experience with what I dubbed Shadow Man. He was also my first paranormal encounter. I was 6 or 7 years old or so at the time. I was living with my mom and my sister in a 2-story apartment. The rooms are upstairs, the kitchen and the living room are downstairs. I always woke up before my mom, and I would go downstairs to wait for her to come down and make coffee because I could not reach the coffee maker. Our morning cup was our ritual. It's odd, but I've been drinking coffee for as long as I've been alive. Love that shit. One day I'm just chilling in the recliner. I am waiting for her to wake up so we can do stuff like any other day. I see something on the stairway. There's a shadow of a man just walking up and down the stairs. I watch for a while. He kind of stops and motions towards me before walking back up the stairs. My child instincts kick in and tell me that I should be scared. I cover my head up with a quilt that my grandmother made. It was enough to feel hidden as a stupid kid, but I could still see through it. The shadow man is just pacing up and down, back and forth on the stairs. I'm adequately freaked out, but I try not to cry. This goes on for about 5 minutes. Then my mother comes down the stairs. I immediately tell her about it. It becomes my obsession to draw pictures of the shadow man, to try and show her what I saw. I would absolutely share those pictures with X if I could find them. It's been over a decade, and we have moved so many times that they have certainly been lost. If I ever find them, I will share them though. And here is another story. Not associated with ghosts or necessarily hair-raising scary, but the mystery of it leaves a weird feeling in my gut. For context, in this story, I was older, probably 11 or 12 years old at the time. I was on a forced visitation with my father, who is undoubtedly a schizo like myself. He lived with his mother, whose property is located right next to a sizable forest. Be visiting my father. We decided to chill on the back porch at around 9 p.m. My dad is a guitar man. He busts some tunes. All is chill for a little while. My dad stops playing the guitar. Then we hear something coming from the woods. What the hell are those people? We stop and listen. My dad, myself, and my grandmother all distinctly and unmistakably hear what sounds like a boy calling for help from the woods. Then it's followed by another voice, what sounds like an older man calling for help. Oh shit, someone might be lost out there. My dad grabs a flashlight and tells me to stay put. He walks up to the tree line and starts yelling out to them to follow his voice. He gets no reply. Yeah, this shit is weird. My dad and grandma decide to call the police in case there is someone actually out there. The police show up and ask us what happened. We explain and they supposedly sent out troopers to comb the area. A little while later, they come back empty-handed. They don't think anyone is out there. Okay. Years later, I'm probably 14 at the time. I am staying at my aunt's for a few days to visit. We do not get to see them very often. It's around 11 p.m. at the time. Everyone is watching the football game. I'm playing Halo 3 with my cousin. Man, good times. I suddenly hear everyone freaking out. I go to see what's up. The adults are gathered by the window, trying to look at something. They won't let me near. They tell me there is what looks like a man standing at the tree line, looking at the house. Remember, after you hit that tree line, you are not going to run into a house for a while. It's all very rural from there on. Eventually, after their staring competition, the person walks back into the woods. They eventually rationalize that it might be an escaped prisoner. That happens sometimes in those parts. They call the cops again. They show up, and they do another search. They come back and essentially say, "Lol, I don't know. We did not find anyone." I don't really know what happened in these last two stories. I'd say it resembles the typical Skinwalker/Fleshgate pattern, but the problem is that this kind of thing is not supposed to happen in the southeast USA. That's something you usually hear out of NM, Maine, or any other state that has strong Native American ties. I have a few more stories from this town on various subjects if anyone would like to hear. Some of the stories are not necessarily my own or scary, but something really dark happened in that town that made me form a conspiracy regarding the area's local government. Okay, sure, I am short on time today, but I will try and summarize as best as I can. This one has to do with an event that scarred my entire town. I will note that I cannot really validate how authentic this is, since I got most of the details from my kid sister, who went to school with the victim. This was around the same time as the last story, sometime before, I think. My little sister was with a friend. We will call her T. T was having her birthday party with a bunch of kids at her house. Her house was a trailer that sat in front of a small patch of woods. At some point during the party, while everyone else was having fun, T left the group and went to her treehouse that was out at the back of the woods. The party continued for a while, and all of the kids went home around sunset. T's parents realized that she had not come back from the treehouse, and being concerned, went out to look for her. They found her in the treehouse, dead. According to my sister, it was originally treated as a murder. She told me that T had been found, nearly decapitated, hanging from the neck by barbed wire. The weird part is that, very shortly afterwards, they backtracked and called it a suicide, dropped it then and there, with no further investigation at all. My poor sister was traumatized. She learned that one of her best friends had died on her own birthday. I sometimes wonder if there was a cover-up, or if small-town cops are just that eager to sweep something underneath the rug. The word around town was that the guy running for mayor was a pedophile and had done some horrible things before he started running for office. It makes me really think. So, when this happened to me, I was driving into Fayetteville, North Carolina to buy a fridge. I see a sun-tanned old homeless woman on her bike. I get hit up for money by this woman every single time I go to a certain shopping center. The employees all know her, and they don't seem to give her any trouble. I notice that she is just staring blankly ahead. I figure that she is tweaked out on meth and park at the far side of the Lowe's by the garden center. I order the fridge, because they did not have it in stock. I am walking back to the truck. I notice that she is biking toward me, but still staring off into the ether. I pick up my pace, because I really don't feel like dealing with a drugged up homeless person today. I am just about at my truck when I see her slowly lift her head up to look at me. She is about 50 feet away. I can see how sad she looks. She poofs right out of existence. Right before my eyes, she literally poofs out of existence, bike and all. I stand there, staring for a while, confused. I get in my truck and drive home. I could not stop thinking about her. I pick up my fridge the following week, and that homeless woman pops into my mind. I ask one of the workers I usually chit-chat with, old woman, total hippie, if she has seen her around. She seems confused and does not know who I am even talking about. I explain how she is homeless and has been riding around the parking lot for 6 years, begging for change. I know for a fact that this woman knows her, because she has come up in our conversations once before, talking about the interesting characters in the area. Nope, she has no idea, apparently. She says that she has never seen her before in her entire life. On the drive back home, I am scouring the shopping center for this homeless lady, but I do not see her anywhere. I think I saw a person get deleted from existence. That wasn't even the only person I asked. I've asked other workers who I know who have had run-ins with this woman before. Workers who I have seen personally kick this woman out of stores and tell her to never come back. People who have gotten angry at her, and not a single one of them remembers her anymore. At one point, I felt so desperate and like I was going crazy that I actually found other homeless people near where she camped or lived or whatever, and I asked them about her too, and not a single one of them remembers ever seeing her in their camp. I don't think you could just forget a homeless old lady who rides around a bike asking for change for years. I will ask a few other people when I go back up this weekend, but the fact that all these people do not remember, it really freaks me out. This happened to me not that long ago, and it still makes me sweat. I love to hunt. I grew up watching my father do the same, and he taught me pretty much everything that I know about hunting and the outdoors and things like that. We would go out into the woods in blinds in the early morning and stake out deer for hours. He would show me how to set up snares and how to skin the rabbits that we'd catch. I did this with him every single weekend, up until he sadly passed away. I don't have kids myself, but I've always continued the tradition whenever I've been able to. It's just kind of my way of staying close to him and reliving all of those memories. For reference, I live out in Wyoming, and I have done so for my entire life. We have tons of thick, deep forest to hunt in. They are perfect for getting lost in, and just forgetting about my shitty day job. So it was probably around late October time when this happened, and the leaves were all turning that gold and rusty color and falling off the trees. It was actually my second time going back that day. I'd already set up some snares beforehand that I needed to check on. I was desperate to camp out that day, but my boss called in that he needed me the next day. It meant that I had to wrap everything up pretty short, which had me in a foul mood. I had already set up my tent and some gear, and was going to just have to pack it all away. I had set up these little wire snares just to see if I could grab the odd rabbit or two. I also had some spring-loaded ones, just in case I could get my hands on any bigger game. My father taught me to always double and triple check that the loop was tight and camouflaged with pine needles. The snare loops needed to be at 3 or 4 inches off of the ground for rabbits. If they were too low, then they would get tangled and escape. I didn't like to take any food outdoors with me. See, me and my father, we liked to make a game of it. Pretend that we were survivalists, living off of the land. Water was fair game, but the rule was that if you did not catch anything, then you would have to starve for the day. On the rare occasion that we screwed up and got nothing, he told me that I should use my empty stomach as motivation. Motivation to do better the next day. He used to always tell me, "Son, you need to think about being hungry and get angry, then go out there and skin one of those motherfuckers." I pulled up to the trail in my truck and parked up really quickly. I made sure to grab my old 30-06 out of the rack behind the seat. My dad used to say that it was the only rifle a man ever really needed. Heck, this thing was older than me by this point. It took me a little while to walk up the rugged path. This forest that I was in, it was really dense. Once I got to my camp, I knew immediately that something was wrong and started white-knuckling my rifle. My things had been thrown everywhere. There was a hole in my tent. It looked fist-size. It literally looked as if someone just took a swing and planted their fist right through my tent, and then just left. I had no food or anything else to rifle through, so it didn't make sense for an animal to have been through there. I could not find anything else for a while, until I eventually came across some tracks. There were prints in the mud. It had rained a little bit that day, so the mud was gooey, and it was easy to leave a trail behind. These were not boot prints though. I could see the indents of each individual toe. There was no mistaking it. Some asshole was walking around barefoot and messed up my camp for who knows what reason. Since they were barefoot, my first thought was a homeless person, or someone feral. People joke about it as a kind of urban legend, but you do get people like that out here. People who have only ever lived in the wild and aren't really right in the old noggin. More like beast than man is what they say. When they come across people, they just lose their shit and attack you. So at this point, I am crouched as low as my messed up bones will let me. I am literally duck walking, trying my best to avoid any thick mud that will give me away, trying not to snap any twigs or branches as I walk. So, I made my way very slowly to where I knew that my snares were. My thought was that if I caught a rabbit, I would catch this person in the act and be able to teach him a lesson, scare him off for good. I am basically half inside of this bush and half outside of it. There is foliage blocking my vision, so the first thing I see is the snare jerking back and forth. And then I see a foot, a bare human foot, and it's pulling and tugging. So me, thinking I'm a hard ass, I decide that now is my chance to jump out of the bush and give the guy what for. I jump out, rifle at low ready, asking the guy what the hell he thinks he is doing. But I immediately bring up my gun and start. I just start shaking. I've never done that before. It's like my body just started jittering without me even thinking or processing fully what I was saying. This thing that was caught in this trap, it didn't look like no man. This thing is thin. It looks like it hadn't eaten a meal in weeks. I can see bone peeking out. He looks like one of those ghoul things that you see in movies. His face is gaunt. I can see the ridgeline of his eyebrows. The bone is just so visible. He's more like a skeleton, and his skin is it's just all grey. Not even pale, just actually grey. See, this thing, it was just standing in one spot, shaking its leg to get out, not really trying. But the second that I jumped out of that bush and made noise, this thing went crazy. All of a sudden, it just starts letting out this cry, this scream, and now it's down on its hands and knees. It's biting at the rope with its teeth, and I get a good look at them. They aren't like human teeth. It's like if you replaced every teeth in a human's mouth with just canines, but then enlarged them to take up all of the space in the mouth. This thing takes a big bite out of the rope and just pulls with the side of his mouth. Then it gets back to its feet, sticks out its hands towards me, and all of a sudden, boom. The rope just snaps, and this thing suddenly just shoots forward with all of its weight. It was much quicker than I was expecting. I wasn't ready to shoot a person. I know that it wasn't a person, but in that moment, you see something standing on two legs, and your hunting experience just kicks in. You exercise caution. By the time I went to take a shot, this thing had already tackled me to the ground and was on top of me. I think my shot hit the tree somewhere behind this thing. All of a sudden, my ears are ringing like hell, and this thing is digging its teeth into me. It's trying to bite me, but its teeth are all caught up in my thick hunting coat. It got them stuck, I think. It pierced right through my coat, and then scraped a hole in my shirt and nicked my skin, but my coat was so thick it couldn't get them any deeper. I see the little bits of blood trickling from my stomach, and all of a sudden, my brain just kicks into gear. I grab the butt of my rifle, and I am just jabbing this thing in the back of its head. It was so close to me, I didn't have the space to maneuver and pull my rifle around to aim. It had me pinned, so I couldn't do that. All I could do was smack it from the most awkward angle possible, which made it hard to get any leverage or any purchase on my hits. At some point, this thing's head just comes shooting up. It's gotten itself free. And as it comes back up, I connect with a swing that sends it stumbling back off of me. I used the chance to scramble to my feet and got ready to shoot, but I ended up missing again, because this thing, it opened up its mouth really wide. I saw it reveal all of its teeth, and all of a sudden, I just saw it lowering its mouth lower and lower. It was almost like it unhinged its jaw, like a snake would. There was now such a big, gaping maw, and it just started screaming. It wasn't even high-pitched or ear-piercing. It was actually really low, and not all that loud, but I could feel it inside my bones. I could feel my bones vibrating and shaking while it made this noise, and while I was trying to shoot, I lost grip on my rifle completely. This made me angle my shot wrong as it slipped out of my hands, and I shot the ground next to this thing. All of a sudden, I didn't even have the strength to lift up my gun anymore. It was like when you lift weights and you're trying to squeeze out that very last rep, but you have to fight your body and fight gravity. And your arms feel so heavy, and you can't move them upwards, even an inch. And I just feel myself lose all control of the rifle, and it just drops out of my hands down to the ground. I could barely even lift my hands up over to my head to cover my ears. I actually had to bend down and lower my head to the ground just to be able to cup them. But it didn't even stop or lessen the effects. I started to try and run away, but all I could do was stumble in a zigzag pattern. It was taking all of my strength just to stay upright. It was like someone had turned up the gravity all at once. I'm just staggering away like I'm drunk, and I'm giving fleeting looks back towards where I'm coming from. And I swore at one point I saw another figure in the tree line. I could have sworn I saw something like another man, the same size as that thing, just standing there. I don't know if I really saw it or I hallucinated it. This thing, it just didn't stop. It didn't even try to chase me. It just kept making that noise while staying in the same position. Once I got far enough away into the forest, I felt like I could move again. Only my muscles were aching and incredibly tired by this point. I felt like I only had a little bit of strength left, so I started running. I could have sworn that I heard something else running and making noise as I ran away, maybe behind me somewhere. I can't be sure though. Once I got back to my truck, I dove in and locked it. I headed straight out onto the road. I didn't think twice about leaving all of my shit behind. I just drove out onto the road, but I kept nearly dozing off at the wheel. I had to pull over at one point and just go to sleep. Well, I guess I underestimated just how tired I was, because by the time I woke up, I only had around an hour before I had to be back in work. I was screwed. I called up my boss and tried to come up with some shaky excuse, but he was not buying it. He let me go on the spot. Asshole. I debated going back immediately. I needed that gunman. It meant a lot to me. but I figured I should head home and wash up first at least. I went back the next day when I felt rested and in the right frame of mind. My camp, my tent, it was just completely ripped to pieces now. It was all just in tatters, with bits and pieces of material scattered on the floor. It looked like someone or something had taken a shit where it had been. I found my gun where I had dropped it, thankfully, but all of my snares, just gone, destroyed, each and every single last one of them. No sign that any animal or anything else had been caught in them. And that brings me to now. I've missed the last few weekends of hunting. I have no idea what I saw, but I am terrified, and that's not like me. I feel like maybe I've lost all of my desire to go hunting. Does anyone have any clue what I might have seen? I belonged to a tennis club when I was in middle school, and every single summer vacation, we went on a mountain retreat style of training camp in order to build sportsmanship between club members. I participated in this camp for 3 years straight because of the opportunity for becoming more familiar with other members, as if I was on a study abroad trip. Now, this is an experience that I had on my second year of training camp trip when I was in the 8th grade. That year, the teachers gave us a day off from training to do whatever we wanted, but in accordance to following the camp rules and curfew. On that free day, many members traveled to the nearest town slightly further away from our camping ground to look for souvenirs, and at nightfall, we shared details about our day's activity with each other. Some of our senior classmen told us how they went to play at the river, while the sophomores said that they went to a theme park. Every locations the members they said they went to were places that any middle schoolers would typically go to, except for my friend, who went somewhere rather peculiar compared to the rest of us. Not sure why, but for some reason, I found myself at a cemetery. Why would he randomly decide to go to a cemetery? I thought to myself, as strange ambience surrounded us, even more so when considering he himself not knowing why, as well as his discomfortingly absurd behavior when telling the story, staring at an empty space with a blank facial expression. One of the senior classmen actually shouted out saying, "Hey, was he always this strange?" He even demanded an explanation from me, when all I could have done there was shrug unknowingly, for I was confused just as much as they were. However, my friend's odd behavior kept on escalating when all of the senior classmen fell asleep that night. At midnight, when even the teachers who went from one cabin to another to check on us returned to their rooms, I remained wide awake, as my friend's story about the cemetery just prevented me from sleeping. Then, suddenly, my friend who was sleeping next to me rose up from his bed and lamely walked out the room door. Nothing bothered me at first, assuming that maybe he just went to use the restroom, but I began to realize something was wrong when I noticed that he had not even come back to the room, even 15 minutes later. Alas, I decided to go and search for him. I felt as if countless hours had passed by looking for my friend as I investigated the entire camp area, but at last, I found him at the rooftop balcony in one of the cabins. He was about to jump over the metal fence that was probably around half of his height, with his arms stretched far out, either as if he was being pulled by someone from the front, or voluntarily trying to grasp onto something in the air. Whichever the case, his behavior definitely went from weird to downright terrifying. What I was scared about the most, although, was my friend consequentially falling off of the balcony ledge. As I finally built up some courage, enabling myself to use my voice, I called my friend's name, who was only a leap away from completely going outside of the fence. He saw me and was like, "Oh, it's you, what's up?" He replied, really nonchalantly, without hesitation. When I asked him what he thought he was doing, my friend could not come up with a single reason for why he was attempting to step outside of the fence, since any previous memories prior to me calling his name, they were just missing from his mind. For the sake of making sense in this bizarre circumstance, my friend and I vaguely concluded to sleepwalking being the cause of this incident. The heavy weights were still on my shoulders that night, but fortunately, my friend no longer acted weirdly after that, and we safely finished our club's training camp trip. When I told my father about what happened to my friend at the camp after returning home, fear engulfed me once again, because he told me this. Wait, the camping ground. Was that the one in that town with the cemetery nearby, right? I recognize the cemetery. It's one of the few, most haunted places in Japan. Can't believe you guys were actually able to camp in such a place. The cemetery that my father described was exactly the same cemetery that my friend claimed to have went to during our free day. According to my father, the location where the cemetery is established was once a small forest, infamous for suicide, and reports of alleged sightings of wraiths have never ceased. Paranormal features of that cemetery itself is not too widely known to the general public, but to anyone who is deeply interested in occultism, the reputation of that cemetery could be regarded as popular for its rabid ghostly phenomenon. My father's statement about the cemetery being haunted by ghosts, in addition with the facts that my friend went there and then started acting abnormally later that night, it made me speculate that perhaps he was fully possessed by one of them, losing control of his body and mind. Conclusively, I prefer not to recount my experience involved in this incident, ever, or would much rather forget about it forever, if only possible. Even to this day, I can still feel the unworldly dread crawling out from that cemetery, feeling as if it's scheming on how to take control of my body next. When this happened to me, it was around mid-December time. For reference, I live in North Dakota. It's one of the worst places to be for weather. The cold northern winds can take it down to -40 in a heartbeat. Unfortunately for me, this day was one of those days. It was blizzarding outside. There was snow everywhere. I could barely even see right in front of me. And I'm driving home from Grand Forks. I had just gotten Christmas presents from my family, and Christmas was in about 1 week time. I am driving down the highway. Suddenly, I see these bright as shit headlights through the flurries. Shit. I have to swerve suddenly to avoid a head-on collision. After some fear and hearing sounds coming from my car, I realize I just ran into the ditch. My car was stuck in a snowdrift. My car is at a 45-degree angle. I can't even see out the windshield or the front side windows. That is how deep the damn snow is. Soon after that, my car dies. I reach for my phone. I'm gonna need help to get me out of here. I never take my phone out of my coat pocket, so it should be there. Wait, my coat is at home. I had to wear a different one today because my old one had a tear on the inside. After swearing to myself, I look back outside the window to see where I am. I'm near a small town, probably about a mile away from it. Said small town is around 7 miles away from where I live. Fuck, I have a big walk ahead of me, and there is no way I'm going to survive in this weather with all of the snow. I had better get moving, or I'm going to freeze to death in this car. But shit, I'm not just going to leave these Christmas gifts behind for people to take. I load all of them up on my arms and my back, and I open up the door. About 500 meters to my right is an abandoned stead. What a lucky break. I wade my way through about 2 to 3 feet of snow and go towards the farmstead. I make it to the barn. I am walking inside the busted down door and stepping inside. It's cold as tits, but it's much warmer than the snow. I decide that I will use this as a checkpoint and look for my next stop on the way to the small town. Welp, after I look outside, there is nothing but white snow for another mile. I am alone, and I am absolutely screwed. There is no way I'm going to survive. It's -40, and the snow might collapse the barn on my head. Well, the blizzard is expected to go at least until tomorrow. I might have a chance if I leave then. Until then, I had better watch my ass. At this point, I can't even feel my fingers anymore. My ears are just icicles. I should have grabbed my gloves and my hat. Oh well, hindsight is 20/20 after all. Or maybe not, with all of this goddamn snow. After swearing to myself again, I see a window of opportunity. I tear my daughter's Dora the Explorer blanket out of the bag and I wrap myself up in it. I sit there for a while, contemplating the shit that I'm in. What terrible luck. I'm still cold as tits, but the blanket is keeping me alive. After 5 hours, my stomach starts growling. I'm as hungry as a hippo. I consider eating the dinner I have bought, but most of it is raw meat. Well, spare the vegetables that are probably so hard right now they would break my teeth in half if I tried to take a bite. But I digress. An hour later, I start eating some of the shrimp that I had in there. After that, I curl up some more. I grab the Dora pillow I had bought and I try to sleep. I hear a screech. I jump up. It sounds like the barn door. And it's open. What the hell? The wind is not that strong. There is no way it could have shoved the snow out of the way like that. I think whatever. I'm probably just imagining things. Then I hear a clop 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 sound after a little while. I am hearing footsteps right above me. It is footsteps. There's no way it could be anything else. I get up. I hiss on my hands to keep them warm, and I look around. See, it says hiss, but perhaps he means piss? I hope not. There is nothing around anywhere. I see a ladder, and I climb it to go to the next level of the barn, but I still see nothing. I think, damn, I must be just going insane. I am on my way back down the ladder, when suddenly, I see something move from the corner of my eyesight. I turn and face it immediately, but wow, it's nothing again. With my heart racing, I go back down. I curl up in my blanket again and lay back down, trying to convince myself I'm just alone. An hour later, I'm completely spent, I'm starving, and I'm tired as shit. I finally pass out. I wake up sometime later. I don't know what time it is, but I know it's morning because the sun is shining outside. I sit up and I feel my ear. Well, actually, I don't. It had turned blue from the frostbite. Cursing to myself again, I look down at my bags and the presents. Well, what was left of them anyhow? Everything I had was ravaged. The Legos that I had, they were spilled everywhere. The Barbie dolls that I had bought, they were all beheaded. Only beheaded. There were no bite marks or scratches or anything like that. Only their heads were torn off. The other things I had bought were scattered around the ground in the barn. After I tried to recover from a panic attack, I pick everything up, bag it up again, and look outside. It's not snowing. The sun is shining bright. The sky is clear. What the fuck, Mother Nature? After shrugging, I look at the town a mile away, and I just start walking. I want nothing to do with this damn barn anymore. I got home to my worried sick family after hitching a ride. It was great to see them again, after I thought I was going to die. I never figured out what the hell happened that night, but I'm glad I decided to behead the dolls instead of me. Also, what was left of my dinner was untouched. Obviously, whatever did this either didn't like what I had, or just wasn't hungry. I lived in a poor apartment complex. It may not have been like super run down and bottom of the barrel, but it was close. Fear was always a part of living there, but it was fear grounded in real dangers, getting robbed, getting assaulted, and other such things. At least, it was until a few nights ago. Coming home late one night, I parked my car on the far side of the lot, next to the fence that ran the perimeter around the complex. Beyond this fence was an empty lot, one that was about 100 meters wide, and beyond that was just wilderness. Large power lines ran through the empty lot, and I had become accustomed to their hum. But it was that night that I heard something else coming from the empty lot. A distant moan. It sounded as though something was in pain, and more animal than human. My body trembled at the sound, and every single instinct inside of my body told me to turn and just walk home. But I couldn't. I had to investigate. Someone might be in trouble, is what I reasoned with myself in my head. I squeezed through a gap in the fence and gazed at the dark lot. There was nothing there, but the moan had grown louder now, and it drowned out the humming noise of the power lines overhead. I listened for the moan, and, my legs already giving way from fear, walked towards the source of the noise. There was still nothing in the lot. I glanced backwards towards the fence, which was already a good distance away. Continuing on, I was listening closely to where that noise was coming from. Then I found the source of the moan, but there was nothing there still. That noise, it was loud enough to be deafening, and yet it seemed to come out of nowhere. And then it started getting softer. No, that wasn't right. It was moving further away, towards the tree line of the wilderness. As I walked, the moan would get louder until my ears rang. When I stopped, it would keep moving away towards the wilderness. Something was leading me there. My legs had become jelly at this point, and even just taking one single step forward was an enormous task. My head was screaming from the noise, my heart was racing, and my guts were turning in on themselves. I was frightened. About 10 yards away from the trees, the moaning stopped. I scanned the wilderness for something, anything. It was dark and obscured by the trees, but I swear, I thought I saw something. It looked kind of like a person laying on their back, with their knees high in the air, their head twisted backwards, and I could see glowing eyes just staring off into nothing. This thing was pale, and it looked very dead. But its head, it turned towards me with a sickening crack. I could just hear all of the bones cracking, and it just screeched. It shuffled quickly, but I did not see where it was going. I turned around and sprinted as hard as I could back towards the fence, the screeching getting louder as whatever it was gave chase. I did not even dare look backwards behind me. I needed to put all I had into getting back through the fence. When the screeching had become deafening, I nearly crashed through the gap in the fence. The screeching halted when I did. Whatever it was, it did not even try to go beyond the fence. It just stared at me through the gap. The gentle hum of the power lines filled the silence. That was the only thing I could hear at that point. Eventually, after staring for a little while, this thing, it just turned and left. After a minute of laying down in the parking lot, trying to catch my breath and stop my heart from beating so fast, I got up and started walking home. In the distance, though, I could still hear that faint moaning, and it just really creeped me out. I have no idea what I saw that day. What I am about to tell you happened to me when I was pretty young, around 15 years old or so at the time. I'm actually Congolese and grew up in Congo, Kinshasa, and didn't move away until I was maybe 18 years of age. Kinshasa, it's a good city, but nearby are a lot of forests. The forest nearby, it's one of the largest tropical rainforests in the world. My friend and I, Jean, we used to go exploring in these rainforests a lot in our free time when we were not in school. It's not a safe place, and you might even consider us stupid for going there. It's a place where you have to watch out for venomous snakes like mambas, and leopards and crocodiles can easily catch you off guard and kill you if you're not careful. But if you stick to areas that you know and take a proper weapon, most of the time it's okay. My mother and my father, they let me run free. They weren't the type to really care and try to stop me, They grew up the same way, exploring and having fun, and they thought that I should experience the same thing. They believe that children should gain independence early. Now, guns. They are quite illegal for the average citizen unless you get a special permit for hunting. But my country, well, there has been lots of unrest over the many years, and it is actually quite common for people to have illegal guns that they keep hidden in their homes. My father has one such gun, an SKS I think it was, that was old and wasn't in the best condition, but he taught me how to use it and let me take it with me when exploring the big forests where lots of animals are. There are a lot of illegal arms all over the country. Even though it's a problem, it is quite normal for people, at least back then it was, back when this happened. So, me and Jean headed out into the forest and explored for quite a while. The day was pretty hot, and the sun was beating down on us. It made walking quite tough after a period of time, and I was sweating a lot. We had been walking for a while, and hadn't really seen or heard any kind of animal activity, not even some birds chirping. It was rare for a rainforest, especially one of this size, to be so silent like that. So we were walking for a while, and suddenly, Jean and I started to hear something. Well, I say hear, but it was more like that we could feel it. It felt like the ground was shaking, but way off in the distance almost. It was so strange. It wasn't enough so that we could not even walk straight, but I could feel the tremors underneath my feet if I paid enough attention. And of course, there was sound in the distance. I could hear some sort of low hiss, as if air was being released from a car tire very slowly. I could also hear twigs snapping and things like that. We got a little bit closer, and this quaking, it was not stopping. At one point, I saw a flock of birds just scatter. They were in the trees all around in the distance, and they all flew away into the sky. And at one point, we saw a jackal. It was bolting from the direction that the quaking and noises seemed to be coming from. It ran right at us. I gripped the rifle and got ready to shoot, thinking this thing was going to jump up and try to maul me. But I didn't even get a chance. This jackal, it just ran right by us. It just ran straight through the gap between where we were both standing, and didn't even try and pay us any mind. It never once looked back or even made any noises. It just disappeared away into the forest behind us. At this point, I was paying much more attention to the section of the forest ahead of me. Jean was starting to become really nervous, and I was too. He kept saying that we should go back and come another day, but I didn't really want to. The shaking had stopped by this point, but I could see something ahead of me, off in the distance. The sun was starting to go down at this point, and so the entire forest was not lit up anymore. I could see some type of shadow ahead of us, a really tall shadow, really wide too. It seemed to take up a large amount of space, but then I saw it move to the right and disappear. We walked a little bit deeper into the forest, and Jean was begging me to go home at this point. Since it was becoming dark, I relented and said that we would. We were in a mini clearing by this point, and had just turned around and started leaving the way that we came. And we started to hear this rustling sound right up above us. It was loud. It sounded like a pile of leaves being kicked again and again. That's how aggressive the shaking was. We turned around to look upwards, but were still moving backwards slightly as we did. And I noticed something up in the trees. There was just one tree I noticed, and it seemed to be completely covered in spider webs. There were webs completely wrapped around every portion of the leaves and stuff, and it was jostling back and forth like there was a heavy wind. One of the trees, it looked like it had a hole inside of it, like the tree was hollowed out slightly. You know, like in cartoons, squirrels hide their nuts in the trees, but there seemed to be something white in the trees. They looked almost egg-shaped. They were white and seemed to be stuffed inside, and they looked glossy. They were also dripping with something that looked viscous. Jean, at this point, has grabbed my hand and started to just yank me away. But before he even can, we just hear and feel this boom. It was like the quakes from earlier, but much more force. Jean actually hit the dirt just behind me. That is just how off balance it made him. What I saw in front of me was what I can only describe as a massive spider. It must have been taller than 8 feet, maybe even taller than that. The way it was shaped, it was massive. It was actually almost completely black in color. It had mass amounts of hair all over its limbs and body. It didn't have any kind of markings, and it had these gigantic, fang-like things sticking out of its face. I don't even know what to call them. Whether they were fangs or mandibles, but there looked to be something leaking out of them and dripping down onto the floor in a stringy glob. There were actually marks in the ground from where it hit the ground. I could see the dirt kicked up and what looked like stabs into the ground. It had brought down a branch on the way, which was just lying off to the side of it. This all happened so quickly. I only still remember the details that I do, because it's something that I can't wipe away from my memory. I replay these moments in my head again and again every single night. I can't ever get them out of my head. I turn and start running, and I grab onto Jean and pull him up to his feet. It was awkward, and he was off balance, but we managed to start running. As we were running, I noticed that there was more webbing in some of the trees, incredibly high up. The only way we ever would have noticed these on the way in is if we looked up and paid more attention. It was going from the top of one tree to another and again to another tree. I should have just kept looking straight ahead, but I just couldn't help turning and looking over my shoulder. I nearly fell to the ground when I did. That thing moved so quickly, way faster than I ever expected. I saw it scuttle incredibly quickly all the way to the base of a tree, and then I saw it leap right up to the top of one of them. I didn't think any animal could leap like that. Jean and I were just running in between trees where we could, and we had to keep turning to get past where there were crowds of thick ones that would slow us down. We just had to pray that we didn't get lost or cornered. At one point, we feel the shaking again, and I can hear this thing scuttling through the trees right near us. And I just hear a crack, like someone jumped onto a branch with all of their weight. And then we heard this creaking, and all of a sudden, this tree just falls and smacks into the ground. We were lucky that it was right behind us. It sounded so loud. If it had hit us, we would have been dead for sure. I don't know how long we ran like this, but at some point, I remember Jean lost his footing. We were barefoot, and Jean stepped in something sharp. I know because he cried out and told me just how much it hurt. When he tried to run again, his foot gave way and he stumbled to the ground. I tried to make myself stop to run back for him, but by the time I came to a halt, he was some meters behind me. And this thing, this giant spider, it just never stopped. I saw it. I saw it moving so fast. It was up in one of the trees and it dropped down right on top of Jean. Its body was so big that it cast the shadow that covered his entire body. I was frozen in fear. There was nothing I could do. There was no way I could run towards this thing. I remember screaming at him to get up and just run, but this thing, it just moved its mouth down onto Jean quicker than I could ever see. It went for his leg, and Jean just fell to the ground again. And after that, he didn't move again. He didn't move his arms or his legs. All he did was scream. He screamed at me to help. He screamed that he couldn't move. But I couldn't. I would die and it would get me too. This spider, It sunk its teeth, its fangs. It sunk them into his leg again, and it proceeded to take him. It dragged him away along the floor, leaving a trail behind in the dirt. And the entire time, Jean screamed at me to help him. He begged me to shoot this thing and not let it take him away. I forgot I even had the gun before he told me, but still, I did not take a shot. I was too scared that shooting this thing would not work and that we would both be dead. I saw it oozing something white onto Jean, straight onto his head, and causing his speech to stop and become muffled. And I just ran away. I ran all the way home in almost complete darkness, and I did not look back even once. My parents, they didn't believe me when I told them what happened. They said I was just making things up. Even when Jean was reported missing, they did not believe my story. They believed that some other kind of animal, perhaps a cougar, had gotten to him and killed him. They thought I was still just a stupid kid, making up stories. Jean's mother and father, they said it was all my fault. They said it should have been me who died in his place. They said that if I could not stop the animal from taking and killing Jean, then I should have died trying. I didn't feel guilty at first, but the more that time passed by, the more these words really started to weigh on me. You can call me a monster. You can call me evil for leaving my friend to die like that, but until you're in that situation yourself, when you're faced with life or death by something that you don't know how you will react. You don't know whether you will be brave or not. I couldn't take any chances. That is how the brain thinks when you think that your life is on the line. Something deep down inside of me told me that if I did anything different, anything at all, if I even moved a muscle more, it would have been dragging me off too, and I would be dead. I have never felt so much fear in my life, and I'm still in disbelief that any sort of creature like that could ever exist. I've heard of many strange things in my lifetime, paranormal encounters, cryptids as you call them, from all sorts of countries, but I never thought I would experience something like this myself. Has anyone else encountered something so horrible? I inherited approximately 950 acres of land in the middle of nowhere, Ontario. It's bordered on all sides by Queen's Land. Federal land would be the American term, I guess. I am American, by the way. Every summer, I grab 2 or 3 of my friends, load up my Jeep and one of their 4x4s, ditch our girls/wives, and go live in a cabin for a week. It's a nice place, considering there is nothing for miles upon miles upon miles. Me and my dad spent years building it up from just a shitty bunk cabin to an actual nice cabin with a wood-burning stove, hot water heater, diesel generator, shower, septic system, well water, etc. We went all out on this place when we were younger. I think this happened in 2011 or 2012, I'm not 100% sure. We drove 14 hours in a 2-car convoy to the property in Canada. We got to the nearest town. It's still a good hour drive through the bush to get to the cabin, so we stock up on the essentials, beer and liquor. I am driving the lead car, my Jeep, through the rough trails that lead to the cabin, since I'm the only one who knows which trail to take. My friend in the back seat is dispensing beers per my request, as this is going to take a while, and my average speed is about 3 miles per hour. I come around the bend. I see a fallen tree blocking the trail. I get on the radio and call a halt for my friend's SUV behind me. It was on a curve and I didn't want to get rear-ended. We all got out, pissed, whatever, and pulled the chainsaw out of the back of the SUV. My friend, who had never been out of metropolitan Detroit before, yells, pretty excitedly, looking on, a bear, and points off to a clearing that rose up into a high, rocky hill. There was a blackish, furry spot at the top of the hill. It was moving a little bit. I confirm that my friend is right, and I tell him to watch the bear as I start the saw. I set the choke, prime the ignition, pull, and vroom. The bear is still just chilling on the rock. I revved the saw a few times. The bear is still just sitting there. Whatever. I cut the tree at 2 points because I was lazy, chained it to tow hooks on the Jeep, and pulled to side of the trail. I kicked the tree into the dirt. Free building materials for beavers. We load up the cars and start driving again. I noticed that the bear had left. About 5 miles away from the cabin, friend's SUV gets stuck in a muddy part of the trail that I told him to drive around. I call him an idiot and hook up the tow straps. I start pulling him out. My friend yells, "Hey, it's a bear. Where's the camera?" We were kind of on a rock rise that came out of a marsh. If you looked to the west, all you could see was low grass as far as the eye could see. I see this furry black thing trashing through the grass, coming right at us. It looked small. I figured that maybe it was a confused young black bear, because bears don't usually bother people. I start yelling at the bear, while my friend is trying to find the camera in the Jeep's excuse for a back seat. The bear is still running at us. I'm not too worried, because even if the bear caught up to us, it would have to climb up 60 feet of rock just to get to us. The SUV is unstuck anyway. It's time to get to the cabin. My friend is insistent on getting a damn picture. I tell him we're going to see at least 20 more before we leave, and we will get better photos than that, etc. I just want to go, so I stand on the highest rock and yell at the bear. The bear stands up. It does not look like a bear. I am an avid outdoorsman. I've hunted, fished, and trapped for the past 14 years of my life. There is a possibility that this was a bear with a severe, and I'm talking severe, genetic mutation, but I don't think it was that. This thing's head was shaped like a moose's, but without the horns. Looking back at it, it looked really stupid, but it kind of shocked me because it looked so unnatural and out of place. After seeing moose bear thing, I turned around and pushed friend towards Jeep, telling him I scared it off. He is upset, but he'll get over it. I was still thinking it was just a messed up bear or something. I didn't want anyone to get worked up. We finally arrive at the cabin, unpack all of our gear and stuff, turn on the generator, etc. I have brought a .454 Marlin across the border under the premise of wildlife protection. That's the box I checked at least. I kept the .454 Marlin in a locked case underneath my bed. I only loaded the gun at night when we were going to sleep. On the second day there was rain all day. I couldn't really do much other than watch friend shows on the television with the antenna. With about 2 hours of sun left, the storm finally blows out. Excellent fishing to be had right now. I take the top and the doors off the Jeep so everyone can fit and drive to Hidden Lake that was in the middle of the woods. It's a massive lake, and as far as I knew, I was the only person who fished there. We caught a bunch of northern pike, loaded them into the cooler, and brought them back to camp. We also saw a bear while we were fishing. He was about 100 yards down the shore and was normal looking. My friend got to take a picture. We got back to the camp, cleaned the fish on the deck, put guts and trimmings in a garbage bag, and sealed it up. We enjoyed some delicious fish cooked on red-hot campfire coals. I make the best campfire fish. We have a few more drinks and fall asleep. I wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of something large brushing up against the side of the cabin. It was summer outside, so I had all of the windows open to get a breeze going through. I could smell shit. It was probably a bear. I pulled the rifle out from underneath my bed, stepped over my sleeping friend, and looked outside the front window. I can see a dark, fuzzy shape moving around the driveway and the front porch of the cabin. It seemed to be going back and forth, and rather quickly too. The generator is off, so I can't blast it with the floodlights. I grab the flashlight off the counter, slowly push open the door, and shine the flashlight at the dark thing. It was that same mutated bear from before. I freak out. I toss the flashlight onto the deck. I raise my rifle, pull the hammer back, and turn the safety off. I can't see anything at all. I slowly back away into the cabin, realizing it was a stupid idea to come outside. I am also realizing this bear should have run off by now. Attempting to scare the stupid bear, I barked at it. I don't know why, don't ask me what possessed me. I heard slamming and saw a black blur run through the flashlight beam. One friend wakes up and asks what's up. I tell him it was a bear going after our trash. He goes back to sleep. I sit in the living room, chain smoking until the sun comes up. When the sun came up, I went outside to take a look at the damage. I saw what I expected to see, a bunch of fish parts scattered all over the deck. Then I noticed something odd. These were all bass, smallmouth and largemouth bass. We only caught pike yesterday. I go over to where I tossed garbage bag into the tray to see if it's still there and intact. It is. What the hell? I confirm with my friends after they wake up that we did not catch any bass, and everyone agrees. It's the day before we decide to return home. A couple of my friends want to go for a hike up into the hills surrounding the cabin. It's very dangerous to hike alone. There are blind drops, deep chasms, really easy to lose your footing. All of us decide to go together. I bring the rifle in case we run into a mountain lion. For the first hour, we're just having fun, climbing up rocks, getting a better view than the last one. I see the ultimate rock. It's impossible to climb except for one way. There was a pine tree growing very close to one side of the rock. It could easily be climbed to get to the top of the rock. My friend goes up first. He yells down that the view is amazing. We all follow suit. We take a break and stretch out on the rock and relax. It really is beautiful up here. The tree begins to shake. Oh fuck. Something is climbing the tree. I ready my rifle and look over the edge. It's that same damn mutated bear from before. I fire around, not really aiming. I just wanted it in this thing's direction to scare it off. I didn't see the impact. This idiot bear just screams at me. Not a roar, it screams like a person. It sleds down the pine tree. My friends are all freaking out because we are stuck on a rock with a damn bear at the bottom. I've got 3 cartridges left. I keep looking around all sides of the rock, and I can't see this mutated bear anywhere. It's like he disappeared. The sun is starting to set. We need to get moving. I volunteer to go down first since I've got my gun. I sling it over my shoulder and begin working my way down. I get to the bottom and call out, all clear. My friends all get to the bottom, and we start trekking towards the cabin. It gets dark long before we reach the cabin, and no one brought flashlights with them. Thankfully, I know the hill that the cabin is built on. I can get us lost, but as long as we don't deviate from this one big hill, we won't get really lost. I think we're getting closer. I find a game trail and start using that to push through the bush a little bit faster. We come into a clearing that looked like it had been washed out from a broken beaver dam or something. There are big rocks scattered everywhere. I suddenly hear a wild scream, like a man with his balls in a vice. My friend runs into the back of me, and I fall down. I get up and yell at him. What the hell, man? You know I'm carrying a gun, and if that would have went off, it could have blown my dick off. He cuts me off mid-sentence and says, "Someone pushed me, dude." I look behind him. No one is behind him. We keep on walking. My friends are getting visibly nervous at this point, but are making lighthearted jokes about me getting all of us killed. I can smell shit. Either someone just shit their pants, or there is a bear nearby. The smell is very strong. I tell everyone to stand still for a moment. Just as I'm about to continue walking, a huge black bear comes waddling into the clearing. It was a big thing too. I raised the rifle, just in case it was going to make a move. It didn't even look at us though. Suddenly, the bear is on the ground, getting the shit kicked out of it and roaring. What the hell am I looking at? The mutated bear is on top of this normal bear, ripping it to fucking pieces. I shriek and I fire my rifle. It's dark as hell, but with how I saw this mutated bear jump, it looked like a direct hit. The mutated bear runs off, leaving this half-dead black bear bleeding out in front of us. All of us are simultaneously freaking out. We decide it's time to move. We are moving as quickly as possible through the bush until I finally see the moonlight reflecting off the tin roof of the cabin. We made it. We managed to not get mauled to death. Cue this mutated bear standing on the deck on his hind legs, trying to look into the windows of the cabin. You have got to be kidding me. I tell my friends to go into the garage and start the generator to scare the bear off. If it doesn't work, I'm going to shoot the shit out of it. I hear my friends banging around in the little garage. I hear the diesel engine priming and then firing. The main breaker gets thrown and the lights turn on. This mutated bear doesn't give a shit. I yell at the bear one last time. It looks at me with that stupid moose face and shrieks again. I pull the trigger. Click. I didn't cycle the action. Damn it. I work the action and line up again. The bear is coming at me. Boom. Direct hit on the head. It looked like a huge puff of dust at the impact site. The bear shrieks again and just runs off. There is no blood on the deck or the side of the cabin. The next morning, we are loading the vehicles, and I am still looking around at where I shot this thing. There is no blood to be found anywhere. I am 100% positive that a round struck him in the skull. I have high-rise mounts for my scope, so, in low-light conditions, I can drop down and use my iron sights. I've learned to keep my eyes open when I shoot to see where the round lands, and it hit it in the damn head. And that's my story. Take from it what you wish. To this day, I don't know if we're doing battle with some crazy new species, an alien bear, a bear man moose, or just some weird mutated bear. It's creepy shit though. This happened to me on a church camping trip. I am around 14 years old at the time. My best friend is the same age. It's also his brother, and another dude who happened to be my closest neighbor. The oldest of us was around 16 years old. We were at a larger lake in NC, Lake Lure or Jordan Lake, one of those two. We'd been having a good time. Everyone is having fun. It hits nightfall on the second night. We are leaving tomorrow to go back to church and home. My neighbor and my friend's brother decide to ride to the water area to look around. My friend and I tag along on the paved paths to the paved swimming/boating area. It's a very clean paved area. The tree line is flush with water on the right side. We are standing close to the right tree line in front of the boat ramp with the car parked behind us. We are throwing rocks, talking, looking at the water, etc. We all get quiet as a hazy, dim white ball starts to float up and off the water, maybe 100 yards away. Hey man, you see that? Everyone confirms. What the hell man, etc. The ball floats a little bit higher, then directly over to the tree line on the right side. It's floating towards us now, almost halfway up the trees. We all freak out, run to the car, and scramble to pile in. We rush back to the campsite and start talking all about it. My friend and I end up talking with the pastor for a little bit. We are walking back to the tent with my friend. I see something out of the corner of my eye. I turn around, but I see nothing. On the way looking back forward, I see a girl in dingy white clothes. I freak out and I tell my friend to look back, but he does and he doesn't see anything. I try to sleep, but it's hard because I'm scared all night. I get back to church the next day. I see my friend's cousin and tell her all about it. She freaks out and tells me that she just saw on the news that a kid went missing out there a little while ago. She said the news told her that there was a girl who died at the lake on the news that night. She died out there a couple of weeks before. I think that's maybe who I saw. I was involved in something a good 20 years or so ago now. Something that I only half understood at the time, and that I'm having trouble coming to terms with in my mind. I've spent my entire military career not asking questions and just doing what I was told. I've always had a strong sense of justice. I've always believed that authority figures should not be questioned because they know better. They know the full picture and are trying to maximize long-term peace and prosperity. But I'm not sure I really think that anymore. I'm not going to tell you anything about my identity, where my home country is, or anything like that. I feel too much shame. I don't want to be attached to this, even though I know that I deserve that shame. My unit, it was attached to a NATO deployment in a rural area in Afghanistan. By this point in time, NATO had expanded its operations to cover the entire country and took responsibility for engaging with Taliban forces, especially in the east. It was a mess, to say the least. Orders were constantly changing and being overruled mid-operation. Superiors disagreeing. Unit leaders deciding to take certain things into their own hands. If I'm being honest, there was no real accountability. It was like the blind leading the blind, who then decided that they knew better. I witnessed so many horrible things. So much horrible mistreatment of people that still haunts me. Sometimes, our orders were just to shoot indiscriminately, and that led to a lot of civilian deaths. Some areas that we headed into, everyone was designated as a hostile. Some of the maniacs that I served with, well, they didn't even need an excuse. The place that my unit was, it was barely even a blip on the map. It was just a tiny little outpost village with a few scattered buildings and barely any infrastructure. Not even so much as a makeshift hospital in this place. The orders that we were given were pretty muddy and unclear. I'm not sure exactly what my CR was told about this mission, but the orders trickled down to us as there being instability in the area. Apparently, the Taliban were rumored to have been using this village to store arms and explosives. They were using this village out of the way to restock and hide and exchange information. That was only part of the puzzle. Everyone in this village was marked as an enemy. We had free rein to shoot anyone who so much as blinked. We were ordered to take or destroy any arms caches that we might find and neutralize any hostiles. We were also told that if possible, we should extract anyone surrendering and take them back as prisoners. We were told explicitly to wear our MOP gear at all times during this mission. This was in case they were in possession of chemical weapons, which during that time they were rumored to have. I think it was all bullshit, but I think a similar thing was being spread around during the initial invasion of Iraq too. I think it was just a fear-mongering thing. From the intel that we had, there were a mass of civilians also occupying this village, that the Taliban were using them as shields so that we would not deploy any kind of ordnance in that area and that we would have to send ground forces. We were told that extracting these civilians would be a top priority and that we would be transporting them out of there to a holding facility to be screened and processed. But we were also told to watch for anyone showing any signs of distress, no matter the age or level of compliance, that these people were volatile and that any one of them could be an enemy, that we were clear to shoot if they showed any signs of being aligned with the Taliban. It seemed a strange thing to say, but it's something that I really took note of. We set out earlier in the morning, just after first light. Our units were underfunded and undersupplied. A nighttime raid was not possible because we didn't even have the batteries to power our MVGs. They were in short supply and were being kept for superior officers, and we were told to adapt and make do. We made the initial journey just using open-top Humvees, as that was all that we had available. Once we got to the perimeter of the village, we dismounted and moved in formation to scout out the village. We were met with no signs of resistance at all, and from the outside, it looked as if the place was just normal. None of the villagers even fled when they saw signs of us. They just carried on with their routines as usual. They all moved so strangely in retrospect. The villagers I saw, they all seemed to move so mechanically and with perfect posture. But they didn't actually seem to be doing anything. It was like they were mindlessly carrying out the same tasks again and again, without really realizing what they were doing or why. There was one old lady. She had this basket that she would pick up and carry out front. It was empty, and her clothes were already hung out to dry, but she would unclip the clothes, put them in the basket, and then hang them again. My CO was in the lead, and he made our intentions very clear to everyone in the village about our goal, and he asked them to comply. But none of them really seemed to pay attention, not so much of a look in his direction. He started telling people to get down on the ground, that they would be escorted out of this area, that we needed to search and secure the place, and that we needed to ask them questions elsewhere. A few did so. They just got down on their knees without question, but others just ignored it. Our CO gave the order to start escorting people, and we did so. Not a word was said by any of the people I moved. I would zip tie their hands, and they would look straight forward, but it was like they were looking right through me. It didn't take long though before everything went to shit. One of the soldiers in my unit, they went to grab this woman. I think she was a mother, maybe in her 30s or 40s. I saw the whole thing because I was walking back to the village. She is kneeling, and he is talking to her and goes to grab her. And all of a sudden, the second he grabs her, it's like she just snaps back to reality. She went from a blank expression, just staring straight forward, to suddenly screaming. She started biting at the soldier's hand and arm, and I quickly rushed over to try and help when I saw this. She kept screaming, "Help me, help me, I don't want to go back," while grabbing the soldier's gun. It was so odd. She was grabbing the gun and fighting for it to point at her. At one point, she moved her head downwards so that the barrel was digging upwards into her jaw, and I could see that she was trying desperately to reach the trigger, while my squad mate was trying to keep her alive. I managed to get there in time, and I grabbed her from behind and pulled her away. I started asking her what the hell was wrong with her, and if she had a death wish or something. She was incredibly strong. I don't know how she had the strength that she did. It was like she had the strength of a rabid animal or something. This next part, it's completely my fault, for not paying attention properly, for not recognizing the situation and properly dealing with it. Because this woman, she managed to pull a knife from my waist. I was so focused on trying to restrain this woman without hurting her that I neglected to pay full attention. She pulled it and I dropped her and backed away with my gun drawn and was telling her to drop it and get on the ground. She just had this look in her eye. Her eyes were twitching, and I could see that she had some kind of marks or burns on her face that I never really noticed before. They almost looked like chemical burns, but they were a little lighter than that. She had them going all down one arm too. And she stabbed herself. She practically gutted herself right there in front of us. Neither of us even had the chance to stop her, and she did not hesitate even one bit. She plunged it deep into her own stomach and just ripped upwards. And she screamed and she wailed, and she could not stop crying, but she just kept going until the pain was too much and she dropped to the floor, dead. Some of the soldiers in this war, we really were as incompetent as you think. I am no exception to this. The training that they give you is useless. They don't teach you any other skills other than saying yes sir, no sir, and firing a weapon, because that's all they really need from you. My CO was in disbelief, but he told us to forget all about it, that it wasn't our fault and that she did this to herself. We kept moving from villager to villager, just zip tying them and escorting them back to the convoy truck. We hadn't found any sign of any kind of weapons the entire time that we were there. No sign of any Taliban or any sign of any intel being exchanged in the area. Not even a sign that this village had ever even been used in a military sense. That was not the only odd encounter that we had with these villagers. This happened a few times, them going from expressionless and silent to just bursting with panic. But they kept trying to hurt themselves rather than us, and thankfully, we were able to stop any more deaths. Everyone that we detained had scars, chemical burns, you name it. Some of them had amputated limbs, and some had other injuries. None of it made sense to me, then or now. Once they broke out of their daze or their trance though, whatever you want to call it, they just would not stop. They would just keep going and begging and pleading for us to help them and not send them back. I have no idea what they meant. Sedation, once they were at the facility, or restraining them fully, was the only real way to stop them from hurting themselves. A large number of the villagers just sat quietly with no problems, but there were too many cases of people acting violently to ignore. We had to have multiple soldiers positioned in the back with the villagers just to keep some of them under control. The entire time, we were reporting the situation back to command to ask for clarification and medical support, but the response was always to not deviate from the plan and continue on with our mission, which we still didn't really know the full extent of. The drive itself to the facility that was going to be used for detainment and questioning wasn't that long, but it felt like it was. Having to hear those people, those cries, the whole way back, it freaked me out. You couldn't even have a conversation with them. It's like their minds were in permanent fight or flight mode, and they forget that any other words even existed. How anyone back at that facility was going to get anything out of these people was just beyond me. This facility was an old and abandoned one that had been taken control of and repurposed for our use. When we got there, we found out that this was not the only village like this that was ordered to be investigated. There were already other civilians already being held there, although not more than maybe another village full. There were other vehicles outside the facility. There were other units and personnel guarding the perimeter, doing rounds, checking on these villagers, etc. The place was large and reinforced, and clearly set up to keep people out, or people in, I guess. We unloaded the villagers one by one. Most of them we had to drag out of there, as they would not move on their own. The personnel at the facility very quickly took them off of our hands. The other civilians in there, they were all just sitting or standing blankly, with no reactions at all. They did not even look like they were breathing. The ones that we had who were still kicking up a fuss, they were quickly sedated and taken to another area of the facility. I did not see any of them ever again. It wasn't long before the next order came down, and we were ordered out of that area along with our vehicles. We were told to return and prepare for debrief, which we did. We really were not told very much about what happened. Even though my CO advised me not to, I reported the incident I had with that woman. I told them about how she was acting and just snapped, about the wounds that she had. I will admit that maybe I let my emotions get the best of me, that maybe I became a little hysterical and also angry. This report was given in a confidential manner in a one-on-one scenario. I got half an answer. I was told that the Taliban had probably abused this woman and tested a chemical weapon on her. I was told to forget all about it and that it was not my fault. When I tried to argue, I was told again to just forget it and move on. It wasn't long after that when people started to have major problems with me that are a little too difficult to explain here. I'll just say it felt like I had a target on my back after that. That my CO would target me and attempt to rile me up. That other commanding officers would pick fights with me and try and goad me into stepping out of line. And, well, let's just say I took the bait after a horrible incident that happened, and it ended up with me being discharged and signing papers agreeing not to talk about things. I was threatened with a military prison sentence, and I was told I was lucky that my CO agreed not to take things any further. I know that it was complete and utter bullshit. I know that they were just trying to cover their tracks and trying any way to just get rid of me. And if I try and talk about it to anyone now, why would they trust a soldier like me? It's pretty obvious that I'm just a criminal and a troublemaker rather than a patriot. Why would I ever tell the truth? I must be a liar if I got discharged like I did. That operation, it was the worst time in my entire life. I will probably never have an answer for what actually happened. None of it really makes sense to me at all. Why were those people acting that way? Why did they suddenly just snap? Why did some of them not? I just hope that I can finally leave it in the past and maybe move on with my life, even if I do still feel that unrelenting shame. So, this story is true, and honestly, I don't know if it was just perfect timing or what, but ever since then, I've always felt the vibes of things much more prevalent. It could be that I matured, but I don't know. Anyways, here we go. I was 12 or 13 years old at the time that this happened. My friend invited me to go to a cabin with his mom, mom's BF, and BF's kid. The cabin is in Hick, Iowa, where the main attraction is widest Main Street. We're from Omaha, so about as city as you can get in Nebraska. We get there. There's not much to it. Small triangle type cabin where the main bedroom is the top part. The cabin does have this old stable that just looks like a nightmare in any light. Anyways, so this cabin was built on a plateau type place where the only road in and out was this long stretch that followed a cornfield and then down a massive man-made dirt hill with just so many holes it's made so like on either side of you there was just steep earth. After settling in, me, Luke, and BF's kid go down. I forgot to mention, there is only one over house that you pass by as you enter the cabin area, and we go to this house that has a bunch of horses. We are looking at the horses, being kids, when out of nowhere, this old biker lady comes out of the house and greets us with, "Want to have a seance?" Like, she doesn't say hello or anything, or even introduces herself. She just says, "Want to have a seance?" We all look at each other like, what the hell did she just say? But of course we agree. She says how she will get pizza and pop and shit, etc, etc. Come back once the sun goes down. Skip to nighttime. So, us kids get driven. It's a 20-minute walk, after being lectured that if anything happens, to call right away, blah blah blah. My mom's boyfriend drops us off and says he will be back in an hour. This biker lady came through with pizza and coke while she was sipping on grown-up brew. After like 5 minutes, she busts out a Ouija board and like 10 candles. She has each of us light candles and place them around the yard in various positions. Now, this is the part that I cannot explain besides coincidence. So biker lady describes what she is doing as a protective spell to keep whatever we talk to at bay. So biker lady performs this spell like this. She is chanting while drawing a pentagram. After the pentagram, she drew a spiral starting from the outside and ending in the middle of the pentagram. Now, as soon as she was done, and I am talking as soon as the chalk lifted from the board, fucking coyotes started howling from every single direction. Like some kind of force went through the forest and shook them. I have no idea what else happened after that. No Ouija speak after a while of weird questions, with nothing but silence, we got picked up. Only one other weird thing that happened was, remember, this place is in the middle of nowhere. Luke was yelling, "Hello?" from the porch of the cabin the morning or two after, and just kept listening to his echo reply. And after 3 or 4 times of this, we heard a, "Hello neighbor," coming from what seemed like dead in the middle of the forest. Now, this could have been the biker lady replying. We did bring it up to her, to which she replied that she was gone all morning, and how there was an old family cemetery somewhere in that forest. One other thing that biker lady told us was that the guy who used to live in her house apparently took his own life by driving up to the lip of where our cabin ended and drank a bottle of antifreeze. That shit was spooky as fuck, and never have I felt that tingling, spooked feeling so strong since that day. I used to live in a house near the forest in Colville, Washington State. From what I hear, their woods are really sketchy, at least a lot more than I had experienced. Anyways, this was only our second year there, and I hated it. I wanted to move back to Phoenix with all of my 13-year-old heart. It was November, and I would always sleep in our guest room upstairs, since it was always the warmest bedroom. It was about 11:20, and I could not sleep at all. I get bored, so I decided to look outside my window and see if there was any deer out in the field. I don't see any deer, so I decided I needed to go back to bed. As I turned my head, I noticed that on the edge of our fence line, I could see a figure. The porch light barely hit the thing, so I could not make out any features. I ducked my head down a little bit, but watched him with my eyes barely peeking over the window lining. He just stands there for at least 40 minutes. He starts moving closer, but it's only like 4 to 5 feet at a time. He just repeats this process until he is fully in the porch light. He is shirtless, and he has some gross brown shorts that come above his knees, but the legs of the shorts are tied to his legs with some rope. His head is drooping down to one side and is only like 2 to 3 inches from resting on his shoulder. What the hell is going on? On his head is just a brown potato sack-like thing with eye holes cut into it. It's tied around his neck, and it looked pretty tight. He started walking normally towards our back door. I started pissing my pants just a little bit. He reaches the door and he grabs the knob. He pulls something out from in between his waist and the lining of his shorts. He opens the door, but he does not enter. He just stands there. Out of nowhere, his head just twists into this, what I can only assume, painful position. He is looking right at my sister's room. He stares for almost another 10 minutes before shutting the door and walking off. There are weird symbols in black on his back. We moved around 3 months later. I barely slept for those entire 3 months. I guess I'll tell my story. Why the hell not? I used to live in Spooky Central back in the days. I was around 10 years old, living in the outskirts of a big Russian city. My dad was a worker in the local prison, which literally was right around the corner of our house. If I went outside, I could walk along the prison walls and see armed soldiers patrol along them with guard dogs. A perfect environment to grow up in as a child, you see. There were also many shady types roaming along the halls. The wall was high, but not high enough to hide the windows of the prison cells. There was a huge sign there stating, "Communicating with the prisoners is strictly prohibited." Of course, the guys roaming along these walls did not really care, as long as there was no patrol in sight. You would often see some drugged up women shouting for their imprisoned husbands, some oligarchs beside their huge SUVs speaking with their lackeys, or just some drunk idiot visiting a friend. Well, even I, with my 10 years of age, realized that in Soviet Russia, the prison personnel would not allow this shit for very long. One day, I go to a friend's place who lives a good walk away on the other side of the prison. I walk along the wall and see some dude standing beside an expensive Mercedes screaming over the wall. No big deal. Business as usual. I mind my own stuff and go on. Suddenly, the door of a guard tower in front of me opens up and a squad of armed guys streams out from it. I really mean dudes with their AKs loaded and balaclavas over their head, running towards the Mercedes. The dude stares at them wide-eyed while they scream at him to get down on the ground with his hands on his head, rifles pointed directly at him. Of course, he tries to flee, thinking he did not deserve such treatment, and jumps at the wheel, while cursing all the while. The dudes from Spetsnaz do not like such jokes, and while nobody fires, one of them proceeds to run up to the Mercedes and stabs the dude's tire with a bayonet. The driver now has his pants full and is surrounded by a squad of angry guys with assault rifles, and they all freeze in complete silence. All you can hear is the door unlocking and him getting out with his hands up. The soldiers handle him rather roughly and pull his stupid ass along to the guard tower. I just stand there baffled and afraid that I am going to get caught up in this as well. Nobody gives me a second glance, and the stream washes into the tower, pulling in the guy and tearing his suit in the process. I shrug it off, seeing I am free to go, and go to my friend's place. Okay, I guess I will throw in another one. considering I could speak all day long about this weird as hell area that I lived in back then. On the other side of the prison, there is a garage jungle, pretty much a huge compound with garages built in similar fashion. As far as I know, everyone was free to get himself one of them and do whatever they wanted in them. I think that it would not be far from reality to suppose that there were illegal alcohol breweries and some shots with weird shit in them, but I never went deep into the jungle, considering that you could never know what could happen in there. Me and my friends used this to play around and do stupid shit. I had a childhood which was filled to the brim with proving your worth and being reckless, so it was just another episode at that point. We used to climb one of the garages at one point and ran above the jungle by jumping over the gaps between the garages. Some of them were close to 3 meters and above. It was a pretty fun thing to do if you had some friends to go along with, although we suffered some casualties. One winter, we thought it would be a good idea to parkour along the garages. The outside temperature being minus 30 degrees Celsius and us in full winter gear. Despite that, we were pretty good on our feet, and we happily hopped into the jungle until we lost sight of the border. I am really tired out at this point and planning on going back, but one of my idiot friends decided it was a good idea to have a proof of manliness right here. He demanded that everyone who has balls hanging between his legs has to jump the gap on the right, which was approximately close to 4 meters. Even in high summer, it was a gruesome demand, but right here, it was pure insanity. But as in any group, there is always some stupid kid who always has to prove himself to the group. In this case, it was a good buddy of mine, who sadly was way too blue-eyed for this world. I tried to convince him that his balls would remain in their place when he refused, but he was sure that they would shrivel from being a coward. I just called him an idiot and wished him good luck at breaking all of his bones on ground impact. The garages were pretty high, and there was certainty to breaking a leg or an arm. As he stomped along the garage, increasing velocity for the jump, some deep gruffy voice from below exploded in insults, telling us to get the fuck off his garage. Obviously, the people inside those things did not like us trampling on their roofs. My friend, startled by this emotional shockwave and already tired and encumbered by his winter gear, lost much force in the jump. He stumbled on one step and looked like he hesitated, but he took the jump anyway, having reached the point of no return. Despite being athletic in general, he did not make it at all. He crashed against the wall of the other garage full force and flew head down to the ground. I immediately ran up to the spot and looked down. He was blacked out on the ground and did not react to any calls. Full of panic now, I climbed down the garage, not thinking about the consequences, and checked on him. His head seemed intact, but he probably knocked it hard enough to pass out. Being relieved, I faced another problem. All of my other friends scattered in all directions like cockroaches and left the place. So much about having balls. And I am deep inside the creepy as hell jungle, which is dead silent and far away from anything but other garages. I decided to get some help anyway, not being able to do shit on my own. Obviously, I was not going to visit the guy who was in the garage below us, so I went out to one of the streets and looked for open doors. One of them was relatively close, and I ran up to it, hoping to just find some dude working on his car. Of course, I did not have such luck. The garage was dark as hell and had no car inside. What I did find, though, was a terrible chemical stench hanging in the air, which nearly made me pass out, and a ton of bottles and canisters all lined up. And finally, after pulling my scarf up to my face to protect myself from the fumes, I looked around the corner and found someone sitting on a chair in front of a big steel bucket with some fluid inside. Having his back towards me, the figure seemed to sleep or rest or whatever. But a moment before I tried to call out to him, I stopped myself. Something about the way it sat there was just unsettling, just not natural. I saw quite a few people passing out drunk in a sitting position, and none of them sat so stiffly and leaned at such an angle. The fear that whatever I saw there was not in the realms of normal at all overcame me, and I bolted from there, telling myself that I did not see shit. Now I did not care about getting scolded by the dude in the former garage and just ran straight at it, banging against the door. The guy inside was a typical gruff rusky, greeting me with all kinds of unpleasantries, but listened to me after seeing my probably palest no face. I thought that I should tell him about the guy in the garage first, thinking he was a bigger concern there, and he immediately took off to look what was up. While he did this thing, I walked over to my friend to see that he is sitting there with a dumb look on his face and rubbing his head. I was relieved to see that he was alright, and I told him that he was a brain-rotten idiot. I waited for the guy to come back. He comes around the corner after 2 minutes with a serious look on his face and tells us that he will accompany us to the border. All the way back, he does not want to tell us what was up with the sitting figure in the other garage and promptly tells us to shut our mouths. We exit the jungle and say goodbye to the man, who tells us he will skin us if he ever sees us in the proximity again. I concluded that this guy in the stinking garage must have been some junkie, mixing some chemicals in private and got the wrong stuff into his bucket, which made him pass out and probably die in the process. It should not be surprising, but still. I did not go around those parts anymore. Who the hell knows what might be going on there today? I'm sorry if my post here ends up being really disjointed, but over the past couple of weeks, I've been having some horrible dreams. I talked to my mother, and, well, turns out that what I've been seeing when I close my eyes at night, they aren't actually dreams. They're memories. I get these horrible images flashing in my mind, and every day I remember more and more details, and I'm frightened to death, wondering what I am going to remember next. The thing is, I don't know how I could possibly forget what I saw. I think I saw my friends die. I think I saw 2 of my closest friends die right in front of me in 5th grade when I was around 10 years old. I am going to green text what I remember as best as I can, and hopefully I can just make some sense of it. So, I was around 10 years old when this happened, around 10 years or so ago. The area that I live in is not super populated, but it's not completely isolated either. There are lots of forests and woods around and stuff, which for a child like I was at the time, it was pretty exciting. So it was late at night, probably around 9 p.m. I was in deep shit, and I knew I was, because I had missed my curfew. I had to be home at 9 o'clock on the dot, otherwise my mom would not let me hang out with my friends anymore. She was a bit of an old school parent and did not mind me wandering around all day, but this was a hard rule. I was with 2 of my friends, who I will refer to as Tommy and Bobby, not their real names. We were talking about something really stupid. I think we were talking about Bakugan or some shit, which I loved as a little kid. I think we were talking about how we wished it would come back and which ones we had and shit. All of a sudden, the realization hit me, and I shit my pants and told the both of them that I had to go right now. That I would probably be grounded and not be able to leave my house for like a month. I started sprinting off, but Tommy shouted after me, telling me I would never make it. He told me that he knew a shortcut through the woods, and that if I followed him, I might make it in time to be okay. I told him to hurry the hell up, and we started running. This section of the woods, I had never been through them before. We had never walked through this area. The second we hit the woods, I felt wrong. I got hit by this sensation. It's so hard to describe. It's like a primal thing, like your body just knows what's up. I had this static sound that was building up, but I could feel it in my head almost, like right in my brain. Like some kind of TV static, but it started out really low and got progressively louder the further we went into the forest. It started out in my head, but later on, I remember feeling the static in my legs, hearing it in my legs almost, if that makes sense. I could feel my hands and my feet tingling, and it was my entire body near the end. just static all over my body. I remember asking both Tommy and Bobby what the hell was going on, and Tommy shouted at me to keep on running. He sounded really scared. At one point, I tripped over because my shoelaces were only tucked into my sneakers, and when I hit the ground, I felt this horrible feeling. My vision just seemed to pulse with this intense bright light, and I had this ringing sound echoing in my right ear. It's like when you play Call of Duty and you get hit with a flashbang. That's the best way I can put it. I shouted for Tommy and Bobby to wait up, but they never did. They didn't even call back to me. When I looked up, I could see them, but they were both just running parallel with each other and were becoming more and more distant. Just two shadows, growing fainter. I remember that I felt some rumbling, and I almost fell back over as I was getting to my feet. I have no idea what the rumbling was. I couldn't really hear anything because of the static and the ringing that were combining to make me deaf. But I saw that Tommy and Bobby, where they were running towards, there was this red light. It was glowing, pulsing even, and I got a horrible feeling looking right at it. I just started running, but I was unsteady on my feet. I was struggling to keep my balance and my vision. It was starting to blur. I was seeing double. When I looked down at my hands, I could see that they were growing further away and like splitting into two. It was like I had become permanently cross-eyed. I was shouting the whole time that I ran, but I could barely hear my own shouts. I know I caught up to both of them at one point, but from here on is where my memory becomes exceptionally distorted. I recall running alongside the two of them, and I could hear Bobby crying. He just kept saying that he wanted to go home, but Tommy was getting really furious with him. We stopped running, and he was shouting at Bobby and telling him to just leave if he wanted to. I asked the two of them if they were struggling to see too. Tommy just asked me what the hell was I talking about. I asked about the red glow, and he told me I was crazy. We got closer and closer to it, and my vision got worse. The next thing I remember is I had both of my palms pressed flat to a tree. There was blood all over the tree, and both of my hands, it was just dripping down the bark. I was so scared, I thought it was my blood. It was leading down the trunk of the tree, and somewhere behind me, going through the grass. I stumbled over like a drunk. Just a few steps at a time was all that I could manage. There were a pile of clothes and a pair of shoes dumped just behind a bush. They were all caked in blood. It looked like the outfit that Tommy was wearing. His white Nike sneakers. There was blood all around the sides of them. They were stained brown and red. I just ran away. It seemed like no matter how far or how quickly I ran, I could not get out of the forest. I tried to run to the left to get back near the road, but I ended up back at that tree. It seemed like there was even more blood when I ended up back there. I think I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. It was too dark to make out, just a vague, shadowy mass. I ran towards it, thinking it was one of my friends. I don't know how long passed between that and the next flash that I have. At one point, I was looking down at the floor, and I was breathing heavily. My legs were shaking inwards, and I could barely stand. I'd begun hitting myself, just striking my thigh as hard as I could, again and again, which made me come to, I suppose. My heart was in my stomach, and I caught sight of Bobby. He was propped up against a tree, a massive spatter of red just behind him. He was just ripped open. He was spilling out on the floor. His insides. Oh God, it was so horrible. They were just in a pile in front of him, and I just ran away as quickly as I could. It was like someone had just cut him open, reached into him, and just pulled until it was all out on the floor. The next flash that I get, I was sat down on the ground. I think my legs had just given way. There was someone in front of me, maybe 30 feet away from me. Whoever it was, they were tall, taller than Tommy, taller than Bobby. I could not make out much. Whoever it was, I think they were wearing some kind of a mask, at least that's what it looked like. what I could see, it was bulging out from their face. It wasn't flush to their face. I think it was a clown mask. It looked just so ridiculous and exaggerated. This person, I still had double vision. It was hard to make out where they were actually standing and what they were doing. I thought they were going behind a tree at first, but I think they walked towards me. I remember they moved the mask, what I think was a mask, and then nothing. The face was just nothing. And I'm not sure if it was just my vision, but they almost seemed to change or morph. I'm not exactly sure how. The head, the arms, they changed. Changed in size, maybe. I don't remember anything else from that point. And then I was flat on my back on the forest floor. I must have drifted off to sleep for a while because my eyes shot open and I was panting. I was bathed in red light. I don't know where it was coming from. Originally, it was somewhere deep in the forest, but now it seemed like it was coming from somewhere above me, and it was still pulsing. I heard screaming at one point. It sounded like Tommy. My throat was burning by this point, and my legs felt like they were on fire. Most of the noise around me, even Tommy's scream, it was being drowned out entirely by the static sounds inside my body. It was so hard to hear. Everything felt fuzzy, and like I was just not physical anymore. It felt like I wasn't even real, like nothing was real anymore. I found Tommy eventually. I wish I didn't. I saw him laying down on the ground. He had his arms thrown around a tree, like he was hugging the tree, and he was facing in that direction. He must have been clinging on for dear life. I started calling out his name as I got closer, and when he didn't respond, I just started sobbing. I kneeled down just beside him, and I hugged him from behind. I told him I was glad I found him, that something horrible had happened to Bobby. But I smelled this horrible smell. My hands were shaking, but I used my hands to try and move Tommy so I could see his face. Maybe he was just passed out, right? But his eyes weren't there anymore. They were just empty, bloody sockets, and I screamed louder than I ever had before. I dropped him and I closed my eyes. I put my hands over my eyes and I just squeezed tight. I stood up and I started just squeezing that tree, clinging onto it, thinking it might bring me back to reality. I squeezed it until I felt my arms tighten and like I was going to burst a blood vessel. The static was so loud, but after some time of gripping that tree, I have another flash of memory. The static, all of a sudden, just came to a stop, and it made me take notice. I heard some leaves crunch behind me, and I heard the sounds of breathing. And I turned around, and whatever that thing was, it was there. It was there again. And its nothing face. It had eyes now. Bright blue eyes, human eyes, staring at me. It tilted its head as it walked towards me, and it started making noises. It sounded like when you wind up a toy car, just over and over again. I closed my eyes tight and I waited for it to be all over. That is the last thing that I remember. That is the very last flash I got. The rest I only really know because my mom told me. She was furious with me at first, but eventually she got worried. She called the police, and with their help, and the help of some of the neighbors that we were close to, they combed all of the nearby forest. I had told her roughly where I was going to explore. She said that they did not find me until nearly sunup. They found me by a tree, in the same forest I tried to use as a shortcut with Tommy and Bobby. I was apparently walking in circles around this same tree, over and over again, and would not respond when she called for me. I was apparently dehydrated and on the verge of collapsing. I don't remember my mom ever seeing me in that forest. My memory has been coming back to me in flashes, but only from that night. I must be missing a week, maybe 2 weeks of memories, maybe even more. It's like that entire point in my life is so blurry. She said I was mumbling something about a red light when they found me. My mom was shaking me back and forth, asking if I was okay, asking me what happened. According to my mother, the only thing I ever said to her was, "Tommy can't see anymore," and I pointed in the direction of the forest. My mom was really reluctant to tell me all of this. She told me that it took me a long time to be normal again, and I asked her what she meant. I apparently had horrible night terrors for close to a year, but I don't remember any of that personally. I would apparently start screaming in the middle of the night about the red light, and I would just start hitting myself and running around the house and crashing into things. Apparently one night it was so bad, I ran full force into the dry wall and left an imprint with my shoulder. When I would run around, when she would grab me and try and calm me down, I would just keep muttering about Tommy and Bobby. She took me to therapy, she said, but it never worked. In the daytime, I would apparently clam up. It was like in the daytime, I had no memory of it, or at least I was better at keeping it inside. It was only at nighttime that it would all come flooding out. I asked her if what I saw was real, and she hesitated for a little while. All she told me was that Tommy and Bobby were murdered. She got really serious for a moment and told me that I needed to see a therapist again, that she's worried about me. I agreed, but only so she would drop it. Does anyone have an explanation that's even in the same realm as plausible? I just don't know how I could forget something like that. How could I forget that my 2 closest friends had died? I never remembered until now just how much I missed them. It's like I've just been hit by a ton of bricks all at once. This is easily the most surreal thing that's ever happened to me. I was in northern Illinois when this happened. I've been spending some time restoring my 1972 Dodge Demon because I apparently have a thing for masochism. I need to replace the little sockets for the instrument panel lights, but I cannot find the replacements anywhere. A mechanic tells me about a place about an hour south of us in Oregon called Mopar City. It's like a Chrysler elephant graveyard. Just this big field way out in the middle of nowhere, littered with the corpses of all Chryslers, Dodges, and Plymouths. It sounds pretty cool, so I asked my friend if he wants to tag along. We're not using any GPS. We're just going to look it up on Google Maps before we leave. We drive down into rural Illinois. There is just nothing for miles and miles around. It's late summer, so the crops are pretty tall. Otherwise, it looks like the ending from Portal 2. We are driving through towns that look like they have populations of about 50 people in total. We get off the interstate, we get to Oregon, we take the right turns. At one point, we are coming up to a hill and just see the towers from a nuclear power plant coming up over the horizon. Some hills have eyes shit. We get to the road the address is listed on. We turn onto the road. We get to where the Google Maps marker was. There is nothing around. There is not even a farmhouse in sight. Not even a gravel road. There is just corn on both sides. And there is a guy standing on the side of the road, eating an apple. What the hell? What is he even doing out here? There is nothing here at all. I pull over and ask him if we are in the right place. This dude looks like Shaky Graves. He just keeps on chewing his apple. He shakes his head and points us back in the direction that we came from. He does not say anything. He just keeps on chewing his apple. Then he gestures to my friend to come to him. My friend gets out, I guess thinking he's gonna write down or draw us a map or something. He hands my friend the half-eaten apple. Then he turns around and walks back into the corn. What the hell? It turns out the Google Maps marker was wrong. Not sure if it still is, and we were about a mile west of where we should have been. To this day, The only explanation we could come up with is that he was like waiting for a ride and decided that right then and there that he needed to go and take a piss and wanted my friend to hold his apple until he was done. I have no idea, but he didn't come back. When I lived in Chicago, I had a neighbor that was a city cop. He related this tale to me. I have no idea whether it is true. Be a cop. I am working in Chicago. I am patrolling in Humboldt Park. I hear this call come over the radio. Some officers need assistance in an alley that's not too far away from the boulevard. I respond to the call. I pull up into the alley. It is just utter carnage. There are at least 15 people dead on the ground. The officers who called me for assistance, they are nowhere around, nowhere to be seen at all. They are not in this alley. Their cars were still there, but just no trace of them at all. The calls over the radio about it become sporadic and cryptic. More backup finally arrives to help me. It becomes clear that all of the dead jumped from the roofs above the alley. The investigation was pretty quiet. The story never made the news. The cops who called for backup were later found back at the precinct station, but they had no clue how they got there, and I mean, their cruisers were still at the scene, so there's no way they could have just walked back there that quickly without someone spotting them on the way. Superiors encourage everyone to stay quiet about the incident. He said that things like this have been happening for a long time in that location, but that their frequency had increased in recent years. So, this happened to me around 3 months ago. I am suddenly woken up in the middle of the night and I can't tell why. I feel anxious, but I don't really think much of it because I have anxiety disorder. I'm at the second floor window, by the way, and I hear 3 quick taps followed by 2 slow ones on that same very window. My blood runs cold, my heart stops. I have a full-blown flight response. I run downstairs, grab a kitchen knife, and rush outside the front door. I'm thinking this is it. I'm gonna have to fight someone, but nothing is there. What the hell? I search the sides of the house and the backyard. There is nothing. There is no tracks, no sign of a person, no sign of a crackhead hanging around. Nothing. This is by far the most unexplainable thing that's ever happened to me. I live in a sort of shitty area of town. I can't remember the last time I saw a wild animal, or even a bird for that matter. The closest nature is a stretch of forest, maybe a couple of acres in total, and that's about a couple of miles down the road. My room has 2 windows that face the street. I work night shifts most days, so both windows are blocked with a thick, heavy blanket. There is no way to see inside or outside without moving the blanket. Also of note, the guy that lives across the street from me has a set of infrared cameras that can see most of the front of my house. I asked him the next day to check the footage of what he could see of my house. The camera showed nothing, until around 3:34 a.m., when for about 30 seconds, the camera refocused and the whole shot just goes blurry, then focused back in, showing the front of my house and nothing there. I know, how convenient. Quite frankly, I wish this was made up. Initially, I just brushed it off as a strange coincidence. The guy's a woodworker. Maybe a piece of sawdust flew into the camera right as a bird landed, you know? It left my mind almost entirely until just about a week and a half ago. Something else happened. I am suddenly woken up in the middle of the night once again. It's on one of my days off, so I am super pissed. I'm just trying to enjoy my sleep. I think that maybe one of my roommates made a noise, dropped something, etc. But the whole house is silent. This is strange, since me and all 3 of my housemates have TVs running almost 24/7. I am really thirsty, so I go downstairs to get some water from the fridge. It's a 2-bed, 2-bath house. One of them sleeps on the couch downstairs because no homo. He's not there. That's not super unusual, as he's a bit of a druggie. We will call him D. He's important later on. My anxiety is kicking in, but again, anxiety disorder. I hear scratching noises from the sliding glass door. Must be our dog. I finish business downstairs. I go back upstairs. I poke my head into each housemate's room. They are both sound asleep. But wait, the dog is asleep with one of them. My heart sinks. I'm trying to rationalize it in my head. It must be D, smoking outside. It must have been a leaf, etc., etc. I hear the sound of the garage door slam shut. L smokes in the garage. It's not terribly unusual, save for the slamming this late at night. I am heading back downstairs to check on him. He comes bolting up the stairs, looking like he had just seen a ghost. He grabs me on the way up. He almost yanks my goddamn arm off. What the hell is going on, D? He tells me to shut up, to not make a sound. I have never seen him like this before. He is your typical chill hippie stoner. We're in my room now, sitting on my couch. The stairwell is right outside the door. The house is completely silent again, save for our breathing. I can hear this noise, and it's loud as fuck. It sounds like knives going up a rusty garbage can. I look over at D. His eyes are closed. He is sweating and visibly shaking. I am freaking out now too. I can hear the sound of heavy, labored breathing coming from downstairs. I am shitting my pants now. I stand up as quietly as possible. I grab my dad's old M9 Frobus Frey I keep on my nightstand and a shitty little flashlight out of the drawer. I am gonna fuck this creature up. D is still sitting on the couch, like he's frozen in place. I peek my head around the corner, looking down the stairwell. It's just completely pitch black, and I am terrified. I stand there for a moment, then gather up my courage and begin walking downstairs as silently as possible. I turn the light on halfway down. I hear shuffling. One of our dining room table chairs gets knocked over. I nearly jump down the rest of the stairs. I round the corner into the dining room. I see the tail end of a tall, humanoid creature rush outside the back door. I rush over to the back door and look outside. I see nothing there. The backyard is surrounded on all sides by 3 neighbors. They must have jumped over the fence. Well, shit. No 5 seconds of fame for me. I call the cops and explain the situation. 4 squad cars pull up, and I explain what happened and what I saw. D gives his story. D was on his way inside when the back door opened. He saw the same thing. Humanoid creature, about 6.5 feet tall, completely black. D says its eyes were glowing white when it saw him, but I just thought he was high as fuck. The cops did not find anyone or anything in their search. Nothing has happened since then. It still gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. A robber would not act like that, right? A human would have either turned tail or came up with him to try and attack him, right? Either way, I'm glad it's over for now. We have since bought a couple of handguns in an effort to be a little bit more prepared. Alright, I feel a little bit silly even writing this down, but here we go. My supernatural encounter. I was around 17 years old when this happened. My dad loves to hunt, and I always go with him. We've had a real bad string of not getting drawn. After another year of not getting drawn, my dad just buys some expensive tickets to hunt on the local res. It's kind of a splurge, but it was on my dad and he could afford it. The land is super beautiful. We keep spotting deer all over, no elk. We only got tags for elk. I'm okay with it. My favorite part of hunting is just walking around and spending time with my dad. He was a surgeon when I was a kid, so I spent a lot of my childhood not really knowing who he was. He really only just came home to eat or sleep. Anyway, we walk around all week and it runs me ragged. We get to a nice meadow one day, and my dad says he's gonna take a nap in the shade. He tells me to keep an eye on the meadow. Elk wander into them all of the time. I am just chilling out in the beauty when I see some movement. I peek at it through my scope, just another herd of deer. I take my finger off of the trigger. I know, I shouldn't have even put it on the trigger before I knew what I was looking at. I'm much safer now. And I just watch them through the scope. A few minutes later, the deer scatter, and they just bolt away. absolutely terrified. Weird, but neat to see. Maybe another predator is nearby and that's why they got scared. I'm not too worried. My gun is honestly stupidly big, even for elk. I'm mostly just curious. I wait to see more movement. Eventually, I see something move across the clearing. I look through the scope to see what it is. It's just another deer. It looks a little bit funny, but not mutated kind of funny. Just a little gangly. It moves a little funny too. Deer are real graceful. This thing just kind of bumbles. I honestly just assumed it was really young or something and hadn't learned how to walk properly. It walks a little bit more into the clearing, and then it stops. It looks directly at me through the scope. That's already a little bit weird. I'm a good 400 meters out and in the shade. It should not be able to see me, and it certainly should not be able to catch any lens glare. The deer rears back on its hind legs, and the front legs just twist. I've seen deer on their hind legs before, but they cannot put their front legs at their sides like humans can, but this thing fucking does. The posture still is not human, cause deer do not have a center of weight like that, but it can put its hooves at its side, and it just stands there, and it looks at me. Then it bolts across the clearing. I just want to be very clear. It bolts on 2 legs. And even though it looks completely ridiculous, it's moving way faster than a normal deer would. If I had to eyeball it, I'd say this freak hit 30-ish. I got a good long period to look at this thing, 20 seconds at least. It had that super forward-leaning sprint of sprinters, but it's a deer on 2 legs. It's not moving towards me, it's just headed across the clearing. I don't know why I didn't shoot it. I think part of my brain was still worried about the elk versus deer tag thing. It sounds really dumb saying it out loud, but I wasn't really worried. I was just baffled and kind of grossed out. After it's gone, I tell my dad all about it. He thinks I must have hallucinated it. I had only slept about 4 hours a night for the last 3 nights. I was a major insomniac in high school, and sleeping anywhere but my house made it a lot worse. We walk out to the meadow to look for footprints. All we find is the pair of prints from where I saw it on 4 legs. Nothing from the 2-legged stage. The only weird detail is that the areas that it went through had a really weird smell that both me and my dad picked up on right away, like old pennies and bleach. It was weird. I'm an atheist, so I generally do not put a lot of stock in the supernatural, but I gotta admit, that night shook me up. Weird shit went down. I don't know what it was. This story, it happened to me in my home country of Russia quite some years ago. I was with 2 friends, Dmitry and Mikhail. I have been friends with both of them since baby school. We all share the same hobby of fishing. We are all big fishers. We have this dream that we've had since we were much younger, to go all over the world to the best spots and catch big fish. Where I grew up, it was a pretty rural and isolated village, so there really wasn't all that much to do for fun. My dad used to fish, and he taught me how, and it was how a lot of people got by. So anyway, in the pursuit of our dream, we decided that we were going to tackle a big lake we had not ever been to before. There is a big lake in Siberia called Lake Baikal, which is famous for omelfish and pike, and lots of people fish there all the time. It's very deep, and it spans so wide, you might as well be out on the ocean. We are from Sakha Republic, and so quite a big distance away from Siberia. I had just recently lost my job, and lots of companies fired workers. Things were too costly, and low-level workers like me were the easiest things to cut from the company, to cut expenses. The other 2, they were always lazy people, and they had a week away from their job for vacation. So we made the preparations to travel down. We had a nice cabin that we rented to stay in nearby, and we were going to tackle Lake Baikal over the first few days, and then go and do other things. The first 2 days fishing there was completely fine. We had a little rowboat, which was somehow strong enough to take us 3 big fucks all the way out near the center of the lake. We caught 1 or 2 pike, but nothing seemed to be biting. There really were not that many people around when we were there either. It's weird because I heard it was a popular spot. It was the 3rd day fishing on the lake that everything went wrong. We suffered some setbacks, and it meant that we could not get out to the lake until quite late. This meant that darkness was already approaching when we started fishing, and it made for quite the spooky atmosphere. We had lights and other equipment to help us, so we were not too worried about that. Anyway, time passed by. A few hours of no bites, no sounds of anyone around. I was getting quite bored and figured that we would not have any luck. But after a little while, I started to hear something strange. It sounded like a voice. Well, at first, it was hard to make out because it sounded like it was muffled. Like the sound was coming from underneath the water or something and was being drowned out. But eventually, it grew clearer, even though it was still coming from some distance away. It sounded like singing, really. It was quite high-pitched, but the person was not singing words. It sounded like someone just holding a note and then changing to a different note every so often. I turned to look around, and both of my friends were in shock, just like me. They were hearing it too, they confirmed it, and they were feeling weird about the sound. It's hard to describe the feeling that hearing this singing gave me. I obviously felt a little bit of panic deep down inside of me because, there should not be anyone here. But at the same time, it almost made me feel calm, at peace, I might even say. So, this panic and deep-seated dread, combined with this tranquility, it made me sweat. We had stopped paying attention to our fishing equipment by this point. We were still gripping the rods, but they were just hanging loosely, and I think even if a fish tugged, then I would not have realized it in that moment. The singing continued on for a little while, and as time passed by, I could make something out underneath the water. It was faint at first, and looked to be very deep and blocked by the murky water. It was some kind of a light. It was this glowing light that looked almost red or yellow in color. Maybe it was orange, I can't fully remember. It was like someone had shot a flare from underneath the water up to the surface, because it looked to be glowing brighter and closer until it eventually just faded. Once it got really close, the singing just stopped abruptly and the light was not in view anymore. It went from a bright glow to just nothing right before my eyes. This light underneath the lake, it was also pretty far out, but because of the brightness, you could not miss it. It's at this point that things began to get really strange. Since everything had stopped, we went back to focusing on fishing. We only spoke a few words about what we witnessed, and then we just wanted to move on. But Mikhail, he was acting really funny. He seemed to almost be in a daze or a trance, and was just staring off into the distance. I tried to talk to him, but he just would not snap out of it. He just kept mumbling something to himself, and he had such a big grin on his face. I'd never seen him look so happy in my entire life. And me, well, I had this itching feeling. My skin had started itching really badly all over my body, and it was like no matter what I tried, I could not get it to go away. My ears were the worst. Inside my ears just seemed to itch like crazy. I tried to put it out of my mind by focusing on the water, on catching a fish, but we've been out here for hours so far, with not so much as a ripple anywhere near our rods. It seemed kinda hopeless. I didn't think we'd catch anything at all. Until maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, I started to see something forming in the water, very lightly. There was something quite thick dispersing in the water, which started faint, but then it grew darker, and I knew instantly it was some kind of blood, but where it came from, I had no idea. Then all of a sudden, I see a huge ripple and a splash, and I jump back. And then I feel a tug on my rod, and it has some heavy pressure. I'm having to fight and tussle with it, and it takes a little while. But eventually, the pressure gives way all at the same time, and I easily pull the fish up after that. I was excited to finally get my first catch that day, until I pulled the fish up from underneath the water and took a closer look using my light. It was a pikefish, not really ultra big, but it had some decent weight to it. It took Dimitri's help for us to be able to get it onto the boat. And Mikhail, he snapped out of whatever daze he was in and started screaming like a little girl when we brought it on board. This pikefish, it had no head. The cut wasn't clean. It looked almost like it was bitten or torn off. The hook of my rod, it looked to have been taken and just jammed into the gaping wound deep enough so that it wouldn't just fall off the rod. There was blood just leaking from this thing onto the boat, and Mikhail was shouting, throw it away, it's bad luck, we're going to die." He was in a panic and a frenzy. I have no idea what had gotten into him. He practically jumped over me and pushed me out of the way just to grab that thing. He barely even had the strength to throw it over. He had to slide it up the side of the boat and let it just sink into the water, which left a horrible, lumpy trail of red all across the floor. It smelled horrible and made me want to puke. I hate that idiot for not consulting with me and Dimitri first. This idiot did not even do any of the work to catch the thing. At this point, Mikhail is begging us to go home. He is pleading with us and trying to make us start moving the boat. I'm wondering what's wrong with this guy so suddenly. Sure, it was a creepy situation, but there had to be a logical explanation for all of it. But he almost starts fighting with us. I tried to grab him and stop him, and he punched me in my ribs, and I got really mad. I started laying into him, but he started covering his ears and shaking his head, and he started screaming, saying that his ears hurt. I thought he was just trying to annoy me, and so that he did not have to hear me speak. So I decided, screw it. I'm there, punching him now, and all of a sudden, this shout just breaks the silence. It's faint at first, but eventually it grows clearer. It sounds like a woman. It sounds like she is calling for help, like literally just shouting "help me" over and over again. We are all looking around us and we cannot see anything, but eventually, Dimitri points to something in the water and tells us all to look. I can see something bobbing up and down just beneath the surface. There's clearly a disturbance in the water. And then something bobs up out of the water. I can see a head. It's clearly a woman. She is short of breath and struggling to breathe. She is calling for help, and it sounds like she swallowed a lot of water. She is splashing and panicking, but how did she get out here? We are very far away from the shore. There is no way that she could have swam out here, and we had not seen any boats at all. We had lights, so there is no way that we would miss something like that. It would have been obvious. Dimitri and I were kind of frozen and in shock, thinking what to do. But before I could even look around, Mikhail had already jumped into the water and was swimming towards her. We called out to him immediately because we were panicking. We were telling him it was not safe, but he would not listen. He did not even say a word back to us. At some point, probably when Mikhail was probably around 3/4 of the way there, this woman, she stopped splashing and shouting. She has become awfully still, really quiet, and is just stationary. She's quite far away from the boat, so it's hard to make out her facial expression, but she does not look panicked at all from what I can see. And Mikhail is just going and going, and so we start calling again and telling him to just be careful. And then this woman, she kinda just lets herself fall backwards into the water. I see her do this backwards flip almost as she goes under, like when a diver goes backwards off a boat. And then I see something as she does this. Because she did this flip, I saw her legs come out of the water. Only, she didn't have any legs. She had this, what I can only describe as a long tail-like thing. It had scales all over it, with streaks of red going through it in lines. It was incredibly thick and long. It was not like anything I'd ever seen. It shined in our lights, glimmered even. It was at this point I had such a horrible feeling. Mikhail clearly saw this, but he just would not stop. He looked up and he saw what we saw, but he just kept on going. I don't know what was wrong with him. Why would he just ignore his friends like that? We started to hear that singing again, those notes being held but muffled by the water. And eventually it stopped, and I thought that I could hear laughter. Just a giggle, the giggle of a woman, really high-pitched. And all of a sudden, quicker than my eyes could even comprehend, I saw Mikhail being snatched underneath the water. 1 second he was there, swimming, bobbing, looking around for this woman. The next, I saw his arms fly above his head as he shot downwards, as if he was on a roller coaster going downhill. I did not see him resist or fight back. I could not see much of anything, aside from a thick red cloud starting to form in the water. I was frozen in place, just shocked by what I had just seen. But Dmitri, I suppose he saved our lives. He grabbed me and shook me and slapped me and made sure that I was still on Earth. He started moving the boat and forced me to help him, and I just did everything that he said. I could hear splashing sounds coming from behind us as we tried to get away. They were becoming more aggressive and getting much closer to the boat. Until at one point, we felt a wave or something else, possibly coming from underneath us directly. And the pressure of whatever it was, it caused our boat to almost tip over. I would have been in the water myself if Dmitri had not grabbed me with both hands and stopped me. I'm not sure I would have made it back into the boat. I think I would have been in too much shock. Eventually, we hear a loud thump, and it sounds like we have run into something. All of the forward momentum that we had is just gone, and we have come to a halt and are bobbing up and down. And we started to see something rise out of the water ever so slowly. I saw the splash, and then I saw nothing, and then I saw a body. It was Mikhail's body. I knew because I could see the t-shirt that he was wearing. He always wore the same t-shirt with the pink panther on it, and I recognized it. I recognized all of the image flicking away from how long he owned it. But Mikhail, he didn't have a head. It looked like his head had been ripped off of his shoulders by something incredibly sharp. All I could see was a gaping hole of blackness. The body went belly up, and Dmitri was trying desperately to use the paddle to shove the body out of the way. I guess it would be quicker than turning, but I'm not sure. I wasn't fully mentally present at this point. Maybe Dmitri was just panicked. Too panicked to think about turning the boat and going in a different direction. Maybe he thought that a straight shot was our only chance. I remember at one point, Dmitri reached out his hand. He was trying to use more leverage than he had with the paddle. And just that thing, it came out of nowhere. It shot from underneath the leg with so much force that we started rocking again. I could hear Dmitri screaming, and I saw blood coming from his hand. He was shaking so hard, and I could see multiple tiny piercing wounds left deep inside his hand. The wounds, they looked like the teeth had been sunken deep and just dragged downwards. We just kept going. We were in full autopilot mode. We were just putting in as much effort as we possibly could. Every now and again, we would see these massive impacts in the water, and our boat would start rocking, and we would have to struggle to get it back under control and not end up in the water. We would hear these loud thumps, like something heavy was hitting the underside of the boat, and I would hear these scraping sounds. At one point, this thing, it raised its body up entirely so that we could see. She looked like a human woman before, but she didn't really look like that anymore. Her complexion had changed so quickly. She looked sickly and more like a monster. And she bit into the boat. I think this thing was trying to get me, but it got the boat instead. We were so close to land, but water was leaking into the boat. I knew immediately because I could feel the wetness. We were so close that we just dove in and tried to swim, and we managed to get there just about. I don't know how we even survived. We just left the boat behind. We just ran all the way back to our cabin. That night was horrible. We were far away from everything, and we had no way to contact the polizia in that moment. We had to wait until the sun was out, and we rushed there, and I told them the story, that our friend was missing in the lake, attacked by something evil. We were laughed at. They shook their heads and told us that only children should make up silly stories. I got angry. We were serious. Eventually, they relented, just so that we would leave, but we had to wait. We almost ended up in jail for wasting their time. They found our boat abandoned there, but there was no sign of our friend in the water, no sign of any blood or anything else. We were told that if we came up to them again with bullshit like that, then they would lock us up. The reaction that we got from people local to the area was much the same. Laughed out of every single bar that we went to. No one believed us. That was until we stopped into this little old place on the journey back home. It was in this rural village. It wasn't even much of a bar, but the local community still gathered and drank there. We talked to this old man. He must have been around 70 years old. He told us about this legend he heard as a boy. I think they're called Rusalka, is what he said. He said that they are water spirits and only appear as women. He said that they are evil entities and will do anything that they can to harm people. I wasn't sure what to make of what he said, but either way, I remained in a state of shock for a long time. I stopped going fishing. In fact, I stopped speaking to Dimitri almost entirely. Whenever we were in a room together, it got awkward, and it was like we were strangers once again. I guess we both just decided independently that just forgetting was the easier thing to do. I forgot to mention, but Dimitri went back to the lake just before we left. Even in the daytime, I was still scared, so I stayed behind. He said the place was full to the brim with people, but that our boat had just been left there, although by now it had drifted inwards and gotten washed up. He said that we were not crazy and that we did not make anything up, that he saw these big gouges all on the underside of the boat that looked like they had been made with something incredibly sharp. To this day, I have no idea what we saw or how we got so lucky to survive. Either way, I don't think I will go near water ever again, especially not that lake. When this happened to me, I was just chilling with my cousin. We are in the woods in the hills behind his house. We use our machetes to clear out a path through the tall grass from his backyard to the only tree that's on the hill. We clear out a round area by the tree. We set up a camp, make a hole, and get a bonfire going. We cook some chicken, we talk shit all day and just relax. It's nearing dusk. The fire is still going, and we get pretty comfy just talking about stupid shit. I start noticing a distant noise, like a faint laughter, whenever we talk to each other. We keep on talking, but now I'm paying attention to the weird noise. My cousin speaks, and the noise starts again. It sounds like a mocking kind of laughter. It sounds really stupid. I tell my cousin, so that now we are both alert. We keep talking, but keep on listening at the same time. The noise keeps going every time we talk, but it stops when we stop. I stand up to look around, since the tall grass blocks our view. I look towards where the sound is coming from. It's a line of small trees and bushes. I see it. I see a black humanoid silhouette with big red glowing eyes hunched down underneath the small trees. We stare at each other for a moment, then I sit back down again. We keep on talking. I tell my cousin what I saw and where exactly it is. We keep talking for a little bit. The noise continues. My cousin slowly stands up to check it out himself. He confirms what I saw and sits back down. He tells me I'm not crazy. We decide to get the hell out of there because, what the fuck? We bury the bonfire and grab our machetes. We both stand up, facing the thing. The thing sees us get ready, and it stands straight up. The sun is going down, but now we can see it pretty well. It's about the same size as us, pretty bulky, completely black, like 75 feet away from us. My cousin asks me, what do we do? I tell him to slowly start walking towards the house, no sudden movements. I follow him, still facing the thing, tightening my grip on the machete. As we make our way away, the thing starts to follow us along the line of the bushes, parallel to us. I never take my eyes off of that thing. We are almost there. The line of bushes stops quite a way away from cousin's house. The thing stops there and just watches us. We get to the backyard and jump the fence. We finally made it. My cousin turns some lights on. We call his brothers to come and see the thing. The thing is still watching us from the bushes. It stays around for a while, then makes some loud noises and goes away after night finally falls. I never knew what the hell it was, but my cousin kept hearing weird shit around his house some nights. I was around 16 years old when this happened. I am partying in Europe with my French cousin. We go to some place near the Switzerland-French border where you can camp but be near civilization too. We have a party in a camp like 15 minutes away from civilization. My big cousin takes me there. We are getting drunk. We meet two cute girls. They want me to come to the night party and hang out with them. Awesome. I meet up with the two girls and their two friends. We are all dancing and stuff. One is better looking, so I focus on her. The other dips and starts looking for other guys to dance with. We'll call her Stacy. She's important. I'm not even mad. The girl I am with takes me to her car. After a while, we sit at a bench by her campsite for a bit. Two friends, not Stacy, come looking for us. They ask if we've seen her. We haven't. The girls say that she is not answering her phone. I say she's probably with a guy, because I saw her flirting with dudes at the party tent. The girl I was with shuts down completely, talking about how this is all her fault. I am consoling her and stuff. She insists that she should have never left her alone, and I don't know what's going on. What the hell is going on? The other girls tell me to help them look for her. The whole place is fenced off, so I suggest we ask the people at the gate to the ground if she left. Everybody is just useless. I can't even understand them. We turn half the campground into a search party, looking for her, despite the fact that I do not want to. These girls are determined to find her, and they insist that something is wrong. One girl breaks down crying, and we take her to their campsite. The girl I was with is sitting right where we left her, completely unresponsive. Me and the somewhat composed girl are looking around. I tell her that I want to split up to cover more ground, but really, I just want to sit down. My cousin comes over and tells me about these crazy lights that he saw. I thought maybe he was just high on shrooms that he brought, but he shows me the bag and none are missing. Nobody has had any. He asks if I have seen a girl named Stacy, that some chicks are looking for her. I tell him what happened. He makes fun of me, and then we chill for a while. A couple of hours later, I check on the girls. They are all at the table, Stacy too. Oh, you're back. Everyone seems Really odd, except for her. I ask where she was. She tells me that she is not sure. I jokingly ask, "Well then, where'd you come from?" She straight faces and points to a line of trees with a fence behind and says, "Over there." I don't know what happened, but having talked to my cousin about everything that happened, he brought it up when we got back to his place in Lyon, asking what was so important about what we talked about. And he swears it was aliens picking her up, and that somehow those girls have some kind of a history. Are there stories similar to this? I feel like aliens would not pick up people who know each other and can share their experiences. So, I am native to the Pacific Northwest and have lived in Washington my whole life. I lived in Seattle, Sammamish, and Bellingham mostly. Over the years of being immersed in the occult, constantly seeking, and being pretty well connected here, I've picked up a lot of interesting insights into the area. From deep in the woods to the corruption of the city. I can definitely share more of what I know later if anyone is interested. Actually, I have a ton of strange stories and can do more green text later too, if you want. But I will start with one crazy experience that I had with vampires. I was around 16 or 17 years old at the time. I was in high school. I used to party all of the time. Me and my friends were wild in high school, always looking for parties to go to. We couldn't find anything happening that Friday night. I was hanging with some guys and girls. We decided to go into the city and go to the university, hoping to maybe crash a frat party. We drive around campus and screw around a bit. I'm asking people if we can come party at their frats. Of course, everyone says no. We are dumb high schoolers. Finally, some much older dude walks by. He's in his early 30s. We ask him if we can go to his party. He seems totally down and says, "Sure, follow me." Okay, sweet. We tell him we'll give him a ride. He hops in our car, and his spot is only like a block or two away. This is Greek Row in Seattle, so it's all big old mansions. We get out of the car, and he leads us up to this big gated mansion. It's super nice. It's not atypical though. There are tons of frats here, but this is not as trashed. He leads us through the gate and up inside the house or whatever. It's full of people. There's a pretty wide variety of people too. Sorta youngish looking early 30s people, but not college aged. They are older than college age, but still seem pretty cool. There's a diverse group of people. There is a black guy with dreads. There are some Asian people, etc. People from all over. They seem to be having a good time, not raging or anything, just drinking and maybe reeling something in the corner, I don't know. The one thing everyone did have in common, everyone had huge fangs. Fangs like you'd imagine a vampire would have for canines. Like, really good and realistic looking fangs. I'm just a teenager, so I'm thinking, what the fuck? There are like a couple dozen people just chilling, drinking, all with fangs. This random dude comes up to me and says, "Oh, are you here for the vampire party too?" He smiles at me, all friendly. Nope. I gather all of my friends, and we get the hell out of there so fast. We went out and found a different party and got super messed up. I never really dwelt on it much with my friends. It could have just been LARPers with really good prosthetic fangs or whatever, but they would have been expensive. They were legit looking, like I said. I mean, I wouldn't put it past a bunch of people in Seattle to LARP as vampires. There's plenty of people into the occult, and that are that cringy. But who knows? I sure as hell don't want to know, Lamau. Anyways, I always wondered how they had one of the nicest mansions in the city if they were not a frat. It's a funny-ass experience looking back. It wasn't particularly scary back then, but I would not ever have wanted to stick around. It was really weird vibes. I used to do a lot of volunteer work in search and rescue in my home city. My city was not huge and my primary job was as a firefighter, so it kind of just naturally fit in. Don't get me wrong, the work is harrowing, but if you can toughen up enough, it's really rewarding. For every person we never find or who turns up dead, you always have a parent who is eternally grateful you managed to find their lost child. This story that I'm about to tell you, it happened to me in my younger days. I am long since retired now, and my body can't really keep up anymore. You get sent out on all kinds of calls, and unfortunately, you do get used to finding bodies in bad places. I've seen everything from people dead from hypothermia, from exposure. I've seen bodies mauled to death by bears. I've seen hikers who have dropped dead from exhaustion, or who have taken one wrong step and ended up at the bottom of a steep drop, completely mangled by the fall. This call is one of the most disturbing ones I have ever been involved in my entire time volunteering. It's something that I still don't really understand to this day. This happened around mid-January time, so it was pretty cold outside. The only people doing anything around this time were experienced hikers who were prepared for the weather. Apparently, 5 experienced backcountry hikers had not turned up. They had failed to exit a remote basin after a 4-day winter loop. Their last check-in with their family was normal and on time, but just nothing after that. Weather reports showed no major storm systems moving through during their planned window. There were no avalanche warnings active for that zone either. When 5 competent adults disappear in stable conditions, you kind of just assume the worst, especially people experienced like them. You assume it's something like injuries preventing them from completing their journey, at the very least. Well, what I saw was well beyond what we expected. We staged at the trailhead before dawn and began a grid ascent with 2 teams leapfrogging along the ridgeline and drainage. By late afternoon of the second day, we located their campsite in a shallow depression surrounded by pine. The tents were still standing, but they were cut open from the inside. There were these long straight slashes going through the nylon at around shoulder height or so. Their sleeping bags had been dragged out into the snow and had frozen stiff. There was still some gear abandoned in the tent, some boots and some heavy socks, which meant that one of the occupants either had spares, which is probably unlikely for such a short journey, or had stepped out of the tent barefoot. I mean, it was very possible for them to have extra gear, but for such a short hike, extra gear like that would be considered unnecessary and just weigh you down, again, especially for someone as experienced as these people were. One of the tents in the camp had just completely collapsed inward. It looked as if someone or something heavy had fallen onto the top of the tent and just squished it. We could not find any kind of animal tracks around the perimeter of the camp to suggest that they were attacked. We could not see any signs of a struggle or a fight. It seemed that they had just vanished after some unknown destruction. At this point, we were told to expand the search radius from the campsite. We were to split up into teams and spread out wide in order to cover a larger area and hopefully run across something while combing the area. It only took about 200 yards or so of walking before my team came across the first body of one of the hikers. This body was at the bottom of a downslope near a stand of narrow trees. The body was upright. It was kneeling down, just resting on its knees. The body seemed to be facing towards the trunk of a pine tree, and the forehead of the body was resting lightly against the bark of the tree. That's what was keeping him upright. The body, it was horrible. The spine was bent backward in a sort of smooth arc. It looked as if the spine had been ripped through the skin and pulled at until it curved at a higher angle. But there were not any signs of cuts or bites in the skin. It looked as if the skin had literally just fallen open or given way to pressure. I'm not really sure. The arms of the dead man were just hung at his sides. The shoulders, though, they were rotated way too far forward, and the joints were clearly displaced. The worst part, I think, is that there was no blood at all on the snow. Aside from the back of the jacket and other layers where the spine had been visible, there were no other bits of damage to the clothes. There were no other marks in the snow, aside from those that looked to be left by the dead man. There was not a second set of prints or anything. There was just nothing, aside from some kind of compression. Just like this round spherical imprint that looked to be heavy, maybe 6 feet in diameter. Just this big, random circle. I remember his hands too. This is a detail that makes me feel uneasy, and like it was obvious someone had done this deliberately, because each and every single one of his fingers was bent backward evenly at the knuckle. They were all just bent until snap, and then just left there. It was no accident, and I don't think something that could ever have been achieved by a random animal attack. The second and third hikers were not found by my team, but I heard about them in excruciating detail. They were found within the next half mile away from the camp. They were all messed up just as badly, really violent deaths. Although I'm not sure if these injuries were the cause of death or if they were inflicted after the fact. One hiker was found laying flat on his back with both legs outstretched and just snapped at horrible angles. The other one was found laying on his side in the snow. There were apparently imprints beside his body that made it look like someone had kneeled next to him. His neck was, and I did not see this personally with my own 2 eyes, so don't take my word for it, but his neck was apparently stretched. I was told it looked like someone had grabbed him by the top of the head and pulled as hard as they could until his neck stretched a couple of inches, and after that it was snapped. He had no other kind of defensive wounds or bites or scratches, no tearing consistent with an animal attack. All 3 of those bodies looked as if the hikers had become paralyzed in the position that we had found them in before whoever did what they did to them. None of us knew what was going on, and a lot of rookie volunteers, well, they could not handle it. We had a lot of them just up and leave, a lot of people who could not hold their stomachs that ended up vomiting. I don't blame them. Even for someone who had seen a lot, this was just too much. And the fact that we did not have a clue what happened just made it all the worse. We eventually called for additional personnel to assist with the recovery, and the weather had begun to turn by late afternoon. It wasn't a full storm, but there was a whiteout that greatly reduced visibility. I don't think I could see more than 30 yards in front of me by the time it was at full force. Police had been informed and had come out to the scene, along with medical professionals. I didn't really hear a lot of what they had to say. If I'm being honest, I could not stand to be anywhere near the bodies. I know the bodies got taken away very quickly. Law enforcement was happy for us to keep looking for the remaining missing hikers while they examined all the evidence. We tethered in pairs and continued sweeping outward from the last known position of the 4th body. It was during that sweep that we actually lost one of the volunteers with us somehow. I will just call him Mark for the purposes of the story. He was ahead of me by maybe 20 yards. I remember he was almost right on the edge of my vision. I remember he was calling something in on the radio, but I was struggling to concentrate on his voice, and then just silence all of a sudden. I called his name out immediately, but I got no response. We tried to close the distance as fast as we could, while trying to stay within line of sight of each other, as much as the blowing snow allowed anyway. When I reached the spot where he had last been standing in, the tracks had just stopped, but there was a large imprint in the snow, similar to that big circular imprint that we found near the bodies before. I was really panicking and shouting and screaming, and something grabbed me by the arm. I freaked out, but it was just Mark. It was Mark, but I was not expecting him, so I instinctively slapped him across the face. But he did not even care about that. He was grabbing me by the arm and was dragging me and just kept muttering, "Please, let's go. We need to go. Please, please." He just kept saying this over and over again with almost no breaths taken. He was gripping me so tightly, and I just went along with it because he was clearly spooked. And I could see that his other hand, the one he wasn't using, The fingers, one or two of them, they were snapped backward. I tried to ask him what the hell happened, but he just kept rambling and pulling me along. I think he had too much adrenaline to even notice the pain. I remember at some points, in the direction that Mark had grabbed me from, I kept seeing these shadows right on the edge of my visibility. Something standing upright, around 5 to 6 feet tall, but I could never make out any more details than just that. It was just this pure black figure contrasted against the pure white snow. After a while of walking, I could start to make something out over Mark's rambling. Some kind of movement from someone who was not a volunteer, who was not in our group. I heard these slow and heavy deliberate steps, and then the sharp crack of a tree branch that made Mark squeal and put an end to his muttering. I turned around and tried to scan as best as I could with the limited visibility that I had. About 30 yards away, I could maybe make out a figure again. It was standing in between two pine trees and was standing upright again. It was just completely motionless, and I could not make out any features, but it felt like it was watching us. It looked exactly like a human in the outline, I could swear, except maybe that the arms were just a little bit too long. They hung unnaturally low, and it didn't stand like a person would. It was hunched over, with its neck craned down and forward. Mark screamed when he turned and saw the thing and let go of me, and he just started running for his life. He almost pushed me away, and I almost fell to the ground. The thing, it didn't even give chase. I saw its outline there, completely unmoving until I moved away. But the second Mark saw that thing and started running, it let out this horrible, horrible sound. This roar like that of a big cat. It sounded more like thunder. No way a sound like that could ever come from a person. I just ran and followed along with Mark, and the others followed behind me. My heart was pounding the whole way back, but we eventually made it to safety. As far as I'm aware, the bodies of the remaining hikers were never recovered. I think a criminal investigation was opened up regarding foul play or a possible murder, but no formal charges were ever brought against anyone, as far as I know. I don't even know where you would start looking. I have no idea how those hikers possibly died, or what that thing was that I saw. I do know that Mark stopped volunteering after that day, as did a lot of the rookie volunteers who saw those bodies firsthand. Mark became a bit of a recluse. I'm sad to say he drank himself to death a few years ago. His mom was heartbroken. I think he ended up moving back in with her after he lost his job, and she told me that he was always paranoid. I think in the last few years of his life, he just lost his mind, going on drunken ramblings, talking about seeing things at night and how everyone was hunting him and trying to kill him. I wish I had more answers for you, but yeah, that's the weirdest thing I ever experienced when volunteering for search and rescue. I hope you can make more sense of it than I've been able to over the last few years. In the 1980s, there was a derelict hotel near where I lived in East London called the Galleons. It was this terrifying place built in the 1800s with gargoyles on the lot. Look it up. All the kids used to dare each other to go on the third floor and bang on the corrugated iron blocking the windows and run back down in almost total darkness. One day during the school holidays, about 6 of us were over there messing around for hours and had literally searched the whole place with the help of a stolen workman's lamp, the kind with oil and a flame. We found nothing. The place was empty and was trashed after being vandalized for decades. My younger brother, who was 13 years old, joined us later in the day and had never been inside, so me and my friend took him in to go to the dreaded third floor. The only way in was through the cellar, which let in daylight, and once you got to the ground floor, it was totally dark. I suggested that we sit on the stairs for a minute to let our eyes get used to the dark, as the oil lamps barely gave an orange glow. As we sat there, we heard footsteps coming down the winding wooden stairs from the floor above us. There was no mistaking that the stairs were creaking, and the clomp was someone walking down the stairs. We shit ourselves and panicked and ran down the narrow staircase back to the cellar, In the panic, my friend dropped his lamp, and as it fell down the stairs, it came open, spilling oil, which ignited and caught the stairs alight. We did not even look back. We just wanted to get out of there. Scared shitless, the whole gang ran across the field. I forgot to mention, but this godforsaken place sat alone on the Thames at a disused dock and to the bus stop, which luckily had a bus already sitting there. When the bus pulled away, we went to the top deck and looked back at the hotel. Smoke was bellowing from it. We all went home and spent the night terrified that the police would knock on the door, as it was a listed building with historical value. The next day, we decided to go back to see what damage we had caused and if it was even still standing. To our astonishment, it was as it was. Those stairs were on fire. The place was majority wood, over 100 years old, with rubbish everywhere. It should have burnt down. I am 54 years old now, and this is the only thing that has ever happened to me that might convince me of the paranormal. We searched that place top to bottom, and there was no one in there. The hotel is now renovated and open. One day, I think I should book a room on the 3rd floor. When I was 5 years old, my family moved to a house, and I did not like it. They said that I hated it from the moment that I saw it. Like a fervent, fearful hatred of it. The moment my eyes noticed it, I hated it. I never understood why I hated it instantly. But I do remember begging them not to move there. Begging them not to make me sleep alone in what was to be my new bedroom. Begging for us to move again as soon as possible to any other house because this one was bad. Sometimes, if I was naughty, I would be put in timeout. I didn't mind being in timeout. It was peaceful, and it meant that no one was yelling at me anymore. But sometimes, they would decide that I had to spend time out alone in my room, and I would absolutely freak out and beg them not to make me, because of the wolves, is apparently what I said. I would hear howling, growling, sniffing, and scratching. That's something that I do remember. It sounded like it was coming from all of the rooms upstairs at once, but never in the exact room that I was in. Sometimes, I would try and sneak back down the stairs, about halfway down, just so I could run to my parents in the living room before the wolves got to me, if they came out. I would spend the entire time out just staring at the top of the stairs, waiting for the wolves to come and get me, frozen in abject horror, but ready to run if I needed to. The kitchen had one window, over the sink, looking out over the back garden, which was just an empty square garden with an old creepy shed on one side, and a forest at the back end. My mom has since told me that this forest was just a thin line of trees separating the back gardens of our street and the next street over, but in my memory, it's still a thick impenetrable forest that went on forever. So, one evening in winter, my parents and I are all home, watching TV in the living room, and I go to get a drink from the kitchen. I get a cup and turn to the sink, but then I see in the kitchen window, clear as day, a gray-skinned old man. He was bald. He had this melancholy, motionless expression on his face. He was wearing a tan-colored long coat with a big collar, like a smart shirt would have. The collar is unfolded and tipped up, like you might do if it was windy or raining, which it wasn't. I was frozen in fear. I tried to scream, but it came out like a whisper. This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably just a minute in total. The sad old man staring back at me, inches away from the window, lit up only by the kitchen light. Me, motionless in the middle of the kitchen, staring back at him, repeatedly whisper screaming. Eventually, I managed to get my voice and shout for my mom, still staring at the man, him still staring at me. She comes into the kitchen, and as she does, he just fades away. Not backing away from the window, still motionless. It looked like he slowly just backed away and became invisible. She could see that I was distressed, asked me what was wrong, and I just kept saying, "There's a man in the window, he's staring at me." So my dad comes into the kitchen too, and he picks me up, shows me my reflection in the window, and tries to say that I probably just saw that, but I was not having it. I would not have been able to see my own reflection because I was too short for that angle to make sense. The window was above the sink. I was shorter than the sink. He had to pick me up for me to see my own reflection in the window. I just kept repeating that he was outside. He was right there at the window. He looked sad. He was staring at me. My dad went outside to check, but he found no one. Then he came back, and they spent the rest of the evening trying to calm me down. Cut to years later, and I'm recounting the story for my friends with my mom there, and she was shocked that I still had all of the details of the man's appearance in my head, the details of how it all went down. She didn't know about the whisper screaming that felt like it lasted a lifetime, because I never brought it up at the time. My mom then remembered all of the other things I hated about the house, asked if I remembered the wolves, and I said yes. Then she tells me that they got a good deal on the house. They bought it from a friend who was selling it, because it was her parents' house, but her mom died unexpectedly from a quick illness, and her dad later took his own life in the shed. The daughter just wanted rid of that house ASAP, and my parents were looking at the right time. So one of them died upstairs, and the other one died in the shed. I felt haunted upstairs, and the shed was in the back garden where I saw the sad old man. I do remember that we only lived there less than a year, and that event in the kitchen must have affected my parents' view of the house, because when we did move, they asked me many times while we were viewing houses what I thought about it. Was it a bad house? They picked the house that they still live in today, because it was the only house that still 5-year-old me said felt good. I will chime in because I have 2 stories. I am a rural sheriff's deputy in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains. We have had 2 of us who patrolled almost 500 miles of road, and it was not uncommon for weird stuff to happen. These are the ones that I still cannot explain. On patrol one night at around 2 a.m., I'm going down a pitch black country road. There is not even the moon out, and I'm traveling about 60-ish miles an hour, and I come to a set of small rolling hills. I go down the first hill, back up, back down, and as I get to the bottom of the rolling hill, there is a person right in front of my car. It looked like an old woman in a white gown. I know it sounds like every scary movie ever, but this is what happened, and I knew I was going to hit her. I locked up the brakes, and she was dead center of my cruiser, about 10 to 15 feet out. I braced for impact, and I guess I locked up the brakes so hard in that old Crown Vic that the car fishtailed at the last minute. She passed right beside my door and window. I could have reached out and grabbed her. That is how close she was. Of course, it all happened so fast it was a blur. No features on the person. I stop. Thank God I didn't kill some poor old woman who wandered out of her house, and you guessed it, she was gone. And to top it off, this was right next to an old church and cemetery. I looked and yelled and never saw the woman again. Eventually I got creeped out and just left. I have no idea what the hell happened. There are no houses within miles of this church and cemetery. Second story. It's either a few years later or maybe a little bit before. I can't remember at this point because it was decades ago. I'm on the same part of the county, not that far away actually, just a few miles down that exact same road. It's a similar time of night. I'm on patrol, and I am coming up to a giant stretch of the road that contained a 4-way intersection. I see headlights approaching me, and I slow down and come to a stop at the intersection. I realize after a few seconds, the headlights are just sitting in the roadway, about 100 to 150 yards away. Strange, but not the weirdest thing ever. It could be someone who is drunk. I start driving up to see what's happening, and the headlights go out. So I stop for a second and wonder what the hell is going on. The lights come back on. I sit there for a second, and both lights elevate about 10 to 12 feet off the ground, and then come together to form a single bright light. At this point, I am starting to feel my skin crawl. The light immediately goes out. I turn all of my lights on and go down the road and try to figure out what it is that I just saw. I came across nothing. No cars, no farming equipment, nothing. There's no way whatever was in that road could have gotten around me or turned around and left without me seeing them. To this day, I have no clue what those lights were. So, this happened when I was probably 12 years old. I was shooting hoops and practicing dribbling by myself at gym class. I remember that nothing out of the ordinary was going on. I just remember shooting hoops and dribbling alone, while the other kids did all their own thing. The gym teacher was a hands-off kind of lady. Let the kids do whatever they wanted, really. Gym ends and lunch is next. I'm taken aside by my homeroom teacher while going to the cafeteria. She gives me a tray of food and tells me that I am not eating at the cafeteria. I ask why. She says something along the lines of, "For what you did at gym class." I don't inquire further because I'm much too hungry. Until the end of the day, I was in the principal's office. I was told that I took a kid's finger and bent it in the complete opposite direction it was supposed to go. I remember hearing from my dad at the end of the day that the kid was in the hospital. I responded by saying it was an accident because I was in shock and thought that denying it would get me in even more trouble because they would think I was lying. I have no idea whether I was framed or whether something neurological happened to me. One kid that I trusted told me that he saw me do it. Years later, I confided in my mom about how I don't remember doing any of it, and she said it might have been the Adderall I was taking at the time. Has anyone else experienced this phenomenon? I remember periodically I would black out, is what I would call it. When there are short periods of time when I do things that I don't remember doing. This next one happened when I was 15. I was coming home from school one day with my parents. The entryway required you to walk through the kitchen to get to the living room. I walked by the fridge, which had a small lamp on top of it. I hear my parents yell, "What the hell, Anon?" I turn around. The lamp is on the ground, with the lampshade beaten in. I don't remember any of it, and my parents do not believe me. Years later, I am now 19, and I have a really shitty job. I'm chilling cause it's quiet all day at my job. My coworker asked me if I'm okay. I'm like, yeah, what the hell, why? He asked why I just shouted no while refilling magazines. I'm like, what the hell? I have not said anything for the past hour, and I have not been refilling magazines. My dad drove a truck between Edinburgh and London, and he tells me this story pretty often. He was driving down the motorway and looked to his right. He said he saw a woman with a mistrunchable bun, as he describes it, staring at him with a terrified expression from a car next to him. Before he really even knows how to react, the car pulls off at the next exit, and my dad, although shaken, carries on. About half an hour later, a different car with a different driver pulls up alongside my dad, with the same woman in the passenger seat, with the exact same expression on her face. My dad thinks screw this, and plans to pull into the next services to report, as even if it's nothing or just a misunderstanding, it's better to be safe than sorry, right? Anyway, the car disappears before he can get any details, like plates, etc., and he thinks there is no point calling the police with no details, so he carries on driving. Literally about 4 hours later, almost in London, yet another car pulls alongside him with the same woman, with the same exact hair and the same terrified expression. Except, this time, she appears to be screaming at my dad through the window, so my dad pulls over into a lay-by and calls the police. Apparently, they have received 3 other calls about the same woman and car in the same area in the last few minutes. It is unfortunately anticlimactic, as he never heard anything more about it, but he did not see her again, and although he kept an eye on the news, he never saw anything about it. Hopefully it's just a giant coincidence, who knows. The repeating nature of this one reminds me of one weird story back when I was in high school. It was summer and my dad's birthday, so we drove to a casino 2 hours away to watch a boxing match with my uncle. It finishes, and we drive back the same night. We are nearing a canyon with no phone reception, so we call my mom and tell her that we will be home soon. The canyon usually takes about 30 minutes with no traffic. It's around midnight, so we enter the canyon and we are all pretty tired. To keep us talking and keep us awake, we start telling stories. Most of them are creepy stories. This goes on for a while, and it feels like time is passing in a haze. We pass this butte in the canyon, and suddenly I get deja vu. I'm convinced that we already passed that before. All of us have driven this canyon 100 times and know the way out. We keep talking, and then we pass the same butte again. This time I pointed out, and my dad and uncle noticed the time. It's 1 a.m. and we are still not home, so we all start to get a bit freaked out. We stop talking and just watch the road slowly pass by. Now that we're paying attention though, time seems to catch up. We exit the canyon around 1:15 a.m. and call my mom, who is freaked out that she had not heard from us. We still to this day have no idea where that extra 45 minutes or so went. I grew up in a small town for many years. I am talking so small that you could drive from one end to the other in around 5 minutes, give or take. It's that old cliche of everyone knowing everyone and all of their business, etc. I don't want to mention exactly where. All I will say is that I live in a European country that isn't exactly prosperous, and that's all I will say. We had lots of weird customs, lots of folklore about dark spirits, especially involving those who have passed on. This results in a lot of people in rural areas adopting strange rituals for burials and the like in order to ward these things off. I grew up on these stories of people climbing out of their graves because they were disrespected by those who buried them. Stories of people who were wronged, haunting villages and towns and driving them to ruin, making sure that crops didn't grow and that people would suffer. When I was much younger, I hung on each and every last word. I found them entertaining, although they also scared me out of my mind. I left when I was around 18 years old, and I moved to the capital of my country. And I basically left all of that in the past. All of the rituals, the folklore, the tradition. It was part of past me, rather than grown-up me. I grew up in a gruesome sense, I guess you could say. I thought of the people that I grew up with as people stuck in the past who like to fearmonger. A few years ago, I actually went back. I never intended to go back for anything more than a few family visits for the odd day, here and there. The reason that I went back is because, well, my uncle actually passed away. My mother asked me if I could come along and help settle some things at his place, since I was the only one with flexible work at the time. His wife and his kids, they were still grieving, so it was best for someone else to handle all of those things, rather than stressing them out even more when someone close to them had just died. I went down sometime around October, a few years ago now. The town did not look like it had changed at all. The same shitty, dilapidated houses, the same messed up roads, the same crumbling school. It was a quiet place. Even though everyone knew everything about each other, people at least tried to pretend that they liked to mind their own business. So I was sitting in a diner, probably the second morning that I was there. I was just trying to clear my head and get some space from everything going on. These two older men were talking pretty loudly about a funeral that had happened earlier this week. They clearly didn't really care who heard them. One of them made a comment that really threw me off. Something about a second burial. The other guy that he was talking to just started shaking his head back and forth and telling him to quiet down, like it was a normal thing, but that he shouldn't really be saying it out loud for other people to hear. I remember asking the waitress because I was confused and also intrigued at the same time. Some of these people I still recognize from when I was a kid, although not all of them recognize me. She kinda gave me a look, hesitated, and then told me that the town had been having bad fortune. I pressed her on that and asked what kind of bad fortune, and the face that she made, well, it was sour. She clearly did not even want to think about it. She told me that someone had messed up a funeral service. She told me that a few years ago, one of the family members had gotten drunk. He had taken a leak during the service and ended up falling into the grave before it was even covered up. She told me that since that day, that sometimes people have been coming back. She said that the town had been cursed and that they had to rebury the dead. She didn't laugh, even once. I shook my head in disbelief and told her I was not a kid anymore. She didn't even get angry at me. She just told me that I would understand if I stuck around. The whole interaction just threw me for a loop and didn't really ease the stress I was feeling around my uncle's burial. So, this next event that I want to tell you about, it happened around 4 days after my uncle was lowered into the ground. I wasn't even the first one to see it. There was an entire crowd gathered around the dinky little bar that everyone congregated around. My uncle, he died from a heart attack. That's how they described it to me anyway. He had been working on something in this makeshift garage he had constructed himself. My aunt rushed outside when she heard him screaming. She found him writhing on the floor, clutching his chest, ranting and raving about something in the trees. He had blood around his nose, and he passed out before she could even get help. What little medical people we had in our town declared it as a heart attack, and that was that. But right there, standing in the middle of the street, it was my uncle. I had seen his pale, dead face in that coffin. I helped arrange the flowers. I helped carry his wooden coffin. I saw him lowered into the ground. I helped nail the cross into the dirt as his headstone. But now he was standing right there, right in front of me. His clothes were all dirty and torn in places. Pieces of fabric just completely ripped and exposing his flesh. These were not the clothes that he was buried in. These were clothes that were from his house. He was pale, the same pale that I saw when he was buried, a deathly pale, almost gray. I just watched as he kept walking up to the front door of a small house just down from the bar. It was my aunt's house, his house. He kept pounding on the door so hard it looked like it was going to splinter and break. I could hear my aunt inside. The walls were thin in most of the houses. I could hear her crying. I could hear their daughter crying. She was screaming at him to just stay dead and give them peace. Her daughter was screaming, saying, "Why does Daddy look like that?" My uncle, he just kept trying to talk to her like nothing had happened. He kept calling my aunt's name and telling her to open up the door. He kept on telling her that he was cold and that he needed to come inside before he froze to death. At first I felt really sad. He sounded so confused and scared. But he kept repeating the same words again and again on a loop, until his voice was becoming hoarse and he sounded less and less like himself every time he said them, until eventually he was screaming them and he sounded angry and really not like himself. He wasn't the type to get angry, especially not so fast. I was just stuck to the spot, and I did not feel like I could move even a muscle. One of the bigger guys in the town, he approached him, and that is when things became violent. The man had not even fully reached my uncle. He was still a step or two away from him, and about to reach out for his arm. But before he could, my uncle spun around at lightning speed, faster than this guy could even react. My uncle grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the side of a parked car that was nearby. He slammed him so hard, you could hear the audible thunk of metal and the sound of something cracking. The guy that he slammed screamed, and everyone started to take a step back. My uncle was now facing everyone, shouting and screaming, but it was the exact same words as he was shouting to my aunt, like he was on a loop. Only his voice sounded deeper and more hoarse now, and like something else. He was waving his arms around and he had this look in his eye, or rather, he had no look in his eye. The look in his eyes, his facial expression, they were all blank. They did not match how angry he sounded or how violently he was flailing around. A stone-faced man who sounded like he was shaking with anger. It looked uncanny, to say the least. One thing I remember from staring at his face for so long in that moment was the skin on his face, especially around the lips. It looked to be flaking off and tearing in places, and you could see how red it had become. Skin on every part of his face was peeling off, like he was badly sunburned. At this point, 4 or 5 men from the town rushed my uncle down at the same time. My uncle continued to fight back. One guy put his hands around my uncle's throat, and my uncle, he just bit down really hard. I heard the scream. I saw the blood pouring from the guy's hand. In the blink of an eye, the man was on the floor. My uncle had all of his weight pressed on top of this man, and I saw him bite down again. He bit his face, his nose it looked like. The other men had to wrestle him off, and it took all of their strength just to pin him down. I just stayed back. Even though he was my uncle, I could not bring myself to do anything. I probably just would have gotten in the way anyway. They managed to restrain him. They tied his wrists with rope and forced him to the back of a pickup truck. My uncle did not stop, not even once. He was trying to bite, to wrestle, to kick, to drag his heels. He did this the whole way. Not once did he tire. And while he was being dragged away, he was still shouting those same words, as if he was talking to my aunt. By the time he was being driven away, he started to sound more desperate than angry, and he was asking other things now. He started asking random questions that didn't really make sense at the time. Asking whether the dog was still alive, if his daughter was still going to school, what time she'd be leaving in the morning. It didn't sound like a concerned husband anymore. And with that, the men continued to hold him down and drove him away. They drove him in the direction of the graveyard. I asked what would happen to him. One of the elders in the town told me, and he didn't even seem shocked or shaken by the events he just witnessed. He just told me very matter-of-factly that he would be checked, is the word that he used, before being reburied. He told me where to find them. He said that I would be welcome to observe if I told the men my relation. I was hesitant, but at this point, morbid curiosity had gotten a hold of me. I didn't want to believe what I just saw, but I just had to know. So I headed down there, and the men let me watch. My uncle was tied down to a chair. This was hours later, and he was still fighting with the same amount of energy. One of the men took me with him to the graveyard. We dug up my uncle's grave right then and there. The wooden coffin was still present. When we opened it up, I expected to see nothing there. But my uncle's body, it was still there, just the same as we had buried it. I asked the man what the hell was going on, and he told me that this was the curse. He told me that they do not tell ordinary folk the second part. He told me it was better that they believed that the bodies had come back because of an evil spirit possessing it. After that, the man took me back, and they started preparing another coffin. None of them seemed panicked or confused by the situation. My uncle was asleep by this point. I didn't think he would ever tire out. They began to lift him from the chair, and he woke up when they did. And he started to cry. He started to wail and beg them to help him. He kept insisting that there had been some kind of mistake, and that he had simply gotten lost in the woods after leaving his house. He begged through tears for them to not put him back down there again. He kept on saying that he didn't want to go back. When the men carried my uncle toward the coffin and began to place him, he dropped the act. He started to thrash and try to fight back again. Started screaming all sorts of horrible things at these men, telling them how he was going to kill them, how he was going to come back and kill them, telling them all the horrible things he would do to their family. He kept on thrashing and trying to fight back, but his hands and legs were still tied, so it was impossible now. They forced him down into the coffin, and the men kept slapping my uncle in the face. One actually got a shovel and kept beating him across the head to stop him from trying to escape. Before long, he was bleeding. The blood looked darker than I'd ever seen blood look before. It looked thick too, more like a kind of jelly than actual blood. This happened until eventually, my uncle was not moving anymore. While they were beating him, my uncle, if you could still refer to him as that, shouted one last thing that really stuck in my brain. He begged them. He said, "Please, you have to give me more time." He said if they gave him more time, he would fix his mistakes. I have no idea what that meant. The men carried the coffin out to a different section of the cemetery and buried my uncle in an unmarked grave. No cross this time. The rows, they weren't even, but there were a number of them, probably 3 or 4 of them, not including my uncle. They lowered my uncle down, said some kind of a short prayer that I did not understand, and then quickly covered him up. And that was the end of that. Once it was done, no one would talk about it anymore. Not those men, not the other people in the town, and especially not my aunt. She became furious with me when I tried to mention it. She told me that I should know better, that my uncle needed to rest, and that no more words need to be said about it. And that was it. I did not stick around much longer because I was scared and I really did not understand. I felt like more of an outsider than I ever had before in my entire life. I'm only typing this here to just get it out of my head, because to this day, I have no idea what I witnessed or why. If it really was a curse or something else, I don't think I will ever know. I have not been man enough to go back there ever since. 3 friends and I hiked the Heart Lake Trail in Yellowstone 2 summers ago. If you've ever been to Heart Lake, you know it's one of the more remote areas in the lower 48, around 11 miles away from the closest road. This was not our first foray into grizzly country, for multiple overnight trips, but that aspect of backpacking in Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho never truly loses its fear factor. If you know, you know. Anyway, what spooked the hell out of us that night had nothing to do with brown bears. While we were chilling by our campfire, I distinctly remember we were talking about our upcoming Teton Crest Trail hike later that week. It was around 10:30 p.m. Suddenly, we saw a faint light across the lake, almost directly across from where we were on the opposite shore. As we pondered whether or not anyone could be possibly night hiking to Heart Lake, it slowly started to get brighter and brighter, essentially no longer at headlamp levels. If you know that lake, it's pretty huge. We passed by only around 4 people that day, and every single one of them were CDT hikers headed north, the other way. There was essentially no one around but us, and we had that lake all to ourselves as far as we knew. One of the more unsettling thoughts going around that campfire was that we knew that no one would have been showing up to that shoreline across the lake at that time of night, and if they were insane. That area is full of bears, and there is no chance that anyone would willingly hike that remote trail in pitch darkness, even if they got a late start. It's not a trail that you could get turned around on or lost on, so the only way that you would ever arrive that late is if you night hiked there willingly. As we were nervously clamoring to figure out what the hell it could be, the light began moving towards us, albeit pretty slowly. It was slow enough that it made us question if it was a trick of perception, but fast enough to make that super unlikely, especially when all 4 of us conferred on that fact. And we knew it was extremely unlikely. We didn't even need to say it, though we eventually did. But the creepiest part, by far, was that when it became clear that it had to be moving towards us, the moment when it was no longer a question. And the reason we knew it was no longer a question is that it was definitely moving over the lake. And, as I said, that lake is big. Now, there is only one explanation for that. It was either a boat of some kind, or something that was flying across the lake extremely low. and extremely slow for an aircraft. Problem with that is, the only way to get a boat to that lake would be to fly one in with a helicopter and drop it down. Obviously, that did not happen, and this light was way too bright and moving way too fast to be some kind of lightweight pack raft that was hauled in. Beyond that, no one could have rowed that fast, and we already knew that no one would have arrived at that shoreline at that time. Just when it got to the point that we were certain that what we were seeing was not possible, just about when it seemed like the light had been traveling over that lake surface for what seemed like a quarter mile, the light just winked out, gone, never to reappear. I can assure you, during every part of that trip prior, grizzlies were the #1 concern on everyone's mind, being that deep into the backcountry, sleeping overnight at that particular campground, right at the base of Mount Sheridan slopes, and on top of a prime water source. I can promise you this, no one had grizzlies on the brain when they were trying to get sleep in their tents that night. What made it worse is that when we hiked back out the next morning, the only footprints we saw along the shoreline across the lake, where the light had originated from, were the ones that we had left the day before. Still not nearly creepy enough to keep me out of Yellowstone's backcountry. Do any of you guys know anything about Tampico? I lived there for a year and some weird shit went down. Also, possible serial killers? I would like an explanation. I was followed home once by a car with 3 men. I got a pretty good lead on them at one point and managed to keep it up until I got home. Upon arriving home, I scrambled to the nearest firearm. By the time I got outside, the car had pulled up and the people inside were getting out a little farther down the road. I fired 3 warning shots and they dipped. Yeah, dude. I've been out to Tampico. One of my buddies used to be involved with the old mission down Offanem Road. If you get out there, you start getting into woods people, rednecks and tweakers, so that does not surprise me. I would be packing all of the time if I lived out there lol. They could have been tweakers. Although, a bunch of my friends claim that like a decade ago, the cops found an old woman with her face blown off up near Teton. It's way north of Tampico, but it's about the same distance west from Yakima. And for the serial killer thing, when I worked at the Herald, my editor told me about a string of bodies turning up on the res a couple decades ago, but since it's tribal police, they either didn't investigate or chose not to, so they never found out if they were related at all. Reservation cops are weird. They don't have to talk with anyone if they don't want to. Some guy shut up one of their tribal buildings one time, and the feds were instantly there. And all the info that we could get is that bullet holes appeared in the building overnight. They would not even confirm that there was a shooter when there was. It's like a black hole. Also, elaboration on Catman and a story. Our story begins in the year 1999, when my Uncle Bob, his wife, and 2 children moved from Union Gap to Tampico, Yakima, WA. Nothing specific in the beginning was ever brought to any of our attention, but it was known that the area was strange. I was pretty young at the time, 8 years old, so there's not a lot I remember outside of the event of which I will speak. The event in which I speak is our dealing with what was dubbed the Catman. There was an oasis up the road, around the corner and down some more. The oasis was surrounded by the thickest brush imaginable. To this day, I've never seen anything like it. Cows would go missing, like the entire cow, and bits and pieces would appear around the pond, as well as a great many of her bones, bits of clothing, etc. But these cow and horse parts would sometimes be as far as 1.5 miles away from their pastures where they disappeared from. For those not aware, cougars will only drag prey a few hundred meters away tops before feasting and leaving what is left for predators. Anyhow, it had been long known that this area was evil. Immigrants working in the fields would go missing with no trace, and no search as to the nature of the non-existence in this country officially, so for all I know, those could have just been rumors. Getting to the bread and butter, my older brother and our 4 cousins all heard about this thing. And one night, we decided to perform a community service and go and kill this thing. My older cousins were about 16 years old on the average, so we were not granted permission to take any firearms. Instead, we bolted butcher knives to axe handles and made these spear-like things. I was pretty young, and I wanted to go, so my Uncle Bob came along and brought a sidearm as well. Like someone said, just wandering around Tampico unarmed is not advised. We walk out to this place, and as we approach the oasis, there is this massive temperature drop. I'm talking like 20 degrees. About 20 meters before the fence surrounding the oasis, and my uncle orders me to stay back. He allows the older ones to approach. I suppose he feels like they can handle themselves. Gary, Jake, and Thomas, the older three, they cross the fence and approach the wall of thicket and jungle. I mean, a linebacker could not tackle his way through that shit. It would take several hours with a large saw to get into it. The other two, my brother and my cousin Andy, they stayed on the road. Right as the elder three got to the tree line, we heard what sounded like a tornado blowing through the trees. The wall of brush opened up a gap 8 feet tall by 4 feet wide or so. We had no lights, so there was only shadow. My uncle shouted run, and he picked me up and ran with me underneath his arm a mile back to the house. Before the elder three cousins broke and ran, Thomas and Jake threw their makeshift spears and stuck the thing. To add to your initial thing, OP, a close friend of mine disappeared a little over 10 years ago. A few days later, there were 3 bodies found on different parts of the reservation. Reports said that they had all been tied up, shot in the back of the head, and burned. We were worried for a couple weeks that he was one of them. The DNA came back negative. We found his body dumped in eastern Oregon a year or 2 back now. I have a decent bat squatch story. I saw it in Ape Caves near Mount St. Helens. I am from Seattle. I was hiking with 2 friends, my girlfriend and her friend. Me, being a commando, I had my Kimber 1911 in .45 on me. Me and one of my friends are former Boy Scouts, so we knew how to prepare for shit. Ape Caves is an 8-mile long stretch of giant-ass caves. We all had headlamps and flashlights. My girl had my lantern. We were probably around 2 miles in when we hear several loud, inhuman screeches. The cave is pretty damn cold year-round, and this was in the middle of January, so it was extra cold. We had the whole place to ourselves. Whatever made that sound, it was not another human. We were all scared shitless. We all had our knives out. I held back on pulling my gun, because I was not entirely sure if we were about to get brutally murdered or not. Then my friend pointed out something moving on top of the cave. It was just hanging there like a cocoon. I saw red, piercing eyes glowing from our lights. It spread its wings and violently flapped down in front of us. Then we just panicked. Everyone but me ran away screaming, tripping and falling at some point, all while I screamed a variety of curse words trying to draw my pistol. The thing lunged towards me right as I opened fire. Only 2 of the 4 rounds that I fired actually hit this thing, because I was in straight up panic mode. I ducked. It went right over me and just kept going. I fell down backwards and tried to hit it more, but it pulled up too quick for me to shoot. It looked pretty injured though. I hurried up to catch up with the rest of the group and picked up a few of their dropped knives along the way. I saw my girlfriend's lantern just up ahead, all shattered. I thought that maybe she fell. I got a closer look, ready to pick her up or do whatever I had to do, but she was not there. I collapsed and started losing my shit. I had my gun out, calling her name, but got no response. Just that same terrifying screech. I was sitting there alone, listening and wondering what the hell to do. I wasn't sure if my friends got out alive or not. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to find out. I was almost ready to take my own life when I realized that no matter what happened, I was not going to let myself die in there. At this point, it was a battle. If anyone is getting out, it's gonna be me. I probably shouldn't have stuck around, but it came after me again. This time, it came from the side. It tried to land a few feet in front of me, but I emptied the 3 rounds in my mag on it. This time, all 3 hit. It was knocked on the ground, squirming and squealing. I was too shaken up to do anything, but it managed to fly back upwards. In a few minutes, I decided to pop in my only spare mag and keep on moving, this time more cautiously. I wanted to shout for my friends, but I did not think it would be a good idea. I kept thinking that I heard them, but I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I knew that the screeching was sounding more painful each and every minute. I hoped I killed it. The tunnel started to get a little bit warmer and a little bit brighter, because I was almost at the end of the cave. I heard my friend call my name, and I managed to call his back. I was home free at that point. I got up there, and they were mostly okay. One of my friends broke his hand, and my girl's friend got a minor concussion. Other than that, just a few scrapes and bruises. They said they heard my gunshots and didn't think I made it. We got the injured people to Harbor View ASAP. Afterwards, we debated whether or not to tell how it all happened. I didn't want to end up in a madhouse. We were not sure if I killed it, but we did not want to go back and find out. This place is still somehow a tourist attraction. I never heard anything about a giant man-bat hybrid. I heard rumors that people have seen glowing eyes in there though. This is a story that was actually passed down to me by my grandfather before he passed away. He used to tell me all sorts of stories about the Vietnam War growing up, and I honestly really loved to just sit and listen. I would just sit there for hours and ask him about what he did, how many people he killed, etc. That second question kind of made him clam up a little bit. Throughout most of the stories, he would laugh and tell jokes and just crack smiles. But this story that I'm going to share is the only time he was ever 100% serious throughout the entire story. He only ever told it to me twice. Once when I was around 8 years old, and I thought it was amazing. I asked him to tell it to me again when I was around 16, and it was only then that I realized just how much it affected him. Again, I'm still not sure how much I believe the actual events, but I do believe my grandfather did see something that messed him up for life. I am going to tell this from his perspective in first person from now on, exactly as he told it to me. I was still a young kid when I joined the Vietnam War. You had to be 18 at the time to join, or 17 if you had consent from your parents, but my mother and father thought it to be much too dangerous. I was short and underdeveloped, but my brother who was 19 was shipping off, and I wanted to follow along. I wanted to make my country proud, and my brother, well, let's just say he knew a guy who could help. He falsified my documents. I won't pretend to know how he got it done. I wasn't exactly a smart kid. But anyway, I had them, and the recruiters didn't seem all that concerned, if I'm honest. If it said I was 18, then as far as they cared, I was 18, and I was fit for combat. Now, this is glossing over a lot of events. Combat training, the journey there. The journey over there on the troop ship was especially horrible. I wasn't lucky enough to ship off at the same time as my brother, so I felt so alone out at sea. I remember laying down on the deck and trying to grip the floor like you would with grass to try and steady myself and lessen the effects of the shaking and the waves. I threw up over the side of that ship way too many times to count and got myself into all sorts of trouble. Anyway, skipping around a little bit, I eventually ended up as part of the tunnel rats. Like I said, I was very short, even for my age, so I was a perfect candidate to be sent in to clear any VC traps. All you would get is a rifle with a flashlight taped to it, and then you would be sent into a crammed, pitch-black tunnel. From there, you would have to squeeze yourself through narrow passages and pray to God there was no one waiting to gut you and string you up. Another big problem is if any mines were planted. Too many good men lost their lives by tripping something and ended up in a million pieces in some shit-stained tunnel, or buried underneath the rubble and left to suffocate or slowly die of starvation and dehydration. Then you've got other traps like the punji pits and everything, and it's just not a good time. This time that I want to tell you about, it was far from my first rodeo. I'd gone into firefights down there. Other tunnel rats had told me all manners of bizarre stories. They used to huddle you around a campfire and tell you everything at the end of the day. I remember one guy, he told me that in Vietnam, there's something wrong with the soil. That creatures and insects, they're different, they're wrong. He told me he'd seen rats the size of dogs nibbling away at people, spreading their filth and chasing after soldiers. Said they had all kinds of diseases. Other soldiers, they said they'd seen shadows skittering around, of things they couldn't even describe. For a lot of soldiers, they said that they were more scared about what was lurking down there than getting shot by the VC. I was still young, and boy, was I scared. But I tried to play it off as scary stories, like my brother would tell me when we were younger. So, it was around 3 of us that were being sent into this passage. I remember having to squeeze myself into it. I could feel my stomach hitting the rock wall every time I breathed out. That is just how cramped it was at times. The flashlights on our weapons were not the best, and sometimes just gave up halfway through a crawl. We had intel that the tunnel that we were crawling through was a nest, where enemies would gather to rest and trade intel. We went in at nighttime. We were told it was the perfect time to strike, and that we could potentially capture one of the bastards and take them in for questioning. As a last resort, we were to gut them all and make sure that they could not tell anyone anything. If there was anything scattered around for us to take, we were to bring it back. I was shaking like a leaf the entire crawl through. I was at the lead, so I felt the full effect of the sharp wind that was blowing through the tunnel and hitting my face. Every little inch that I wriggled through, I felt that wind, and it was making my eyes water. Once we'd been crawling down there for around 10 minutes, the tunnel expanded just a little bit, enough so that we could move into a crouch position. The tunnel was mostly dim and didn't have any diverging paths. It was mostly a straight shot, aside from an initial curve, and we could see a very dim light at the very far end. We couldn't possibly make out how far away it was. It could be a 5-minute crawl or a 50-minute crawl. All along the wall, there were scratches and marks. I couldn't tell if they were from a bayonet or something else. It was like one line just pulled all the way down the wall in a mostly straight line. It was pointed out by one of the other rats. It went on for a few minutes before just ending abruptly. Where it ended, there was something thick and viscous on the wall. It was something white and it was bubbling. One of the other rats put his finger in it and we called him an idiot. He said it felt like some kind of glue. He couldn't get it off his hands, even when he tried to wipe it off onto his uniform. He got his hand stuck a little and he had to rip it off. I remember he ripped off some of the fabric of his pants. The light at the end of the tunnel, it was getting brighter and brighter, and we knew that we must be close to the main chamber. I was shitting my pants because there was nowhere to flee. If they were ready, then we were dead. There was no side tunnel to duck into for cover. It was shoot quickly and get the jump on them or die. As we were getting up to this light, I started to smell this really sickly smell. I could smell sweat, really pungent sweat, but that wasn't all. It smelled almost like vomit, but if you left it lying there for a week. Since the main chamber was already lit up, we had turned off our flashlights long before we got near. I was crawling on my belly to make myself a smaller target, as were the other guys, but we did not see any VC soldiers sleeping in tents or beds or anything. There was no one on guard waiting for us. There were no traps set up. There was a camp set up, but what we found we were not expecting at all. The first thing I noticed were the soldiers, the VC soldiers. They were not lying on the floor. They were strung up on the walls. I saw one. He had something thick and gooey around his mouth. It looked like that glue substance that we saw on the wall earlier in the passage. He had his eyes open, and you could see the fear in them. It's a look that I saw many, many times after and before that day. It was the look of a man who knew he was about to die. He was strung up against the wall. He was wrapped in something thick but stringy. It almost looked like webbing of some sort. His arms were folded across each other by the substance, and his legs were fixed close together. And he was just staring dead ahead. He wasn't even making an effort to move. The two tunnel rats behind me, well, they did not react all that well. I'm not sure how I kept my own composure. I think it's one of those things where you don't know how you will react until you're in the moment. You can be the toughest son of a gun known to man, be big and buff and badass that no one will screw with, but sometimes you'll get into a horrible life or death situation and end up just crying like a baby. I was a meek fellow, small, stunted, a real scaredy cat, and all I could do was stay frozen in place, keep my mouth sealed and lock up. The guy at the back, the other tunnel rat had to stifle him and shut him up. I heard him already start crawling away, ass first. Because it wasn't just one soldier strung up. There were multiple soldiers strung up like this, all throughout the camp in various states of consciousness. They were definitely dead already. Another one. All he was doing was moving his eyes back and forth. His arms were free, but it seemed like he couldn't or wouldn't move them. We saw all of this pretty quickly, scanning around, seeing all of the carnage. There was one soldier on the floor, laying on his back. He wasn't restrained by anything but still. All he could do was move his eyes. And his mouth. He knew we were there, and he started trying to speak. Just came out as sobs and mumbling. That kind of shouting that you hear when someone has their mouth taped down. Wasn't long after that we heard some kind of rumbling coming from further away. It was at this point that me and the other tunnel rat very slowly started to crawl backwards away while still keeping our eyes firmly ahead. We had orders to kill. We should have shot them all on sight right then and there and taken one guy back, but we just had this kind of gut feeling. A gut feeling that if we fired a bullet, we would not make it home that day. That rumbling, it got closer and closer. I could have sworn it sounded like footsteps until I saw this limb start stretching out of the darkness of the other passage. It was long and hairy, and it curled from around the corner onto the rock wall. And then came a second, and a third, until I saw four. Four gigantic hairy limbs that pulled this hairy body through the tight tunnel. And then there were more than 4 limbs. It was what I can only describe now as some kind of giant spider. I'd heard a story before, a story about some guy in the Congo seeing a giant spider. He said it could leap a tree and could paralyze a man with just a bite. I thought it was bullshit until I saw this thing that day. It moved so strangely. It seemed like it was too big for its own good. It had to dig its limbs right into the floor and dragged its heavy body along rather than walking. That soldier on the floor was shouting so much with no attempt to take a breath. Of course, it was all just muffled. Even as it towered over him and the shadow of the thing covered his entire body, he didn't move or crawl away. I don't think he could. I watched as something dripped from the mouth of this thing, some kind of spit, but it was thick and white, like the glue substance that we saw earlier. It dropped onto the soldier's head with a splash, and all of a sudden, he was not making any noise anymore. By this point, we had turned away. We couldn't even bear to look anymore, and we just needed to get out of there. But I did give a glance over my shoulder, and I saw this thing bite down on the soldier. I saw this thing jerk forward, and all of a sudden, the soldier's head was not visible anymore. And when it jerked back, his head was not there anymore. And I could see the outline of something long and stringy hanging from the spider's mouth. And then this next part, it was a bit of a blur. I'm not sure how it all really happened. That idiot who left us before, he let out a shout. He got himself stuck to something on the wall and let out a sound. The moron nearly got all of us killed. If those VC were still up and walking around, we would have been dead that day, and we nearly were anyway. We were a good distance away by this point. That creature was just a faint shadowy blob in the glow of the cave chamber. But we heard this cry, this shout. It sounded so wet and horrible. It sounded like a pig screaming through a wet cloth. And we heard that rumbling and the sound of rocks being kicked away. And that shadowy blob started getting closer and closer. We were all screaming at this point, screaming at this idiot to go faster, that we were all going to die if he did not move. I could see this creature. It moved so much faster than I imagined it could. We managed to crawl around the curve just in time to see this massive thing get itself wedged. I could see all of its eyes staring. I could feel the heat coming from it. I didn't think spiders breathe like we humans do, but I could feel this hot air coming from it from somewhere on its body. We managed to get another good distance away while this thing had to wriggle and scramble its limbs to break free. We started unloading bullets at this thing, but it didn't seem to cause it any trouble. It eventually managed to wrench itself free, and it just started scuttling. I didn't know any creature could move so fast, let alone one as large as that. It tried to bite us, and I remember being hit by one of the limbs and being shoved aside up against the wall. It was pinning me. I couldn't move. For such a thin limb, it had so much strength. I thought I was going to die that day. But one of us, I'm not sure who, we managed to hit it with a bullet. The bullet hit it in one of its eyes, I reckon. It was the only other time that thing screamed. When it screamed, it pulled its limb from me, and I could finally get air to my lungs again. We kept shuffling away and shooting to stop it from getting any closer to us. Once we got closer to the outside, to daylight, that's how long we had been in that tunnel. Morning light was upon us. Once we got to a part of the tunnel where the tiniest sliver of daylight could reach this thing, it just retreated. We must have hit it in the face 3 or 4 times by this point to slow it down, but sunlight was the only thing that made it turn away from us, turn its back on us, and scuttle back faster than my eyes could see. When we got out, well, our superiors wanted to know of our mission, whether we succeeded or not. All we told him was that the tunnel had been cleared of VC. We informed him that they had indeed made some kind of camp, but that they had no intel. We told him that we shot them all dead. It was a complete and utter lie that made me feel cowardly and ashamed. We told our real story around the campfire that night. People laughed and they joked, and of course, it wasn't believed. We knew that would happen. But still, it was the only way that we could risk telling the truth about what happened without fear of being thrown in the loony bin. And that was my grandpa's story in full, exactly as he would tell it to me. I actually wrote it down the second time that he told me, with his permission. I didn't want to forget a single detail. My grandpa, the war turned him into an alcoholic. It was his way of coping with what he saw, I think. By the time I was born, he was well into recovery, many years clean. Never ever saw him drink in my presence. My grandma never saw him drink, neither did my father. Both times he told me the story though. He broke out an old bottle of whiskey he had hidden away in a locked cupboard. Both times he poured out a drink and he held it in his hand, but he never drank it. He just sniffed it and closed his eyes before pouring it back into the bottle. Just a little detail that always struck me as odd that I thought I would include. I'm not sure if it's really relevant or adds to the credibility, but it always really irked me, I guess. Make of the story what you will. It was October 2015 when this happened to me. I was a US Marine, fresh out of boot camp. In the Marines, every boot goes to a place called MCT, Marine Combat Training, after boot camp to learn how to kill things. Infantry Marines stay for 3 months, but POGs, like myself, are only there for 1. East Coast Marines go to a place in North Carolina called Camp Geiger. I am almost done with MCT. I am in this small base out in the woods for the last part of our training. People have been spreading rumors about a ghost named Molly that would walk by the front gate between 3 and 4 a.m. It's a little girl. One night, my buddy had ammo watch. Some of us were put on different guard shifts every night. Armory watch, ammo watch, gate guard, etc. Each sentry was given a radio to check in with the sergeant on duty every hour and had to call in case anything happens. Each radio is on the same channel, so you can hear the other sentries when they talk. Ammo watch was this little shed that had all of the ammo in it, obviously, out in the woods. Just 2 of them, far away from the gate and everything else. It's 3:30 a.m. or so. E5 XXX, come in. This is gate guard, over. Sergeant XXX, this is E5 XXX, send it over. There's something in the woods, over. Well, what is it? It's probably an animal, you pussy, over. Negative, Sergeant. I think it's a person, over. Stand by. It's probably Marsoc. I'm coming over, out. Marsoc is like Marine Special Forces who train over there sometimes. Sometimes they mess with us, beyond operator. The next morning, my buddy tells me about what he heard on the radio, that him and the guy he was with thought it was Molly. I was already a little interested in the paranormal, so I say let's go and talk to the guy about it. The guy tells us he swears it was the little girl in the woods. The sergeant went out and could not find anyone. Sergeant said he didn't think Marsoc was out there training either during the time. He says this is not the first time this has happened. He said it's probably Molly. Sergeant also said that Molly was a thing when even he was at MCT. He thought it was a rumor too, until he became a combat instructor, and some of the other instructors said they saw her. Other weird stuff would happen out there every once in a while. He just stayed out there with this dude for the rest of his shift because all 3 of them were freaked out, including the sergeant. Anywho, a few days passed by, more training, more exercises. This hurricane comes through. This is already shitty enough without the hurricane. There are rains and storms non-stop. The place is basically flooded. We finally get to the last exercise, called BSRA. I don't even know what that stands for. It's basically a 3-day-long simulated battle between each of the platoons. At least, that's how my cycle did it. My cycle was bigger than normal ones, just more Marines to train for some reason. There is a big fake camp that's supposed to be like the one that would be in Iraq, right inside the base. During the op, 1 platoon had to defend it each day. There were these 4, I think, long shitty huts in there that they had us sleep in. They said normally there is one that they do not use, but since our cycle was bigger, they said they had to put us in there. Okay. There were sticks and spiders of mud everywhere. They had us sleep on the concrete ground. It's still pouring rain. Why did I sign up for this? I am sleeping, or at least trying to. My buddy, a different one from before, but my closest friend by far, is standing watch. He shines his flashlight in my face. Fuck you, man. He wakes me up and says he's super freaked out. I'm like, what? He says he saw a little kid, but it was a little boy. I roll over and told him to go away. I assumed he was messing with me. He said, no, I'm serious. I looked at him and saw by the way he was staring at me, and by the way he sounded that he was genuinely scared. Okay, fine. I get up. It's still storming outside. I looked outside and I saw lightning flash, and I felt kind of freaked out. There was just a creepy vibe in the air. Everyone is passed out. Just an eerie vibe in the air. I hear my buddy make the weirdest sound ever, the sound of pure fear. I look over, shining my flashlight at the ground. There are tiny wet footprints. My heart drops into my asshole. It looks like this little boy walked like perfectly around him. Oh my god. He is really freaked out, trying to laugh it off, just saying he's about to shit himself. I tell him to relax. I don't even bother asking any of the exterior guards if they saw anything. I stay up with him, just talking the rest of his shift about anything other than what we saw, trying to get our minds off of how creepy the atmosphere is and how freaked out we are. It works. He gets relieved, and we both go back to sleep. Don't even tell his relief about it, lol. The next day, it had finally stopped raining. We didn't tell anyone. We didn't want to freak anyone out. No one believes us. We didn't want to spread any more rumors, etc. We say how we regret how freaked out we were, and wish we went after it. Yeah, right. A day goes by. Typical Marine Corps bullshit. Stand by to stand by. The next night, like 12 of us volunteered to go with our motivated sergeant, different one from before, we'll call him Sergeant Smith, to go recon out in the woods all night, since the storm had passed. The woods in this part of NC were all pine trees, mud, and swamp. We just patrolled around the perimeter of the woods for like 2.5 hours, then we went out deep into the woods. We set up a place to chill out on higher ground, where it wasn't as wet and muddy. Sergeant Smith tells us his life story, and stories about when he saw combat. We all get into a really deep talk about life and such. We had completely forgotten about the previous night at this point. Hours pass by. People start drifting off. Sergeant Smith tells us to go to sleep, and he will take watch. I love this guy. Super cool dude. Before I pass out, I tell him I'm gonna go and take a piss. I'm good to go. I walk down this hill into kind of a thick brush. It's too dark to see anything. I step into what is the beginning of a swamp, only my foot gets wet. Damn it. I take a few steps back, unbutton my trousers, and whip it out. Commence piss in 3, 2, 1. I hear what sounds like someone walking through the water in front of me, and big sticks snapping, like it's something huge. It's still dark as hell, but I can make out something white, like a baggy white dress or something, but I couldn't really tell. I'm getting chills typing this because of what I really saw. I cancel my piss. Honestly, my first thought was that a combat instructor had heard us and dressed up like a terrorist in one of those white robes to come and ambush us. I run up the hill and tell Sergeant Smith that we are about to get ambushed. He says that we are on a ceasefire for the night because of the hurricane. He asks me what I saw. I tell him it was this white figure. He tells everyone to wake up because we are leaving. I start to realize what I might have seen. I ask. He tells me not to worry about it, just get my shit and get ready to leave. We hack off and I ask him again. He tells me very quietly that if we stay, then we will hear screaming coming from deeper in the woods. My heart sinks. I'm terrified. I tell him what happened the previous night. He gets quiet, says they normally don't put Marines in there because of that reason. They call the ghost I saw the Lady in White. Apparently, in the 20s or the 30s, there was a schoolhouse out in the woods that burned down and killed a bunch of kids and the teacher. I'm speechless. I just want to get the hell out of there. The next day, I had to write paperwork about what I saw, just to confirm it wasn't a person who was trespassing on government property. The place is called Camp Devil Dog, and I think it's cursed. My theory is that some of the combat instructors used a Ouija board or something to make the spirit stronger or whatever, but that place is scary as hell. I will tell a story that my uncle told me. I was visiting my dad's family in North Carolina one summer after my parents had divorced. I was pretty depressed, but that trip is now one of my fondest memories. My uncle took some time off work, and he and my dad showed me how to fish and handle a gun, and they shared a bunch of childhood stories with me. One night we were up late, and my uncle told me about something that spooked him out as a kid. My dad and grandpa go out hunting. My uncle stays at home because he has a broken foot and cannot go with them. He is bored out of his mind, just lying in bed, thinking. His dog, Tater,
is asleep in the sun underneath the window. Tater suddenly lets out a Scooby-Doo style "Aroo" and scurries off underneath the bed. What the hell? Footsteps are crunching through the grass and dirt outside, like someone in heavy boots is approaching the window. And there is also a strange sound that my uncle could not identify. The footsteps stop at the window, but nobody is there. The strange sound is clear now. It's a very weird sounding voice. My uncle told me that years later, someone showed him Mongolian throat singing, and it sounded almost exactly the same. Only there was something staticky about this. My uncle freezes, listening intently. He can almost make out the words, but he's not sure exactly what they're saying. The first 3 words sound like, "I can see." Then it sounds like, "I can see where it is, but it's hard to be sure." My uncle decides screw it, and hops over to the window on 1 foot. He looks out the window, but he sees nothing but fields and forests and mountains. The strange voice gets really loud though, and it sounds panicked. The voice becomes warbled and seems to be yelling the same thing over and over again, but my uncle could not understand any of it. Then there is this bright flash, and everything just goes white for a few seconds. My uncle finds himself back in bed. His heart is racing. He said he thought he'd had a nightmare, except Dad and Grandpa both came home early, and both said that there was a white flash that nearly blinded them as they were coming out of the woods. I have seen a few dogman threads in the past few days, and it reminded me of this. It happened around 4 years ago, before I was interested in paranormal stuff. I only told this to my sister and my friend. Both say I was talking shit. I was on a geography school trip to the Lake District and Yorkshire Dales. The first day was Lake District, the second was Dales. We stayed overnight in the Dales, a youth hostel in Malham, a small village in the middle of nowhere with no real streetlights. It was getting dark when we arrived because it's in early February. The teachers escort us to the pub so that we can all have soft drinks and relax. At about 9 p.m., we head back to the hostel. It's pitch black except for the pub light and the torches that we carried. Fast forward to 10 p.m. We are all cozied up in beds and sleeping, except for me because I'm so used to staying up much later. There are no curtains on the window, so I look out into the dark, lit only by the moonlight. The stars look nice because there is no light pollution. What looks like a sheep walks by, and another. I thought I might be falling asleep, counting sheep. Another walks by, but taller, and walking on 2 legs. Walking on 2 legs. I shit my pants and retreat back to my bed against the far wall. I can still see outside the window. I see another 2-legged sheep walk the same way. I hide underneath my covers and worry myself to sleep. The next day, we head up the side hill to the top of the cove where the limestone pavement is. If you've seen part of one of the last Harry Potter films, you'll recognize it from when Harry and Hermione dance when Ron's not there. I am laughing and joking with my friend about slipping through a grike when I see a sheep laying down at the side of the limestone pavement. It's dead. The insides of the sheep are just hanging out and everything, fresh as the morning air. I show my friend and tell him what happened last night. He says I'm talking shit. He dismisses it as paranoia and lack of sleep. That's all that happened. I looked up Yorkshire Sheepman recently, but I got nothing.
This happened to me several years ago when I was around 20 years old. I had just gotten my driver's license and started working for my uncle, who had a carrier. It was a Thursday. I would make a delivery on a farm. I picked up the load in the city and headed towards the farm, which was pretty distant, about 140 miles away probably, but it was worth it. I really needed to get distracted a little and be without any worries about my family for a while. I was on the road for some time. It was almost 1 in the morning when the truck choked while going up a hill. The truck started to choke and jerk until I stopped at the side of the road. I did not believe that it was happening to me, even though the truck was a little bit old. It was an old Mercedes trunk truck, and my uncle had already bought it used a few years ago. It was a lack of luck, because according to my calculations, it would take another 30 to 40 minutes to get to the farm. The only thing that I knew was that it was not a lack of fuel, since the pointer was still at 3/4 and I had filled the tank on the way. I jumped out from the truck and even opened up the hood. Keep in mind that at the time, I did not really have a mechanical understanding like I have now. I didn't really know that much about vehicles. I was hoping only to see something loose or something that I could easily fix. Unfortunately, I did not know much about diesel engines at the time. I wondered what to do. It felt like the end of the world. There were no lights in the distance and no cars in sight, no one to help. It was not a main road but a secondary one. For the condition that the road was in, it was not widely used because there was no light and it was surrounded by woods on both sides, so most people just swerved it if they could. I had already closed the hood and I was still just thinking. I did not know what to do to get out of that mess, and then I heard footsteps in the forest on the sides of the road. I tried to look around me to see anything, but even with the headlights of the truck, I saw nothing at all. That footstep sounds, though, they made me really alert. I heard voices, but I could not even know where they came from. I could not make out the direction. That's when I saw a man, followed soon after by a woman. But they walked without moving their bodies, if that makes sense. When they got closer, I could see that they glided, as if their feet just stayed inches from the ground. No footsteps at all. They just glided to walk around. That was enough for me to start shaking and crouch out of fear behind the trunk of the truck. Now I could see them clearly, following the direction of the road, just gliding along, off of the ground, going in the opposite direction that I was going before the truck stopped. They were figures that were human, but they were not human in the way that they walked. They just glided. As they passed by, I could see their faces. They were a woman and an old man, with completely black eyes and mouth. Their skin was pale and had this reddish color. I was totally scared and paralyzed by what I was seeing. I never believed in supernatural stories. I always thought people just fantasized these things or made them up. I stayed quiet for a bit more time, just squatting down. The figures had already disappeared for some time, but I simply did not react, just in case they came straight back. It was when my knees started to ache, and then I started to move and think about what to do. Soon, I started hearing a strange noise. It was like a gargle, still far away, but no one was there. I realized it was coming from the woods, coming towards me, and that was all that I needed to react. I jumped into the cabin, got the doors locked, and I realized that I was crying in pure terror. My hands were shaking and wet. I tried to turn the ignition and the truck miraculously turned on, and at the same time, I hear a strong bang on the ceiling of the cabin. I screamed in terror. After that, there was another bang on the ceiling, but I had not seen anything above the cabin before entering. They were also banging on the passenger's glass, as if something was punching the passenger door and the glass with their fist. I hit the first gear and accelerated as fast as I could. I had to have the balance to control the gears, because if the truck died on that hill, I think I would end up having a heart attack. I gripped the steering wheel as if it was my lifeline, and so hard that my hands started to ache and my knuckles went white. I was desperate. There was banging in the windows on the other side, and now there was banging on the hood of the truck. Even so, there was nothing there. I cried desperately and gritted my teeth as if it gave me some comfort. It was an uphill road. It was not too high, but for a heavy truck, it could not be worse. The banging continued. I kept trying to control myself, grabbing the wheel as hard as I could and praying that I would make it out of there. I was still in first gear. My biggest fear was to go into second gear and the truck just turning off right then and there. I waited for more speed, then switched to second gear, even though the engine was screaming and asking for third gear already, because there was practically no ascent anymore. I was finally able to just breathe as I came out of a curve and saw a descent.
I was no longer paying attention to the bangs outside the cabin. I just tried to put them out of my mind and just drive away. The engine stayed solid. It kept going. I ended up moving up to 4th gear and nothing unusual happened to the engine. I followed the road, a little less scared now, but enough to see that I was soaked in sweat, even though it was a cold day. I was totally soaked, and the sweat of my forehead dripped so much that it fell into my eyes and burned. Finally, I took a road that now had some movement, even if rare. I followed for a few more miles, checked the map that the company had provided, and saw that I was already arriving. When I arrived at the farm, it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. The owner came rushing to greet me because he knew I was on my way and that I would arrive at around this time due to the delay. When he looked at my pitiful condition, he just immediately knew that something bad had happened. That's when he warned me that I had some blood on my shirt, part of the neck of the shirt, and that I had some blood in the corner of my mouth too. When I could, I looked in the mirror to see what had happened. I didn't notice any blood. With the degree of despair I was in and the attempt to get the hell out of there, I guess I must have just gritted my teeth and bit my lips, and it made it hurt. It was a horrible experience. It seemed like I was going to die of fright or a heart attack. I called the company and I begged them to let me go to the main road, which would add another 2 hours to my trip. I also begged them to let me take the truck to get checked out by a mechanic because there was something wrong, and by the end they said I could. I took it to a local mechanic, and he did not find anything abnormal in the engine, saying it was in perfect condition. He deduced that maybe some dirt was sucked into the tank and partially blocked the truck injection, and the body of the cabin that I thought was all wrinkled, it was just totally normal. I went hiking with a friend in Central Florida this one time, and I had a surreal experience that made this dude not want to hike with me ever again. I was about 25 years old at the time this happened, and I meet up with this outdoor bro of mine, who I will call Brad. Brad is one of those kind of minimalist guys. He brings an alpaca blanket, some beers, weed, first aid, small knife, the usual. I have a kukri, a hammock, a water bladder, canteen, also some first aid, and beers and weed, and a little more kit that's a bit irrelevant. Brad has some years on me, but we vibe pretty well. He is a free spirit, and I'm some sort of abomination human. People like Brad are cool, in my opinion. Most of the time I hike alone on purpose. I've never seen anything spooky, except one time when I crossed paths with a pig. This time, we're somewhere southeast of Orlando. The terrain is pretty mixed. Inside the tree line is solid ground with stable footing. The open ground is grass and bog. The tree grows in patches, so we have to cross the bog to get to the next tree line. It's not too bad, to be honest. I have had worse times in similar environments. There are nauseums fucking everywhere. We don the mosquito nets. It takes about half an hour to cross maybe 20 yards. I get to the tree line with Brad and decide to go to the center and set up a temporary camp and just chill out. We get to the center and drop our packs to begin the good work. Some guy yells at us. He just yells, "Hey." We power spin around towards the voice. I can't see shit other than brush and oaks. Brad speaks back in a tone that says he really doesn't care. He's like, "Who's there?" Brad's a big dude, like 6'7", plays basketball, works as one of those big nurses in hospitals that do the heavy lifting. A real gentle soul, though. We are in hypervigilance mode. We are scanning everything, listening to every single noise, using my peripheral vision as best as I can. It's absolutely still all around. The voice responds, "Just wanted to let you guys know that I'm out here too." What a nice guy. Brad invites him over. "Nah, that's alright, brother. I've got a nice thing set up over. You wanna come check it out?" By this point, I am sketched out. People do not get the drop on me in the woods. I avoid them all the time. I figured this guy was maybe living out here and that we pissed him off. I look at Brad. "Screw it, let's go," he says. I go with Brad into the brush. We walk through a thicket of palmetto, small oaks, weird vines, and crowded pines.
We make it to the clearing. We hear a, "Hey." All the debris in a 10-foot diameter is gone. It's just bare ground. There is a dude in a coat with a big hat sitting on the other side of the cleared ground. Brad says, "What the hell?" My heart is pounding. I feel a feeling of evil or fear. I can't rationalize this dude just sitting out here with no camp. He is just staring at the ground, the edge of his hat blocking his face. He looks up and sort of stretches. Like, he stretched just as anyone else would, but he did not stand up while doing so, and we got a whole view of the dude's body. It was covered in paint or something like paint. His entire face was oily or the shiny black, and there was white and red paint all over him in designs. He was wearing this really long coat that was made of jute or burlap, something cheap, and it was gross. His eyes were so alive, like he was absolutely thrilled that we were there, looking between the both of us in excitement. He raises a gourd in our direction. There is a cork in it, and it has some white designs painted on it. "You guys want some juice?" No thanks, guy." His face does not change. "How about this juice?" He holds up another gourd in his other hand. I ask him what kind of juice it is. "Magic juice." "Oh, okay." Brad asks where he got all the gourds from. I look up. I realize that my awareness is terrible, because there are gourds hanging in all of the trees and the shrubs. Some are birdhouses, some have corks, others are broken, some are rotting. All have white painted designs on them. This guy is just looking up at us and holding 2 gourds up in his hands. We both decline and ask him what's up, if he's alright or injured or something. He keeps asking us if we want some juice, and we keep declining, trying to figure out if we should and set up somewhere else, or head back to the cars and call somebody. And he freaks out. He starts throwing like a temper tantrum, slamming one of the gourds into the ground where it just indented into the sand. He started to rock his shoulders where he sat, and I noticed that he had ropes wrapping around him and his coat real tight, and behind him was all of the debris that had been on the ground, piled in a massive mound, and he was sitting right in front, almost in it. I asked him if he was stuck, and he started crying, and then he started waving his hat back and forth, asking us why we did not want any juice in this dejected voice. I asked, "Are you alright, man?" And he said he wanted his gourd back, and that he could not reach it. Brad asked why he could not reach it, and the man made this high-pitched squeal before lowering his head and sobbing, like really ugly sobbing. Brad said screw it again that day, picked up the gourd, and went to the men. Bad decision on Brad's part. When Brad got close enough to the dude, he said, "Here's your gourd," and the dude grabbed Brad's arm and started pulling on him, screaming, "Drink it, come on, drink it." He could not pull Brad, but Brad was having a hard time getting away, and yelled that the guy was tied to something and did not want to hurt him. At no point in this moment was my giant friend in danger, I think, but I thought the opposite at the time. So I run up and just kick this guy in the chest, and he is as solid as a rock. He lets go of Brad and grabs my legs, knocking me on my back. I remember falling backwards in what seemed like slow motion to my brain, watching his face absolutely light up, with the biggest, whitest smile I had ever seen and eyes to match. I got a good look at his body paint. It was these weird white lines swirling around in curves, these red semi and quarter circles. The white paint was similar to what was on the gourds. He pulls my ass right up against whatever thing he's sitting on and pins my thighs to it with his legs. This dude smelled like ass. He was looking at me with a fever or something. It bothered me, and he had me. I thought Brad had died, and I was about to get fucked. Crack. Brad beamed this dude in the head with a full gourd, pulled me away, and then fell over. He kept saying that he just had to calm down and breathe, calm down and breathe, over and over. I was trying to help him chill out, while also gathering myself, and Gourd Bro just starts yelling at us about the goddamn juice again. Like he is so goddamn frustrated about this juice and whatever the hell he's tied to. Like he keeps trying to get up, but he is not going anywhere, stomping his feet and slapping his legs. Absolute toddler fit. I got up and went around him and jumped backwards when he tried to grab me. I got behind him, and the pile in the rope was coming out of the pile. I started moving the stuff out of the way, and the dude just started roaring like the devil. Get away from there. It scared my bowels empty right there, I'm not gonna lie. I brushed enough to see a smooth black surface with those red broken circles on it. I saw the same ropes coming out of the bottom of it as well, going up into the trees where the gourds were growing and hanging, and some more that went off under the surrounding debris when Brad yelled, "What the hell is that?" pointing to some kind of vines approaching at a slow, steady, straightforward path towards the center of the clearing. I had too much at that point, and I think Brad agreed, because we both booked it to the sound of that guy wailing for us to come back. And the last thing that I heard him yelling was, "Please," in the loud, roaring voice from before. We ran, crawled, scooted, scuttled, squatted, and moved in any other manner necessary to get through the brush, which was thicker than I remember it being. There were also gourds everywhere, but not with the white paint, but with the black and red paint. Those are what kept us moving so fast. It took way too long to get back to our gear, but it was there just as we left it. I did not hear the man anymore. Brad later said he liked hanging out with me, but that ever since he met me, weird shit would happen way too often in his life. I still don't know what he meant by that, because that was the penultimate strangest thing that has ever happened to me, and nothing like that has ever happened again. People do say that to me a lot though. I've always been called strange, and even my own parents see me in a different light than my siblings. I don't know what any of this, I just try to accept it as it comes. My dad's people are from bumblefuck Appalachia. I've got no stories myself, but my grandpa told me a bunch when I was a little kid. The one that comes to mind right away is the story he told me about the moving trail. He used to tell me it before I went to bed, and it always spooked the bejesus out of me. Looking back, there isn't much to it, but oh well. Basically, the moving trail was the quickest route to the next town, just an old dirt road. But most everyone avoided it because they said it would shift on you and take you much farther than you ever intended to go. You would wind up walking for hours before you recognized anything. Anyway, Grandpa was a young sprat at the time, I think maybe 11 years old. First thing to know is that his dad was a lousy drinker. Going home usually meant a rough beating, so Grandpa would spend hours alone up in the mountain, avoiding the house. But one day he came home, and his dad was spitting nails, as he put it, just drunk off his ass. Grandpa caught the worst of it. When it was over, he decided that he had had enough and struck out on his own. He was all riled up and did not even realize that he was walking along the moving trail. When he realized it, he got nervous, but nothing looked off, so he just kept going. Soon, he reached a fork in the road. One path went up the mountain, the other went down. Grandpa heads up, but soon the path just hit a dead end at this sort of cliff face. So Grandpa turns around and heads back to the fork in the road, but he never reaches it. He just keeps walking and walking. The path travels through some woods, and when Grandpa emerges from them, he is surprised to find himself face to face with his own house. He hears his dad inside, cursing and yelling up a storm, so he instantly darts back into the woods. But the trail that he was just taking is gone. Nothing but grass and roots and sticks all over the ground. My dad and my Uncle Danny had a really fucked up childhood. My grandpa was an abusive alcoholic. He used to wail on my dad and Uncle Danny all the time growing up. On Grandma too. One day my grandma just got sick of all of the beatings. She blew Grandpa away with the shotgun. R.I.P. Gramps. Dad ended up pretty normal, but Uncle Danny is absolutely nuts.
He has always claimed that he could see ghosts and demons and the like. He used to tell me that his ex-wife was a real-life witch. After they broke up, he started getting sick all of the time. My dad said that Uncle Danny blamed it on his witch ex-wife. He used to go to some healer to get protection from her, but he would go through these periods of increased paranoia, saying that she was coming for him. This always culminated in some sort of attack where Uncle Danny would be hospitalized, but the doctors never really found anything wrong. They said that it was likely just stress and they recommended some medication to him. Uncle Danny, though, he would never go on the meds, he would refuse them. Periods of paranoia would still hit every now and then, about twice a year, maybe. And this would always end up with a hospitalization. His attacks usually happened in a public place, like a bar, where he would start freaking out and claim that she was after him. Then he would go unconscious. Anyway, everyone just thought he was nuts, and my dad begged him to get on meds, but Uncle Danny absolutely refused. He just kept going to the healer. One day, the guy straight up told Uncle Danny she is too strong for me and told Uncle Danny not to come back. So one night, Uncle Danny is going especially nuts. He calls Dad up on the phone saying, "She is coming after me. She wants to kill me." Dad is freaked out, thinking his brother is going to have a damn heart attack. He races over to his house in the middle of the night. Uncle Danny is holed up in his room. He is armed. He almost shoots my dad when he comes through the door. He is almost incoherent, keeps babbling shit and saying, "I'm going to die tonight." My dad is pleading with him to put the gun down and leave the house with him. He is planning on trying to get him help or something. Then he sees someone's shadow move past the window. A few seconds later, he hears the front door open and slam shut. He thinks, "Oh damn, she actually has been stalking my brother." He leaves the room to go and confront her before realizing, fuck, she's probably got a gun. But he never sees anybody. As soon as he leaves Uncle Danny in his room, the bedroom door slams shut. My dad tries to get back inside, but the door is not budging at all, no matter how much he pulls it. Then he hears some weird shit. First, Uncle Danny fires off a shot, but then it sounds like he's yanking the trigger, but the gun is not firing. Uncle Danny starts screaming. Then there is a loud sound that visibly shakes the door. Then there is just silence. My dad is finally able to open up the door, and I guess you can guess the rest. Rest in peace, Uncle Danny. His gun is still in his hand. He's got no wounds or scratches or anything on him whatsoever. His eyes are wide open though. It looked like he just died of fright right then and there. The worst part in my dad telling me this story was the way he described my Uncle Danny's screams. He said it sounded like a baby crying. He told me directly, this is a direct quote from him, I had not heard him scream like that since we were little kids. I had to drive home from DC to Nowhere KS after getting off of active duty. I did not have anything but my car, some clothes, and my late grandpa's old service revolver to my name. I could not leave base until about 5 p.m., which put me in West Virginia after dark. My GPS decided to transfer me between highways via a few back roads. In the meantime, it just quits working. So now I have no cell phone, no GPS, and it's dark in the boonies. I figured I'd call it a night and find my way out from my Atlas in the morning. I pull off the road/path. I lock my doors. I put up sunshades on my windows and just try to get some sleep. It was a nice hatchback sleeper setup. I was just starting to doze off when I hear footsteps on gravel. I perk up and it's definitely something on 2 legs. And it's definitely getting closer to me. So I fumble to get my sidearm without looking while trying to peek through the shade to see anything at all. It's black. I can't see a damn thing. All the wildlife is silent, and I can hear footsteps circling the car. The back passenger handle starts getting pulled, then the front, then the driver rear, then the hatch, then there's silence. I am hoping they'll think it's abandoned and just go away. I pull back the hammer on the revolver, and as soon as it clicks, there is a pounding on the hatch glass. I rip the sunshade down, and I see a man in an open plaid shirt just going to town on my window with his fists and eyes that I've only seen on a rabbit right before slaughter. We lock eyes and he just starts screaming. Not even words, he's just straight up screaming. So I scream back that I will blow his head off if he does not fuck off. He takes off to the rear of the car. I catch my breath, climb into the driver's seat and start the car and get the hell out of there. Suddenly, my window just explodes into nothing. I later learned that broken spark plugs will do that, and he reaches into the car and yanks me out of the window. I am terrified. I fall awkward as shit as I clear the window. So I'm on the ground, he's kicking the shit out of me, and I'm scrambling, trying to find the gun that I dropped in all the commotion. Seemingly out of nowhere, this random middle-aged guy comes charging out of the woods and decks the fucker. They tussle for a bit. I find the gun underneath the car. Crazy guy number 1 just runs away, and I draw down on crazy number 2. He puts his hands up, asking me not to shoot, and generally just being rational. I asked what he was doing out here, and he said, "Well, I'm not here to fuck spiders." Then explained he's out here on a vacation in a cabin, heard screaming, and came to help. I thanked him and got the hell out of there. I found a Walmart a few towns over and slept underneath a street lamp. I called my dad the next day to tell him I would be late because I had to replace a window and explain what happened. When he heard the spider thing, he laughed and made a joke about his dad always saying that because he had a bunch of Australian pilot buddies. Apparently, it means something like, "The fuck does it look like I'm doing?" Now, my grandpa died before I was born, and I'd actually never seen a photo of him, aside from a service photo when he was about 20 years old. So I get home, and I go to put Grandpa's gun back in Dad's lockbox. I almost shit my pants when I see a photo inside of my dad with the dude that saved me, down to the very exact clothes. I flip it over, and it's got my dad and Grandpa's names on it, and it has the year 1990 on it. So I asked my dad when that picture was, and he says it's special because that was taken the morning of Grandpa's accident. Now, I'm not saying I believe in ghosts, but it's a real messed up coincidence that the guy who saved me from a tweaker is a dead ringer for the guy whose gun I was trying to grab to protect me. This happened to me a few years ago. I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. I'm just a simple boy. I have 2 loving parents and 2 siblings. I'm just living an ordinary life. One day, my aunt comes over with her husband and their child. They have to stay with us for a while. Meh, but sure. Could have used some company that's around the same age as me. Both siblings older than me. I remember it as a very fun time. We actually drove to the neighboring country with them to get some things. My cousin and I both get a remote car. Overall, I remember it to be an amazing era of my childhood. About 12 years later, memories start to pop up. I decide to ask my parents a little bit about it since I did not remember much. They say, "What do you mean, Anon?" I tell them my exact memories of that day. I'm thinking that they're pranking me. "Stop this, you're scaring me." "Stop with what, Anon? You're the one obviously trying to prank us." I convince them that I'm not lying to them. It turns out that my mom never had a sister, and my father's sister died when he was still little. I remember having some picture of the cousin and me laying around in my room. I search for it for days. I find the picture. I say, "Explain this." "Anon, that's just a painting you made as a child." I guess I was some kind of schizophrenic as a child. This still gives me chills.